Is the retreat all day? Is the retreat all day? They're exhausted. Is the retreat all day? Is the retreat all day? You're hearing me? They're exhausted. Is the retreat all day? Is the retreat all day? You're hearing me? They're exhausted. Is the retreat all day? Is the retreat all day? You're hearing me? They're exhausted.
As for approval of the agenda, and I would like for everybody on the board to consider.
Is the retreat all day? Is the retreat all day? You're hearing me? They're exhausted.
And I would like for everybody to add in or change the moment.
Is the retreat all day? Is the retreat all day? You're hearing me? They're exhausted.
And I would like for everybody to add in or change the moment. Alderman Peters,
Is the retreat all day?
the agenda.
Is the retreat all day? You're hearing me? They're exhausted.
Might want to keep the phone with you. Alderman Peters? Yes. Did you have anything to add to the agenda?
Deb, we have a lot of background noise, and it's probably my fault because I was asking him questions. So we're not getting it.
Yes.
We're getting all background noise.
Yep, I see it. Yep, I see it. Hold on.
Deb, we have a lot of background noise, and it's probably my fault because I was asking him questions.
No,
So we're not getting
no,
it.
it's not your fault. It's my fault. Hold on. There we go. Is that better?
Yes.
Excellent. All right. That was my fault, Rose. I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay. I thought I did it. Because I could hear my stupid voice. That's why. Thanks, Deb.
All right. All right.
Mr. Can you ask him? I don't know if you can hear me. Mr. Peters, can you hear me?
Yes.
Do you have any items that you wanted to add or remove from the agenda?
I did not hear that.
Do you have any items you would like to add or remove from the agenda, sir?
Do you have anything you want to add to the?
No, Joanne.
All right, well, with that, I would go back to asking for approval of the agenda. Wait a second.
Second. Aye.
Okay. All right, we got one thing done so far. All right, so on to the department reports. So Ms. Hill, I think you're first.
Can you skip over me for the time being?
Yes, I can skip over you. Chief Youngster, are you ready?
How you want to do this?
Do you have oh, I'm sorry, did I skip over you? No. I'm good. Okay, so I think what we would like to do is, be it from a board perspective, it would be good if you could just tell us how things are operating, what things we need to take into consideration so that when we do the budget review, we understand what the needs are. That was one.
I think it's better. Well, we have had a good year, but I'll preface it by, we've been out of that building for 2 years, over 2 years. It's been a bit of a struggle. We were in
You hear it now?
that warehouse up for a while, and we were in a trailer, now we're in where we are now. Like a policeman working out of a substation, a small office in the south end fire station. So most of our needs have been based on trying to get people hired. A little while back, we did a small a raise for the officers, and we did get to hire 2 people. So we were down 4, we hired 2, and then we hired 2 more. We've lost 1 now with Lieutenant Paget retiring, Andy Page, has been promoted to lieutenant. And I'd just like to say, if there's anybody that thinks more of North Topsail Beach, it's Andy Page. It's all about trying to make everything better. So, so basically, we got a lot of Connex boxes, put all our things in. So the things that I've been talking to the mayor about is finding someplace. I don't see us building anything for a while. We were talking about that for a while now. We're talking about getting back into the town hall where it was. So the police department in the town hall, we've had this discussion before. It was a little over 800 square feet. And when I got there, everything's stacked and everybody's off. If you go to look for something, you just gotta go find it. Where we have a storage building up here that we rent. We were keeping some things in Holly Ridge for a while. We haven't done that before. We moved everything back to get the Connex boxes. Those Connex boxes were really a temporary fix for a long-term problem. Because we've had to run AC into one of them at least to try to save what we have in there. So that's just not gonna last forever. I did talk to the mayor about, if we talk about a public safety building, that'd be great. But that's probably out long-term somewhere. I did talk about, and it's nice that we're right here next to the property that we're talking about. This area back here where these 2 buildings are. And then there's a lot behind it, and there's a lot beside it. And really, we need something off the island. First off, to keep, I would probably move in the 1 building, the detectives and all our evidence and things that we have to keep. On the other side of that 1 building, we can have storage for all the files and things for the whole town, and probably make the front part of it into a EOC. And when we move things.
It's like 2,100 square foot, right? That building?
Right, 21, I think that one was 25, 22. So that was just a big square. We have to go inside and make a secure location for our storage, but it's a metal building with a brick facade on it. Those are pretty safe. And then we'd have a place to move equipment off out of it. There is an extra building that's in the woods back there that we put together and left open. We'll probably park some things on and have some kind of secure parking with fenced in there.
Did you find the building when you guys were walking back there?
Yeah, there's a lot of trees growing up in it, but it's still back there. The normal pressing issue is that. But we're gonna move back into that building, and I can't move anything back in.
Yeah, you don't know, the whole reason we had looked at it, changing the floor plan of town hall as the board knows, but because that grant was, the PD doesn't have enough space to function, do any education, and there's not enough storage, there's just not. So when I was asked about these buildings, I just contacted the owner to see if we could take a look, who's also a real estate agent. So his suggestion was if the town has any interest in those buildings, that simply have an appraisal done and see if that's something that we could financially make work for the town. So that's where that is. And the person, Donati I think he said is getting $2,100 a month, that hair salon. And I don't think, what we had talked about is leaving them in place. We don't have any reason, we don't need all, all buildings. But possibly being able to use that middle building for the PD needs, as Chief had just said. And then we do have the other lot that's behind Humble Banker that's vacant right now. It's just kind of wooded. So that's where the current owner had planned to put that third building. We just had to put it up.
Can I ask you a couple of questions? One is, what's a convex box?
Oh, the storage container, metal storage container.
But it's like fireproof. Oh, okay. And then, just real quick on that, and a couple of follow-ups on that. I'm assuming you're going to stay for the budget presentation, so you can take questions on that. When you're talking about the buildings, are we talking about buying the land?
Well, the land and the buildings that
But
are.
buy versus rent.
Right.
Well, we looked at,
I like that.
both,
Right.
but when, and actually it's my, the seller of the property is also retired, I think he's a trooper, retired trooper. So, I mean, getting these two together, I didn't have to say much there, but they thought that the modifications that we would need to make for North Council Beach, security of the evidence, and being able to use it for what we need to use it for, the modifications would make sense if we own the building but not rent it.
Okay. And then just a couple of follow-ups. One is the complaints that I've heard about doing something like that is that it's off island and it's not in North Thompson. So that's a leading question, but I mean, but I understand too, it's either our charter or whatever, we're not allowed to annex property off of the island. If that were changed, would it make sense for us to, if we bought this stuff, to at least annex our property? Because then it gets past the argument of it's not North Thompson Beach, okay, we now own it, it's now part of the town. And that also gives you authority in that building, which you don't have right now, right? I'm just throwing it out.
We don't want people. We would own the property, so.
You can do it that way.
We have, I mean, if we own the property, I think, it'd be like a satellite location that we would have to take care of anyway.
And
The
I
other
think,
thing about having something off the island is every time we have a hurricane, and I hope we don't have one.
that's
and
right.
we
Don't
move
get me wrong.
everything-
I'm 100% with you. I'm talking about more the detail of, if we're gonna own it, it's gonna be very hard to make the argument that it's not part of the town if we actually have annexed the property that we own. And then,
And we've talked, and that's something that we definitely can put on the list for attorney discussions. We have talked about whether that there are some businesses on this side of the bridge that would be interested in being part of North Thompson Beach. It's not something that we actively explored, I would say at this point, but it's definitely something that we want our list.
okay, I'm just saying, it just seemed, I agree with you, the off-island stuff.
One of the things you're gonna find, I believe, and if the attorney were here, he would, excuse me, be able to weigh in on it, is that there's something that goes back legally that was passed, I think, at the state level, limiting our ability to extend the boundary of North Thompson Beach, basically past the high-rise bridge. It's the center line of a waterway. And I'm sure we can find exceptions based upon, hey, part of our police department, part of our municipal services are located or have facilities here. And I agree with what both of you are saying, because, having watched twice now in the last couple of years, the big yellow truck back up to the front of town hall, start pulling stuff out before Florence, especially to get all the records, and not just for the PD, but all the records, the clerk holds and everything else, and personnel records and files and everything. And watching this, it's like, knowing it's almost like it's continual. The next time we have another one come up the coast, we're going to do it again. And
you're right, Alderman. Our charter does prohibit annexation of any property across the coastal waterway. And we have had this discussion before, but the question now, Chief, is when you say access to your records, do you mean day access, or do you mean once a week I have to go to those records, or once a month? My question is, could you use something like a page storage space at a storage room place, like right down next to where temporary town hall is.
We have one of those full now. The problem is trying to find everything every time you look at it. And I guess that a lot of that's because we moved out, and we've never moved back in anywhere. So right now, when we look for something, it's just like equipment. When, if we were to deploy out with our equipment, I gotta go find it either in one of those kind of spots in the storage building or in this Parker's place. So we need to organize this.
Having a larger storage, big storage facility on that, used to work place, would that help you better organize?
The volume you have, I think.
You know, if I could just jump in real quick and as someone who came here many years ago with 7 storage units worth of stuff up here, and I've got it worked down to 3, I shudder to think over the years what my wife and I have paid to Coastal Mini Storage, and we probably put one of their kids through college. And where I'm going with this is simple. We're paying storage on a storage unit or units every month. We could instead be paying a mortgage payment, or even, you know, something more permanent and something more beneficial to the town, rather than just, you know, you get to a point where it truly becomes throwing money away. And rather than throw the money at the problem, let's kind of maybe try to turn a corner in the discussion to what can we do that will also result in something that's beneficial to the town and adds up and gives us some equity, or, you know, it's like when you're trying to convince your kid to buy a house instead of before that. Same thing.
And the primary thing they're storing is my evidence. Right now, that's in 2 of those counties. Keep putting it up here in storage building because that's not secure enough. That one is. That one up here is. But,
Well, that would be the question, if you have storage over here, which even stay off ground because of hurricanes, but it still needs to be elevated up off the ground some way to protect it from,
I remember this area as, I remember when Lawrence came through, it didn't have any flood problems, nothing moved down the road.
You could actually even put stuff, you can build shelves in there.
Right.
You know, you can elevate it internal to the building.
But the flood regulations are different here than they will be.
Floodplain. Yeah. So.
Here we go. So, town looked at whether you would amend the charter for that, and they just said generally the charter says you can't do this. But those things generally can be amended. I just don't know what it takes to amend.
the charter amendments are approved by the state legislature. So to change our charter, you would have to work with the state legislature. And the lawyer would have to prepare the documents needed to change the charter.
Because I mean, I look at Surf City and like the Bojangles on 17 apparently is in Surf City.
Yeah.
Well,
What I also think part of the difference is between voluntary and
Yeah,
involuntary.
that's a big
So
part.
what we had talked about previously, just as an idea, is allowing folks to be part of North Office from a voluntary
I
perspective.
agree.
Not forcing, I certainly don't have the desire to start forcing people, but if there's people on this side of the bridge that would voluntarily like to be part of us because they are interested.
Police and fire protection.
Well, that's part of it too. And the history on this was the original discussion was somebody came out and said, well, we should annex everything from the bridge. We'll stoplight at Four Corners. You know, all these people in North Shore, so most of them came here from Northeast and in high tax areas and you know, ask Barry Burke about whether or not he wants to be annexed into North Thompson Beach. You can watch the color of his face turn redder than it already is. And so it did come down to voluntary versus involuntary. And I think that Brian needs to probably give us maybe during closed session on Thursday night, maybe a little bit of a back history on it, because I remember some of it. Dan Tuman had a lot of knowledge on it. Brian could maybe weigh in and give us the perspective, because I know it can't be done if it's voluntary. When it becomes involuntary, it's sort of like all bets are off.
I mean, I just brought up in the context of what the mayor said about, we're gonna have something off island. You know, and like I said, I just heard people complain, why are we spending money off island? And we don't get anything from that. I'm like, well, then we'll just make it part of us.
So when the charter was amended, involuntary annexation was permitted. Since it's no longer permitted, that charter amendment could probably easily be reworked. So that's something for discussion.
And I did just write it down for Thursday.
Well, back to the off-island issue. Part of it's a security issue because what happens, and we went for many, many years here without a storm, and then we had 2 back-to-back. And so it kind of woke everybody up, I think, in terms of thinking about, the what if of, record storage, evidence storage, place to park vehicles. And we've still got that property up there.
Yep.
That we need to think about too. And I think it's supposed to.
Should be with this.
But the thing is, we've got to kind of plan for that, and it makes more sense to look at off-island for certain things. Certainly close to the island, but off-island at the same time, just from a security aspect and the storm proofing aspect of it.
I'm just saying, I 100% agree with that. It's just that rather than have opposition to something that we could change, which is basically make it part of the town.
Yeah.
That gets past the argument of why you spend money out of town.
We do move everything off down every time we have.
I'm with it. I'm with it.
And some of it never comes back.
And some of the.
That's the thing.
More.
It's the elephant in his nose in the tent.
And the reason I bring it up, as we move back into that, 800 square feet, I don't want to, I want to make a place pump so that I can put a control on. And if that takes storing it somewhere else, we'll just have to do that. I don't want to keep those Connex boxes out there because it looks like,
You're close. I mean, we're talking about the property here, you're close here. You don't want to be right next to it.
it's almost a mile. We do have jurisdiction off the island for a mile, but this is a little over a mile.
Do we have any idea how much you're spending on storage today?
I don't think it's bad. It's like $1,200, $1,300 a year for that one, but the town also has one in there too. The town, I think, the admin also has storage in there too. And a lot of that stuff for long-term storage can be put into one part of that building there.
I was only gonna mention what Tom brought up, that we do own the property off-island already. Would it make more sense, rather than spending money to modify these buildings, to actually construct something?
Put another building over there.
Right, and that would make the town hall portion of the police department viable. And it would make it a lot easier, I think, for us to replace the fire building down in the south end. If we use the same footprint, so if we're gonna look at it, we'll probably look at those alternatives.
For that matter, even some of our public works efforts, because I know when we have storms, we have to evacuate everything off anyway. And eventually want to at least move part of public works out to the property we own. I don't know. I'm sure he can tell us whether that's feasible or too far away when he's up to that, but it's something to think about. We already have the land.
Well, the issue with that parcel right now is the sewer is not fully passive, and we can follow up with Forest, but I would imagine if the school's going in there, that it's gotta be coming.
And this is probably the closest thing this way, and I'm talking about for us, for accessibility, and there's over half acre to the back there.
Where is the land again?
It's across from like Blue Lion, there's
Okay, so it's
several
not that
parcels, right? On Firestone, but it's not in one of the lot first. So that's been our turn.
But it's not like 10 miles from here.
No.
Not across
The thing is on
It's
down.
right down from Blue Lion, isn't it?
No, it's on Folkestone Road, not the one that Blue Line is on with the other Folkestone Road.
It's on a old.
Oh, I thought it was the
Yeah,
one that was right
Yeah,
on
you're
Blue
talking,
Line.
you're talking quite a distance away when you start trying to maneuver and take everything over there. We've got a couple miles, a couple, 2-3 miles.
Someone buy one.
We tried to sell those and they didn't work.
Oh, really?
That's how we found out.
That's a New England problem all the time.
All right, I'll pull the information back on those lots and just send it to the board. So we know where it is.
Just, we could advertise that stuff just minutes away from the beach. Okay. Right?
It's true, a lot of minutes.
And other than that, our needs there, you know, I wanna go back into that place where it looks really professional, fix it up the best we can. Budget wise, I'll answer those questions when it comes up, but I try not to put any more in the budget because I had to this year.
So back to numbers, are we where we belong now? We have a full complement of officers, or are we still down one?
Sure.
Okay, so that means we're at 13 now or 12? 12, okay. Because you make 13, right?
Right.
Okay.
I wanted to come back to that point. Do you think the map study, the fact that we're increasing pay grades is going to make a difference in your ability to maintain officers?
We're close to it. I think the map study, and I didn't get into the weeds with the map study as much. We gave them a raise. I was thinking they were gonna get a little bit more when they came here, so we're under what the rest of them were paying around here.
So we're still on.
We're still under some. I thought there was gonna be a little bit more. Some of the supervisors got a raise this time, but not the patrolman. The patrolman did get one a few months ago when y'all did the raise, which made it closer to what we're doing. And the problem there is too, is they come and look at us and we're scattered all over the place. We do have good equipment. The town teaches well. We've got really good vehicles.
You're set on
Take home cars. I'm
saying, with the new vehicle purchases that you had the last couple of years, you're set on vehicles.
We're pretty set for next year. We'll probably, this fiscal year, we're not putting anything in there. Probably.
I would like to know, and it's kind of a question for both the budget officer and the chief. I'd kind of like to know what it would cost us budget-wise to fix what you just described in terms of bringing us up to parity with our surrounding jurisdictions. And the reason I mention it is because, you know, with a 12 or 13 man department, it's not like we have a 113 man department. It should be a pretty easy thing to figure out. And, you know, we ought to be able to have a number, you know, it's going to cost you X number of $1,000s to do. And I know probably part of what we're going to talk about in the map study might be a phased increase into what we've got to do to get this right. Because, you know, I've always noticed here, and having lived here now for 18 years, you get new officers, they get a few years under their belt, and they go. We've kind of become, and it's systemic of all small towns. You know, our police department's kind of a training ground for new officers. And kind of like to, we managed to keep a lot of them, but I like to keep more.
Keep them for a few years at a time would be great. We try to do extra training for them. We do a lot of things that way. I had a proposal in there. I have some numbers on that. It wasn't far off from what we did.
Okay. We just kind of walk the dog on that at some point through the budget process and see where it is and what it would cost us and whether or not, you know, we could afford to do it, or at least give some effort towards attaining the parity.
And I think there were a few departments that had that issue, so the question would be the same for both. All right. So you just want a building, so
Looking for a place to
everybody
be.
else should be easy, right?
All right.
I knew how needy the fire department was gonna be this time.
You know, when you go back over there, you sit between those two, I get a bad feeling about that.
I bet we're having coffee on there.
Yeah. Mayor, I have landed on standby when we can get back to, I don't know if that's a separate item or.
Okay, do you want to do the kind of department next? You work first, and we had.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So you've got Landon.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to.
No, that's all right, but if he's on, I don't want to hold him up.
Need one of the police lights.
Are you there? You should have been able to hear us talking about him.
No, I am here. Yes, yes.
All right,
Absolutely.
excellent. Okay.
Are we ready to go? Should I do you want me to relocate now, Deb?
You guys hear him okay?
Yeah, can he speak, can we get the volume of any louder?
All right, 1 second here.
I can get my volume up. I'm not used to doing this with a single screen, so.
Is that better?
They're sitting across the room, and I've got my volume turned up to 100, as loud as it'll go. And they can't. Yeah, I can see you. They can't see you, but the people at home can see you.
Can you just turn your mic? That, because then the volume will be coming towards us.
How's that?
Yeah, hold on just a minute.
Oh, that's a mess with your camera.
Is the audio okay? Yeah.
There we go. And you should be unmute. Landon, say something. There you go. And you're on mute. Oh, go ahead, unmute you.
All right, good deal. All right, I think we've got it now.
All right. Okay, so they can, I don't know how to. There we go. See if that'll work. Okay, so do you want to talk? Can you see them okay? Or can you only see yourself?
I can only see myself, but that's fine. If everyone is comfortable with that.
Sorry about that.
Not a problem.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Did you want to introduce anything, Deb, or did you just want me to?
I'll go ahead. Sorry. So for about the last year and a half, the planning board's been working with Holland and Associates to update the land use plan. That was done in 2010.
Mm-hmm.
2010. So
Yes.
that's been completed, and I think that all the board members, we have a new board member, so we're gonna have to make sure that Alderman Grant gets a copy. But the board was sent a copy of the land use plan. So the next step would be to get the Board of Aldermen's endorsement on that land use plan before we submit it to Division of Coastal Management for them to authorize it. So if the board would like to, if you're comfortable, if you've read through it and you're comfortable with it and you're ready to send it on, we can do that. Or if you would like to schedule a workshop for about 2 or 3 hours, we can do that also.
I believe we need to do the workshop. That was plan we had in place.
Okay.
I have several items.
All right.
that I think need to be added and enhance the land use plan. So they can approve the law.
All right.
I'm 100% with that, being the new person.
Okay. So did you hear that, Landon?
It was a little vague. I did just want to add briefly that, we have to send this into the state for formal review by DCM prior to adoption. Most of their review centers around the substance of the plan, the format of the plan. Generally will not, in most cases, by and large, will not dictate policy or regulation, or not regulation, but policy outlined in the plan. They're just going through their checklist, making sure that all of the elements are present and that we've appropriately addressed all the issues outlined in the guidance, the land use planning guidance, 7B guidance. So, as Deb's alluded to, we could send it in and start that review, and at the same time schedule a work session, or we can schedule the work session and then send it in for formal review. Either way will work fine in terms of process. So we have talked all along about scheduling this work session, and obviously, especially with the recent election and having a new board member, I think that's obviously the appropriate course of action. So, we will leave it up to you all, obviously, as to what you want to do. I will be prepared to, attend and work through that, the work session process, and make sure that, any changes that need to be made are addressed prior to adoption. So with that, I'll answer any questions you may have. And, as Deb and I talked about, if we can't set a date today, we would ask that everyone kind of go back through the plan leading up to that work session and make sure that, everyone's up to speed on the content of the plan so that we can have a constructive conversation and try and get through the document during that initial work session.
My understanding is that we still send it to the state to allow them to at least get started on what they need to do to make sure that this thing ticks all the blocks. Or would we do ours first and then send it?
Did you hear that?
Yes. I think that honestly, we could send it into the state for review, let them start that review while they're reviewing the document, have that work session, and then kind of pull all the changes together, at one time, and then come back to you with a formal document that not only addresses you all's concerns, the board's concerns, but also the state's concerns in terms of, the 7B planning guidelines. And honestly, in terms of logistics, it makes sense, to Deb and I, because we're not making changes on two different occasions. We can work through the plan and make all of those, update all of those elements at one time.
The reviews can run concurrently, is what I hear you saying.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
If I could just ask a quick question. Mr. Benson talked about that he has some questions and stuff. If you submit this thing, I don't know what your questions are, but let's just say that when I've looked at it, you've looked at it, whatever, there are material changes that we want to make in it, all right? Does that restart the process with the state? I mean, I understand if it's, I said there's 3 misspellings in it,
Right.
and they said that's not material.
Right.
If we said we want to change this, because we have to go all the way back to them again for something like, what's the materiality standard in terms of what we could, we send it in for them and they say, you checked all the boxes, but now we resubmit. Does that start the whole thing over again or not?
If they were, I guess you'd send them like the edits, right? You'd send Mike the changes if there were any. I mean, we've been through this land use plan quite a bit, so I'm not sure how much changes that they would want to make.
We've been through recent camera review with 2 other jurisdictions. So when we more or less, as we receive comment from DCM on those plans, we try and incorporate any, any thoughts, ideas, or concerns that they have into the most recent plan that we work on. So we feel pretty good about that DCM review. And again, generally the concerns and comments that they have relate more to have our, let's say, talk about water quality classification. Let's say that during the planning process, there is an updated water quality classification, something like that. And they say, all right, well, let's update that classification, because when you wrote this portion of the plan, it was class SA or whatever, whatever classification it may be. And maybe that has been updated or changed over that period of time. So a lot of the times we run into those types of issues. Very, very rarely do we have them, dictate to the town proper policy or land use policy and or just general plan policy relating to development, density development, or the provision of services.
Who's that good looking guy in behind you?
Yeah,
Sorry.
I'm in the middle of my office here.
Sorry about that.
The Wi-Fi was cutting out on me. I had to relocate.
Okay, so it sounds like the DCM review is not necessarily on our content, it's more on the regulatory aspects of making sure everything's in the plan. If new, like just mentioned, water table changes is now called something else. So
Right.
It sounds like there's no harm in running them.
Yeah, it sounds like it's a check the block to ensure it includes all of these elements on this checklist.
Right. They're not going to come back and say, we decided no more.
And if we rewrite a section of it, just hypothetically, then we can send, here's the rewrite, and yeah.
I'm fine with it. I just want to make sure that it's not like I go back to the end of the line and now I got to start the whole thing over again. What you're saying is that's not the case.
No.
And we have a very good working relationship with Mike Christianberry in the Wilmington Regional Office, and we will keep him up to speed as to what's going on in terms of the board's review. And if we see any, if there are any red flags or concerns on his end, we will certainly make you all aware of that immediately. But I do not foresee that being an issue.
Okay. So do you want the board to go ahead and direct you to submit the content to Mike Christenberry now?
That would be wonderful. I mean, I think it would be appropriate to just get a simple motion and vote on that, so we have it on record, and we will go ahead and handle what we need to do to get the plan into Mike for formal review. And then, as I said, I don't think we necessarily need to schedule a work session today. We obviously want to give everyone time to go back through the document, especially the new board member, and make sure that everyone's up to speed and comfortable with the plan prior to having that work session. So if we can schedule that today, but at a minimum, it would be nice to get a formal recommendation to send that on to Mike with DCM.
So does anybody want to make the motion to go ahead and allow the kind of land use plan to be sent for review to DCM?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion?
I'm just thinking that we should have the plan finalized from our standpoint before we send it out for review, because it looks like we would be coming in with, oh, here's what we want to do. Oh, no, we've got a significantly different approach in this area. I agree that it's possible, just the boilerplate check off is fine, and that's all we're doing okay, and they're not really looking at the substance, but rather the different requirements are being met, but not the substance of those different sections, then okay. If not, I'd rather have a final product before this review.
Okay. Mr. Peters, do you have any comments?
That would seem very good, just to go ahead and send it out, as far as I'm concerned, for initiation of the review.
Can you call
Yes. Alderman Grant.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Benson.
No.
Alderman Leonard.
Aye.
Alderman Peters.
Aye.
And then, under this same topic, Mayor Pro Tem, you had, developing coordination with conservation groups. Is that something that's more appropriate for the work session?
Yes, we'll cover that in the work session.
Okay. All right, so, Ms. Hill, did you have anything else for your planning update?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Can we ask budget questions of the department heads now?
Well, I think it
We
might
have to
make
wait
more
till we
s-
do the budget, get to the budget.
Mr. Gilbride, do you have a preference?
Doesn't matter to me.
Okay. Go ahead.
I just wondered, in your budget for the planning department, you've got a $4,500 contracted services expense. What that is for? Is that for?
I haven't seen a final copy of the planning department budget, so I can't speak to that. But
Software.
The citizen service?
citizen search software for the permitting software.
After that is one thing.
And the other question I had, you have a significant decrease in your annual subscriptions. Why?
To my
You had
recollection.
like $6,500 in annual subscriptions. Move that back to $1,000. I just wondered, are you dropping your facial accreditation? What?
I didn't realize it had been dropped to
I
$1,000.
can speak to that. The reason that dropped was because last year, the portion of the citizen service was in that line item, which made it higher. This year, we added a new line item for cleaning for the contracted services to break it out a little bit more. Every other department had that except planning for some reason, so just for a little more transparency.
Okay.
So that doesn't mean dropping any accreditations.
And Mayor, just, you know, I was holding my questions on the budget, so we have, making sure everybody's here when he presents it, because I've got a lot of questions on the budget.
I think we all will. As
Okay,
we- as we
I
go
just
through.
didn't know if we were gonna ask the department heads now, but if that happens.
That's good.
Okay. Anything else, Crystal? You good? Okay, fire. Let me guess, 2 new fire stations.
Absolutely. Good morning. We'll just do a little brief review. We ran a total of 370 calls last year. Our average turnout time was, which means the truck is en route from the time the alarm was 9 seconds. Pretty good average. The fire department in a whole, they completed a little over 3,300 hours of training. So they stayed busy. So that's just a little bit about what happened with us last year.
Stand numbers.
Sir,
How many people do you have?
14 total. That includes myself.
Sorry.
That's a little bit that happened. Obviously, I came here in January, so I don't, prior to January, I'm just looking at the numbers that were in the computer. So that's where we're at. A few things you'll see that I asked for this year is staffing. Obviously, we operate with 2 guys at each station every day. But as you know, somebody's always off, somebody's always sick, or somebody's always on vacation. And we work what is known as a Kelly day to keep us from going into overtime. So someone's always off, which means we have 1 person at a fire station responding to a structure fire, a medical call, a water rescue, whatever it is. So that's just a little brief synopsis. You know, my history, I'm from a beach town. I was one of the first firemen ever hired there. You know, and currently they're running 5 people on their engine, and they're 3 miles, about 5 miles wide. Surf City, which is similar to us, they have 2 stations. They're running 4 at each station full time. So one day one will have 4, one day one will have 3. You know, because somebody's always off station. So just trying to give you an idea of why I'm thinking it's more of a safety issue for my guys, and as well as the citizens and the tourists that come to this town. So it's an issue I'd like to talk about, you know, when we get to the legislation.
And just on that, if you don't mind, on that fact, just for other folks' knowledge, in previous years, we've tried volunteer firefighters. And what happens is, as you just mentioned, they get up, they get all trained, they get ready to go, a lot of them get redeployed again. Or we're not able to keep them, so I'm not saying that volunteerism is, is a bad thing. It would always be a bonus or a plus, but I think we learned that we're not able to depend on them long-term because their paths may take them somewhere else.
They're nice to have, but not a solution.
Right.
Correct.
Exactly.
And that's a common area across the state. I don't know if y'all seen the commercials where the state's actually funding money trying to recruit volunteers for fire departments. People's solutions nowadays, I'd rather give you $100 and you deal with it than you actually have to do it. So, it is a problem.
Well, a lot of them.
Oh, for that.
Years past here, a lot of them were Marines.
Right.
And they got deployed.
Yeah, and the other thing is their duty station is with probably more than 10 miles from the fire station or the site where they have to show up, so they can't really respond.
We have a lot of them living out here. We're living in Simsbury, but.
Well, at night, yes. They
Yeah.
can respond.
The
During the
issue-
day,
yeah.
they're not gonna be.
Yeah, that's a double-edged sword as well, because the state will only give us credit for a volunteer if they live within 5 miles of our district. So we can take on people, but if they're outside that, we don't get credit for them. The state.
So the question I had, you said, you have 2 people at each station all the time. But if there's a illness or whatever, there could be 1 person and the truck arrives at the emergency site. What is the number of firemen that have to be present for that to count in terms of a actual response? Because I know there's a certain minimum number of firefighters that have to respond each call for it to be.
Absolutely, according to the state, that's
State regulation.
so if it's an alarm, it's 5, if it's a structure fire, it's 15. So, and that's.
15 firemen?
Yes, sir, and that's why we have mutual aid contracts with Surf City, Turkey Creek, Holly Ridge, because that's how we get those people on the scene. We have 1 very active volunteer right now, Mark. We have another one that wants to come on, he lives on the island, but we'll have 2. So, there are a few out there that still want to volunteer, but there's not many in the fire service because of jobs and training hours it requires and stuff like that. So, but yes, there are minimums that we have to meet for the state.
So, in previous years, we've had a difficulty in staffing the stations as needed, and we had to close South Station for a certain number of hours.
Mm-hmm.
If we don't get these 3 new firefighters, you envision that sort of scenario
Well,
happening again?
I dealt with that this morning because we had a lieutenant. So the shift that's working today, the lieutenant called out sick because I'm having him check their temperature levels. And he was up to 101 and has a sore throat, so he checked out. We have 2 new firemen on his shift who have not met the qualifications to become driver operators yet, which left 1 driver. So we were going to have to shut down the South End station. So I had to activate Mike. So Mike is covering the South End station today for a 24-hour shift, so we can keep that station open. So yes, we're somebody's always off for sick. So yes, sir. We I think the first week I was here, we had a station closed as well. So, it is an issue.
So you've been here since January.
Yes, sir.
So you're the new guy with a fresh set of eyes.
Yes, sir.
And you've identified personnel as a serious issue that we need to resolve quickly. What else? What else do you see as the new guy that are red flags that we need to be working on priority wise?
Our fire station.
South.
Yes, sir. Our South End fire station. When you can stand inside the bay and look out to the exterior of it, that's an issue.
That's with the doors closed.
We have a building maybe here.
No, it may not be tall enough. 2 weeks ago when the storms were happening, I got a call at 4 in the morning that the roof started a new leak in the sleeping quarters of the guys right on top of their heads. So I started dealing with that before. Scott and I, what, a week later when it finally stopped raining, got up there, but you know, you can't chase water. You don't know where it's coming from. So that building is in dire straits. Our equipment's good. We've got some things that we're dealing with. But the major thing, the first thing, like Chief Young, facility is people are looking to come to you.
Camping salary, and then we talked a lot about the South End Fire Station over the years that I've been here. And I don't know that we've made any progress as far as putting funds aside or figuring out how we're going to actually pay for it. I think we have the design complete, correct? We have drawings.
So yes, we do have a set of drawings. But I think those got scratched when we were talking about a public safety building, because it became if we're gonna spend the money and solve two problems instead of just one and then still having a problem. But yes, ma'am, I do have drawings still in my desk.
If we were to just move forward with, the new fire station on the south end, do those drawings, are they adequate for what you need?
I believe so. I haven't gone through them fully because when I got here, I was told not to worry about it.
Well, I know we've been going back and forth on how to best solve the space issues for both, police and fire space and building.
Right.
So,
I can dig into them. I haven't really.
well, let's get through the budget conversation first and see what the board wishes each other to go. But I just wanted to acknowledge that we do need to do something. We've been dealing with this issue. And I don't know if we've talked about this, I don't remember the answer, if there's grants or anything that can assist us with the fire station.
So there are grants for fire department. And as I put in the grant yesterday, I wouldn't hinge building it off a grant, but we would definitely apply. I applied for a grant about 2-3 weeks after I got here for equipment. I haven't earned paid that yet because they're behind, so they're just getting to the 2019 grant. So.
One of the things that I was going to bring up in the budget stuff, and we will then too, is I don't necessarily, we don't have a large budget as a town. Okay, and my question is, what are the priorities we have for the money that we spend? Because personally, I think that, fire safety and police safety should be, 1 and 2, depending on whether you're the fire chief or the police chief. And then things roll down from them in terms of how we're spending things, because we can't keep the people here safe. And frankly, when I went down and looked at the South Station, it is an embarrassment. But more than that, I know you've been struggling with it for a while. But I think with the limited resources we have, I think as part of our discussions about budgets, we ought to have a discussion about what our priorities are. Because we're going to spend a lot of money, it looks like we're talking about on beach renourishment and things like that. But if somebody gets killed here or drowned, they just had a drowning up in Topsail. We want to make sure we're safe before we do anything else. So I'll get off my lecture thing, but that's one of the things I wanted to talk about in the budget is, because to me, the budget runs off priorities, not the other way around. So,
well, to echo that, I'm sitting here thinking, at what point in time do we slap the table and decide what we're going to do relative to the South End repair and upgrade or rebuild the South End station versus this public safety center building, whatever we're going to call it. We've got to make a decision and stick to it. We've got to decide what we want to do. It's not fair to everybody that sits against that wall in a room right now, the people who work for them, to continue to try to decide, well, we're going to do this and then, we don't have the money now, but you know what? We're never going to have money. And we run the town on a shoestring, and we run our departments on a shoestring. And at some point in time, we need to make the hard choices.
Let me point out in response to that, now that we have a new board in place, the plan was to have consultants look at I don't remember the name of the consultants. Consultants would look at our town finances, our and advises on how big a loan we could make for police and fire station improvements. I think we are ready for that step now.
I thought, my understanding of that consultant was more as it related to how much did we spend on each project.
No.
We talked about that too.
Oh, we did.
Yeah, we did talk about that too. And
It was capital improvements.
No, but I think those are all good things, but to be honest with you, I think as the board, okay, it's our responsibility if we go to somebody else and ask them how to plan stuff for them, tell them what their priorities are.
right.
And if our priorities are health and safety, or our priorities are beach, we need to give direction to them to say, okay, if we're listing our priorities, then come back. Because if you start off with, you know, and I'm looking at, you said where you were before, so what, 3 by, all right, and how many miles of beach do we have?
13 and a half.
Right, so if you shut down a fire station on the south end, and there's a fire down there, unless somebody's coming from Surf City, they're coming from the North Station, which is how many miles? 12. You know, I mean, that's, you know, or Joanne, you know, you're north, I'm north, I think all of us are north. If the north one was to get shut down, we got the same problem.
Well, and the problem is too, I'm sure y'all heard all the sirens these last few weekends. I mean, the number of water rescues that have been
Oh, I know.
going on. So if we had to shut down one of the stations that are actually dependent on Surf City or something, they might be just busy already out on. So
And then
it's
the
just not a
traffic,
good solution.
traffic.
Oh, yeah, good luck.
Yeah, the traffic increases the response time.
Yeah, good luck for Turkey Creek coming over. on that.
Exactly.
So what I hear you saying is that we need to determine what our priorities are in this room, rather than paying a contractor to tell us what our priorities should be.
Right.
Okay, and I absolutely agree with you.
That's not what I was saying. What I was saying is these were financial consultants that evaluate the town's equity and overall reserves to see the level of commitment we can make to a loan to build these facilities. It's not to tell us whether or not we need them or not. We know we need them. So.
No, I understand you, Mike. My point was, I was readdressing, I was putting what the smart guy at the end of the table said into Tom Leonard language that my brain could process. And I get where you're going, and you're right too. And honestly, those are the kinds of things I think truly that we ought to be discussing. We got, you know, unfortunately this year, this thing is so late because of a multitude of reasons, and every time an issue came up, we'll do it at the board retreat. Pretty soon the bucket's overflowing. But these are the kinds of discussions that I believe that are truly the bread and butter of a board retreat. You know, where does the town want to go and how are we going to get there?
And support what he said. I mean, again, I'm using simple math because this is my first budget to look at. And I was looking at the 200 and whatever $1 million project down there and doing the mental math and saying, that's going to be $1 million a year for us. Okay, out of a $6 million budget.
No, it's not. It's in a different
Well, and
fund.
so here's what I've done too, guys, just so you know, and Laura may be doing the exact same thing, but I did the parking lot list on for things that I don't want to lose track of.
Yep.
So I did just put on there financial consultant. So as we get through the budget and have our priorities in mind, if we as a board feel that it would be beneficial for someone to come in and tell us what or how is the best way to put in funds, we can have that discussion.
I would, you want to put on there something to the extent of, you know, public safety center versus South End Fire Station. I think that's a discussion we have to have. Is that we need to provide that. We need to make a decision, stick to it, and then and take the direction. And take, you know.
So we do know that Stumbo, the architect who's doing the park in the town hall, he actually designed rights of future.
Oh, I think that was mentioned
So
before.
we
Is that
have a
something
set
we
of
could?
plans we could modify.
We've seen them.
Do you remember what the cost?
I was just gonna say, like, we already drew them up, so how much did it cost? How much was, no, not to build it, to get it.
Plans.
All the plan.
Okay.
I have one more question for you, Chief. What's your position on the status of the ladder truck?
So the ladder truck's about 9 years out from being replaced. We make our last payment on one engine this year, this coming year. And then our thought was to continue to make those payments up to ourselves in a bank account. So when we are starting to replace that, we have a fund balance built, so we're not hit with that $1 million price tag all at one time.
You're saying 9 years. Okay, well, I did notice, and I was gonna ask you this when we get to the budget part, but it seemed like that what you just said, we were gonna continue making payments even though we paid off the engine. So you're saving money in the bank account. I didn't see the full amount going into that bank account.
We have one more payment. We have one more payment this year on that engine.
Just for clarification, you say engine, you mean that.
No, so the one
Or
part
you replace it, but a truck, not the
Yes, sir.
engine. You didn't replace the
Oh,
engine in a
no,
fire
yeah,
truck.
so it's called an.
I want to make sure I know, but it's, you know.
Sorry, in
pretend to
my
be a
world,
firefighter.
that is called an engine.
I'm like, that's a lot of money for an engine.
Fire.
Yeah, it's a
Fire,
fire.
like, as in fire engine, red.
I won't ask you that question again, it's embarrassing.
No, you're sorry, in my world, that is called an engine.
See, I saw 911 last night.
You do.
What, I got 911 before he got it?
The ladder truck is very important, as we saw when we had the house fire with the strong wind on the oceanfront situation. Without that ladder truck, we would have had a situation that they had in Surf City where multiple houses would have been lost.
That is a common, prior to coming here, I went to a bunch of high-rise firefighting classes. And you know, and that's what they're for, is wind-driven fire, and how to control. And it is extremely important to have that elevated platform. And then the only other thing I guess we're gonna talk about is replacing our Hummer. Apparently in Florence it died, and then the Dorian it died again. So we've spent roughly $15,000 on it. We have a truck, it's a 08, only has 30,000 miles that I would like to convert to do what the Hummer does. I think Joe Brown's been talking about that.
And is that the Hummer or something? We sell on auction stuff all the
Yes,
time.
ma'am.
We just list it.
Is that a Hummer that we got from the Marine Corps?
Yes, sir.
That's the one at South Station.
The one with the hood is still with us.
I was there yesterday, and they were working on it.
Public Works.
Good luck.
Morning. How are you? You don't need anything, right? No, really?
No, I think here in the future, we're gonna need another dump truck for sure.
The one you have is like 80 years old.
It's quite old and it's showing a lot of wear, rust. We're doing, basically you can't get parts for that thing anymore. So we're kind of piecing together when we have an issue. But so far, so good.
Another one of those hand-me-downs from the Corps, and
Correct.
it's 900 series 500.
Tom can find you another one.
Sure.
He can.
He's got his eyes open.
I'm looking
already.
for one. Yeah.
We may have to go
Got it
get
right
it
there.
somewhere. And he's been scouting around, so hopefully we can drop something in.
Is that a 900 or an 800?
I believe it's a 900.
And is that something that you put in the budget for this year?
No.
Okay, so that you're just letting us know. We're gonna put it on notice. Go back at some point and say, they can't fix it.
So right now, we're.
And it's gonna be a problem.
Other than that, I think we had a successful, Zoom project, the truck haul and the footage. I think all that was successful. The park, I think, is coming along real good. Hopefully by next week, I think, by the way things are going, they'll have half of that thing opened up. They're laying sod, planting trees, putting up bushes and stuff now. I think the only thing we're lacking on the one half is, volleyball net, and posts and stuff like that. So, once they get ready to do the tennis court, they'll seal that park line. I think we can open that half as well as the building. The building's in great shape from what we inspected. We really just need to be in there and get cleaned in the back. And then I think the vendors coming back in.
Is that the Bada Bing building you're talking about, or is it the other one?
Yeah. So I don't know if they're coming back or not, but we looked inside there too, and it didn't get any damage. So just a good cleaning, I think, and all that.
And what about resources as it relates to the COVID? Because I know that you guys have been out there a lot. I mean, not just your department, but you've had a lot of stuff to clean up on the beach.
Yeah, and we've had a vendor that we came in touch with that has been able to get us a lot of disinfectant, sanitizer, trying to keep town hall stocked up with that kind of stuff. Our guys, public works doesn't really do too much interacting, so we haven't been following any masks or anything like that.
What's your staff? Seems like, it might be down.
Well, I've got 3 full-time guys and 1 part-time. A part-time person is going to go to a full-time position here at any time. It's just a matter of whether that part-time guy wants to become full-time, or are we going to go find somebody different. So we're at 3.5 days.
So that full-time position is in the budget.
Correct. And as far as Caitlin's concerned, that can come at any time.
Perfect.
Any other equipment issues?
No, we just purchased a new mower that had been in the previous budget for our called flail mower. It goes on behind the John Deere tractor. So other than that, everything's fine other than the dump truck.
I saw in action yesterday. It was fine. It looks good.
Yeah, I just would like to mention that we had concerns over the trash at the parking lots, and of course you had suggested the dumpsters and additional pulling out cans. Scott had worked with the contractor to make sure that they hit those cans on Saturday mornings between 4:30 and 5 in the
Oh,
morning.
that's awesome.
So it should kind of the whole solve our problems for everything that the 3 holiday weekends, which might be,
Are the dumpsters going back into the park? Those big ones that used to be there, are those going back in after everything's done there, or are we just taking this out permanently? You know which ones I'm talking about?
There was one, but it wasn't for the public.
Well, and what we had talked about previously and what we've seen, if we need a dumpster, then I would look for guidance that we need one, but I prefer not to put dumpsters out because they become a
Well, my thought is that monitor this and it still becomes problematic, that maybe we go back to our trash contractor and ask them to help us come up with a solution. Okay? Rather than us trying to figure out what the right thing is. I mean, that's what they do, trash for a living, and maybe we go there, but my thought was if we could get like a small dumpster, not so much, something you'd see, behind the food line, but a small dumpster that, something that's too small to put a mattress in. Okay.
And it'll be next.
But because I'm thinking 2 places, one up there at the Jeffries lot, and the other one way up at the north end, and there's probably even a spot at the north end where you can tuck it in behind that little place where the attendant sits that they built. Provided that we can't solve it some other way. But again, I think we throw it back to, was it Waste Management or whoever? Yeah, whatever they're calling themselves this month. And find a solution. That's part of the contract.
I do think that them coming on Saturdays is a good solution because they come it's Tuesdays and Saturdays. If they're only hitting those main parking lots on Tuesdays because they can't get, or Wednesday, or it goes out Tuesday night. So if they can't get in there on Saturday, then that's a problem. So hopefully we'll see it.
And that's why they'll make that, especially the parking lot runs, they'll make those at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning before the parking
Before the
lot.
lot starts to fill up and they can't get in.
And I think the biggest issue was the Memorial Day weekend and everybody coming off the lockdown and we just got bombarded with so much.
Right.
And
And
the
now
fact
other
that,
things were open. So.
correct. And the fact that our staff was, we didn't even work on Monday. So normally our people would go around and if there's something overflowing, we pick that up and we throw it away ourselves.
Yeah.
Not even being on the clock, nobody was there to do that.
Well, if we just keep an eye on it, if it looks like it's something we want to readdress with GFI, get them involved, I guess is my point.
Yeah, they're more than willing to do whatever they need to do. And those guys are really helpful.
We can leave the trash talk to them.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, I've got one more question. You mentioned the truck haul. How is the restoration work holding up? Are there sections that are really being seriously eroded yet, or is it the normal 2 foot per year kind of erosion that we experience along the length of the town?
I think it's normal not knowing what your previous normal is. There is some escarpment, but it's farther south down in the Gray Street area towards First Street as it is opposed to the north. But everything seems to be holding up pretty good. And I try to make a trip at least once a day down the beach because I'm trying to get people off of it, whether we're enforcing it or not. I try to just educate everyone, try not to camp out on it. A lot of people like to pitch the fence up there and look down upon all the road.
In that regard, in some sections, the beam restoration work cover will be the stairs. The beach have people resolve that issue. Are there any gamma crossovers that we need to be looking at to extend the stairwell or extend the walkway so that
I think at this point, CAMA is not even allowing that. You have to have some type of special permit, and they're not really permitting it. Now, there are some homeowners that have gone out and done that themselves, which is, that's on CAMA still. I'm not doing anything like that. But the solution to that was walk across. What we did on the public ones, we pulled the sand back so you were not walking into a hole coming back out. So as you pull that sand back towards the stairs, it makes a nice level platform to step out. And you basically just have to walk across and walk on.
sure.
And CAMA, one of their things is you could put a treated post with I forget what they call it, some kind of yeah, just a rope attached to it to help get up and down that incline. That was their solution to that, because they weren't allowed to go over it. So far, everything seems to be okay.
Just to follow up on that, Mr. Benson pointed out, what we've seen is stairs used to go, here's the land, here's the ocean. Now we're seeing people do this and then basically walk across. So that's CAMA then?
CAMA will not
Because I
let you
mean,
go down.
I'm looking at that stuff and all we're seeing is footprints coming down through the
If it's
dunes.
just sand, it's not a dune, it's a berm.
Correct. They're not
And
classifying it as a dune.
And my understanding is they don't want owners building over berm, especially when we know we've got additional sand being coming in next year and the year after. So they're actually allowing people to either put like a roller with that, I don't know what you could do that, or you could do a walking path through it. But that's right. So those.
That explains it, because I'm looking at going, some people spent a lot of money and you can see they repaired what they had before. And then you had other people that, like, instead of going like this, went like that.
Yeah.
So they had to walk over and then they were walking back over, so.
And that was the CAMA solution. You can't go out across it, but you can come north to south.
Parallel and then walk
And then
across.
you have to walk across. Now, I saw an instance where someone actually built some stairs out of, looked like 2x4s or 2x6s into the side of that, so they had a set of steps. And so I took a picture and sent that to our camera rep, and he didn't see no problem with that either. So, and, temporary, I guess it will wash away, so I think that's.
Is that true with the lighting and stuff too?
Well, the lighting right now is supposed to be with turtle season.
On the ocean.
Well, I'll point one out to you because we've got one that's lit up more than here.
Right. I think you were talking about that.
Yeah, I mean, I was wondering about that because I kept thinking turtle season and it was like.
Well, and what we usually do, and we may have already done it, is send a flyer or an email to all our real estate companies so they can put it in the packets for the tenants that get checked in, because usually it's just,
You wouldn't know.
tenant, they don't know.
Right.
Right, so we can definitely add that, I would think, to our list of coming turtle season. And I think you guys already have something, Laura, that we do. Yeah. Okay.
That'd be great.
Well, thank you.
Sure, I'd like another cup.
Hey, you didn't give him a donut.
I
I wasn't.
That's a police thing.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I know it's life. I'm not trying to do this. Because this is live.
Administration, I want to thank you all for allowing me to take this job in the middle of a pandemic. But I do want to take the opportunity to thank everyone for all the help that they've given me and their patience with my learning curve, because there's an awful lot going on around this town. The size of the town is amazing. Not to kid around about this COVID-19 pandemic and the state of emergency, we're able to quarantine at least 2 individuals for 2 weeks. They come in contact with carriers who people who are showing symptoms, and neither one, as far as I know, did show symptoms of the disease, but as a precaution, work from home worked fairly well for those that we had to do it with. But the flip side of work from home is that everyone we deal with is also working from home, whether that was the Corps of Engineers or CAMO or in the case of Cleveland, insurance brokers and companies. So it's been very difficult to get answers on issues, particularly for the budget. That makes sense. So the budget has been a work in progress up until this morning, and I think we're still waiting on one insurance company to give us some information. With apologies to the staff people here, in many cases they submitted their budget requests, and because of the uncertainty of the revenues, well, more me than Caitlin, took a meat axe to their various departments because we had to try to find every little piece of fat and hopefully not too much meat. We received guidance from the legal municipalities that was pretty much useless on what our revenues would be on the ad valorem taxes and the sales tax. It ranged from there should be no problem whatsoever to the 20% reduction to be expected. We elected to cut that down the middle of 10%, but to be honest, it's a crapshoot, and we really don't know what those revenues are going to look like, and nobody does. And you see a lot of debate in the news and everywhere else about the impact of COVID-19 on town budgets and county and municipal budgets. So again, it's a best case, and in some cases where you address the question to the department head, they don't know what I did with their number. So again, my apologies to everyone. The pandemic, of course, and my newness have resulted in a couple of unfortunate things. One, this budget retreat being put off. So it would be very useful if we could have done this a few months ago before the budget process. And the budget, of course, I wasn't familiar with either Bennett in the past, but it would have been great to have budget workshops and from everybody. And we're now facing deadlines with getting the budget approved. We didn't do anything particularly magical in the budget. There was nothing. There are only a few areas where I think that people's attention has been drawn to on the expense side, that being the 3 additional firemen, some of the equipment numbers that come out. For the most part, this is increases in each department. So again, we'll get to that when we get to the budget, but in terms of the administration itself, I compliment the board and perhaps Mr. Chadwick for having put together this team. These people are terrific, and I hope that you all understand the issue. Questions at all at this point? Okay, wait for the budget. Thanks.
All right, Mr. Kennedy, inspections. He just said you're not doing anything, so.
I just want to thank you for what we got this year.
Did you get a new truck out of the
We certainly did.
All right.
It helps with the contracted services. When I have somebody working my place, that would nice clean vehicle, sanitized to drive. And due to the workload, we've been fortunate to have a retired inspector from Jackson
department that lives right here in Catholic Shores, building on my day.
And the software, we had talked about budgeting that last year.
Real close to putting it online, on board, just like Deb shared half the expense with our department. Kate's been real instrumental, and she's very technical, and it's my understanding of that other towns that have picked up similar software, like Sort of City, is after the storm event, it's cleaned up a lot of the incompetent people that just step in as project foremen, and you go out to do an inspection that's crunching anyway, they're like, oh, well, yeah, I didn't look at anything, it's not there. When the stakeholders with the new software, the owners, project foremen, the construction, the licensed people, when they start seeing us put down instantly, not ready, $75 fine, not ready, $100 fine, second error. Steve said he's had some projects that they fired 3 or 4 guys in a row. I got one that was competent, will be on the job, so it cleans up a lot of fraud. The homeowner knows what they're getting. They know when I go out here what I'm looking at. When I put it in the laptop, if they want it, it'll be on the phone. So it's a lot of clarity.
And the cost that's in the budget for this year is the ongoing.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, well, it's just a renewal. There was some little extras we ran into where we're gonna be able to update with the county tax department where we have, when each property changes hands, we get updated information on the new owner is. The damage assessment software that you can use, we have to report to them. They're on board with it, so if we get a storm, we're able to get their software on our laptops, and when we're in the field, when we put the numbers in, it's going on their screens too. So that gets information to the governor's office quick. It's essentially a real asset to the town. I say most larger municipalities pick that on for a while.
I think getting online is helpful.
And I think it'll be a lot clear for everybody. If they can understand when they submit, I got somebody that submits an application that's incomplete. While we keep telling them what we got to have, we put it on the shelf, put it on hold. They don't get mad at us because they're not getting their permit. The ordinance government software and continue support of it. We've had the best couple of years on revenue for this Florence, and we're over that curve now. We hope on restoration. Still a lot of open permits out there.
We have a lot of new construction.
New's been rolling right along, and a lot of the new is people coming in with big homes. And then we still we've got a bigger percentage of modular coming in. And get that properly constructed where it fits over here.
Are we still having an issue with modulars?
Same person, same problem, same setup over again,
Can you give me a little more detail of that? I have no idea.
Isn't it really just the fact that they need to be designed to be
Hurricane proof?
coastal ready? Or?
We've got 2 or 3 modular companies that give us the applications and the packages, and modular is a third party approved design, build at the factory.
Right.
We've got one modular sales guy that sends it over here every time, and it's got right on the cover page, not designed for coastal high hazard areas. Yeah.
Yeah.
And when you tell them, it's, we can't say that, it's weeks of, I involve the modular people, they don't want to talk to them. I hate to make speculation on why he does it, but then they have to go back to the factory and upgrade it, somebody gets stuck with that fee. Maybe that software helps clean that up too. So I can sell mine cheaper, but if I don't live in the right house, you have to pay to get it right.
And the other thing is that there are modular companies locally here to sell homes that were designed exactly for the beach.
Yeah, there's one right across from,
Yeah, the companies, that I'm talking about, you know, and
All of
I'm not
them.
gonna name the company, but there's one that's local that actually has beach model homes that are all made for, you know, to withstand all the extra stuff. Our house we built in 2005 was a module.
Literally.
Built at Dade County, Florida wind standards. It was intended to be out here.
All of them but one dealer around here, and he's had problems all of that. Or pretty much. When I got it, feature cross, it's in order. Engineered highway plans, it's just construction.
I have one question in your budget, and maybe this is part of the new software, but your contracted services increased significantly. Do you know why that was? Software, or are you doing more, getting more assistance from your Surf City colleagues?
Steve's always available in Surf City. I try not to bother him just because of his workload. And our new guy, we pay him by the hour. Usually what he comes in and he works a 4-hour day anyhow.
This is part.
I think the contracted services would be the part-time guy.
It's the part-time guy as well as his portion of this new program.
Okay, well, it is part of it.
Thank you. Pretty painless, huh?
And I just want to thank y'all for a couple of things we do. I'm glad that the industry considered our construction being essential. And everybody has been very respectful about distance and giving us care. I want to thank y'all for shutting the office down during that real restricted time to help keep all our families safe and well. Hoping on the redo of the old town hall that we can find the funds to work on that internal environmental quality issues. I think they can solve it out properly. We've had mechanical guys look at it with the construction with Mr. Sunroad.
And that needs to be resolved. We can't just go back in there in a couple of years from now and have them all again.
I think we can get it right this time before we had to tear the seal. It's just what people were doing here and compartmental.
But you're engaged in that with Mr. Stumbo.
Yes, ma'am. Thanks for giving us opportunity to serve constituents and y'all's directions you got.
You guys want to take a few minute break?
Sure. 7th inning stretch, which is really the 2nd inning stretch. Take me up to the. Read my mind.
First of all, it's a catch. I'm used to cap stuff, cap stuff. This is just a catch.
You haven't seen that yet?
No?
Yeah, it's a good show.
3 funds. So it's 130.
No, it's fine. I was trying to understand funding. So, but that's got another $3 million that comes in there every year. If it's 65, 35, you're about 3. And how much would that would spend?
Well,
What happened?
I don't know what happened. I don't think anything happened. I don't know if they just took a break or what.
They probably took a break. It's 10:48.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is not working. I can't, I'm going to have to go in. This is, I can't understand 3/4 of what's going on. I can't continue this. This is a waste of time.
You're not hearing anything? or what?
No, I can't decipher. They all sound muffled and the same.
Hey, Mr. Peters, we're on a break right now, so I just have the speaker on mute. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Deb, but I
Yeah.
can't hear anyone else hardly at all.
Yeah, that's because we're on they wanted to take a little 5-minute recess, so I just muted the speaker so everybody didn't hear all the conversations going on.
They're taking a break.
Okay, I didn't know exactly what was going
They're
on.
taking a break right now.
So, okay, I'm going to have to come in, it looks like. I can't continue. I'm not getting anything out of this that much. So,
You shouldn't go in, Dick.
Okay, is it because you're having a hard time hearing it?
Yes.
Okay.
everything is about the same. It's just kind of muffled.
Okay.
Deb, are you all in one room? You're all together?
We are, but I tell you what might help is I've got a headset that I can run out there. If he had a headset on, does he think that he might be able to hear?
I can't hear you, Deb, I can't hear you.
Okay, can you,
Go ahead.
can you hear me better now?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Oh, well, I've got a headset that I can run out there to him if you think that him having a headset on would help.
Or I could go pick it up. You don't need to run anywhere.
We'll see if we can run it out there. Hold on.
Okay. He was going to go in, but the only reason I'm reluctant about that.
No, don't do that.
Yeah,
Don't do that.
his immune system is compromised and he's bound to that here.
Yeah, it's not working.
Yeah, if we could do something else, I'd be happy to do whatever you want me to do.
Yeah, let me find my headset and I'll run it out there.
Well, I can come get it, Deb. Take a break, okay? It's no problem for me.
Yeah, all right.
Where are you at, by the way?
Well, we're at the library, but I'll have somebody run it out there to you.
The library.
Okay, that's fine.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, stay where you're at. I'll run it out there.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
What,
Somebody's gonna drop it off. They're gonna bring you a big speaker. Where are they at? Where are they at?
the library?
Oh, that's not that far.
No.
I'll go sit on the porch.
Yeah.
Unless somebody has to.
Or Barry can do it. Whichever.
I thought I brought it with me, but I guess I didn't.
I'm not talking about a clock. Why would you be on a clock anyway?
We need to try Mike's,
Yeah, but you have to be, that's not gonna help you, Dick, because you're not connected to a phone. You're not connected to a phone.
Hey, Mr. Peters, Mike's Mike said that he had given you a headset with a microphone. Do you still have that one, or you want to use mine?
Well, but he has it, but it's connected to his cell phone. I can't put it on the regular phone. Would that help? Because I don't think it did. I'll try.
You're using your laptop, right?
Yeah, we're using the laptop.
Yeah.
Well, let me see. You want me to plug it in the laptop? Let's see what happens.
Well, I think Mike said it didn't have.
You know, so,
You could use it either way.
and then we could come and go.
Unless he wants me to put this in.
There's no place to plug it in.
No, it's real little.
Is that green light on the microphone?
Okay, let's try.
And I'm wondering if this is a backup for the county. Stuff in the floor.
Or how about the chips and bricks?
Yeah, maybe that one.
You know, more than anything else.
She said he got it. Vice President, he never has a meeting on email. We're gonna select one of these over by here. And you can tell. Slow down. Short-term memory. I do the same thing, and I pray.
I can hear much better.
Yeah, so we replaced with a head gas structure twice.
So they came.
Now that everybody's like, Amazon's delivering on Sunday. So it's
Really, the time of day.
Custard. That's what we did the beach first.
I can't remember last time I got it.
He was listening to the meeting on the computer.
I mean, it's moved a couple times.
No, it was. You couldn't hear anything better. So.
Yeah.
In his ear. You're not gonna hear him.
Must be time.
Heck, yeah, there's the company.
Oh, this one.
I don't hear anything on my water bill for that. Voicemail. I like how they do print them out. Although it's funny, you know, it's like these calls that you get, which I don't even answer.
Something stiff.
They must have something that allows them to go around. It's like, who's calling me from Boston? Or you go.
Yeah, and trouble.
In the summer.
Let me mute the microphone.
Are they wearing masks? Nobody's wearing a mask.
We are going to continue with the next fun topic that I think everything is kind of led into this morning, which would be the recap of the goals and then the budget.
Obviously, I wasn't here for the 2019 goals, but I know there were a number of them. We'll start with the sandbag revetment up at the north end. At long last, apparently there's an agreement on contract language. I'm expecting to see the contract, and my understanding is I'm authorized to sign it when we get it. I would hope to see that within the next day or so, and we'll get to work on that first order. Obviously, town park work is going along at a fever pitch. Assuming that the weather cooperates, we should be 95% open on July 4th, and certainly finish with any of the little details by the end of July or the 24th.
Yeah, I can hear you.
So that will be taken care of.
And they're really moving right along. I know we had quite a bit of rain the other week.
Yeah, that
Kind
kind
of
of.
everybody, but they're doing a good job.
And there actually seems like, and Scott could verify it, it seems like they're a pleasure to work with, and they certainly keep us posted on every thing that they do, or every problem they run into. So I hope they bid on the town hall.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Before you do that, my recollection is we're doing it in phases. But because I saw that they tore up where the tennis courts were, but they haven't really laid the tennis courts yet.
The original intent was to do 2 separate phases, to do 1/2 inch park, open it, and then do the other 1/2 inch park. And when the pandemic hit, it became obvious that since we were going to have the entire park closed, they ran in and just tried to do everything at once. And a lot of the stuff in phase 1 was delayed in shipments and whatever because of the pandemic. So it's just as well that they went ahead with some of the phase 2 stuff that in fact done before phase 1.
So did you say the 24th you think it would be done? Or
The
July
24th
4th?
is the contract final date of July, that they have to be done by.
No, but you think most of it will be done before July 4th?
So when you say most, so I saw.
Playground will be open, picnic area will be open, volleyball will be ready, basketball, paving in the lots, tennis court is questionable.
But the parking will be there then for, so on the ocean side, which I love all the people that we're going through there and get stuck in the sand all the time. So is that?
So that's also county's park, and I know that they've been communicating with us, and they have got a contractor there who's getting that fixed, and they've tried to escalate that project as well. I don't know the end date of that, and they didn't communicate that to me, but they understand our parking concerns, and they have acknowledged that if that additional parking was open, that it would eliminate a lot of the tickets that we had to write. So they're working on it.
I've seen workers
Not
on that
many,
building. There's a couple of them been out there and doing some stuff, and they put up some new, I'm gonna call it lattice work already. Because we were looking at that, there's obviously safety issues with walking under that right now. So when we're done, if that's closed, we're gonna have another problem unless people can walk around that, unless they're gonna rope it off, right? Because, have, like, to your point, Joanne, Mayor, that if we get it all done on the other side of the street, people are still gonna want to go to the beach. And right now, they've got it blocked off there because they're saying it's not safe to go underneath that building, so.
And we are working with them, so I would just ask staff to continue to do that.
Well, it seems if nothing else, if they wanted to block it off, they could at least make a path on the side so that people parking can walk over there, because they're gonna do it anyway.
Some type of safer,
Exactly.
They closed it off after Hurricane Florence. People been walking under it for going on 2 years.
Oh, I know.
Saying it's right or it's safe, but they have been. And now they've got the sand fence there, like you said. And once we get our parking lot open again across the street, we're going to have an issue. One of the things I wanted to mention about the park and the contractor, So I really like his weekly updates.
Yeah.
I do too.
I mean, they're really succinct.
It's nice.
They're very much like what I remember having to do or getting when I was in the Marine Corps, you know, what we've done last week and what we plan to do next week. It doesn't get any simpler than that.
No pictures.
And it's just it's a really well done way to sort of frame what's going on without a lot of extra stuff.
And going in tandem with that, Scott goes out and takes pictures, I guess, about once a week or so, sends them over to India, India puts them on our Facebook page, and I think it's nice for people to see that, you know, what's going on, and that we're actually making some progress.
I also like your, I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, last weekend we were out, Onslow County did have a person parked at the entranceway to their area to prevent, I guess, discourage people from trying to walk through there. And so they'll probably have to continue doing that, especially once the town park is open and people can park there. Sure. It will be an issue.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, in fact, I'm glad you mentioned, I'll speak to county management and see that, let them know when we anticipate opening the parking lots and see what arrangement can be made.
And to follow up on the reports, you sent me those weekly reports that you do. Those are very helpful.
Oh, yeah, I'm glad you did. Right, and then I guess that comes to another one of the goals was to improve communication. I'm not exactly sure what it was that they were trying to improve, but it seems to be, well, I wasn't here, but they seem to do a great job, India and Laura, setting updating the website, doing the social media work. It seems like throughout the pandemic, there's been plenty of information there.
I think it's going well.
And each time we've done a press release or a modification of the state of emergency, it appears magically everywhere. So I hope that constitutes an improvement, not only what it looks like before. And of course, the weekly updates, I hope that they're satisfactory. I just kind of hit the treetops.
No, it's perfect.
Actually, anytime anybody has any other questions, but please. Other issues, of course, that are later in the agenda, in any case, the hardened structure, that has been hung up in COVID-19. We can't get around to looking at the environmental impact statement. COVID designation changes, which I'm sure Tom is going to address soon. You know, again, that legislation is pending in the House and Senate, as far as I know, and I'm sure that it is not on the top of anybody's list. Of course, the various programs they have going on. Federal project, again, later on in the agenda, we'll talk about that, but that is certainly moving along in some fashion. And the town hall, we alluded to it, that everybody has collaborated on the situation at the town hall, and trying to get this thing done properly within what will be a reasonable budget with the insurance people will reimburse us for. But some of the things that of interest, the HVAC system, I wasn't aware of what a horror that had been over the years. So we may have added a little bit of money to the engineering and properly engineering and balance. So we don't have the issues that we had before. Seems like it's a lot more sensible to do it now, there are no walls, than to try to fix it afterward. And of course, the Golden Leaf Foundation grant will help us with the mitigation issues with the upgrades, like the asphalt to the windows. So we're having not only the building bid back the way it was, but also opening bids.
So on town hall, my question would be, Mr. Stumbo said that it should be completed by the end of the year. So for that to happen, we kind of have to get started. So I know that we're still discussing the HVAC and some things that need to be worked out, but is there nothing they can start, like the roof? What, has he gotten back to us with?
We don't have a contract.
Well, that's what I'm saying. What, how do we get to the next step
You
of
said,
this?
60
Or it's
days
never
to
gonna be
get
done?
ready for a contract.
Those 60 days, I think that we're ready to give us plans. Plans that they can go out and solicit.
And bid. Okay, so we're not at the part where we can start.
I thought they had the plans done back in May. Not totally, because they certainly charged us for preparation of them. Right side of the check.
They certainly charge for preparation, and we've made a few, or had to make a few changes to them. There were some issues with code compliance that Jimmy was able to identify that, one of my concerns was I don't want the building to be built and then have to fail the building inspection.
That'd be
The fire
fire
inspection, and there were issues involved in both of those that had to be corrected. So those plans that you saw have been modified. And I believe they're also going to take a look now at moving the ductwork, or to do the balancing of the HVAC system. And
So I do have a question on that though. So if we've gotten plans that were drawn up by an engineer. In my opinion, they should have not had an issue going through building or fire. So I would hope we're not being charged for those modifications. And I could be wrong, you might have a different opinion, but that to me sounds like that's something they should know. Unless they're specific to our environment here that they wouldn't know.
I don't know that that's the case.
There was very, very little change, just,
Okay.
that's what we're looking at, getting it back to where pretty much identical, some small little changes, like maybe an airlock door
Okay.
out front. There was some questions about the security of the police department, but I don't know that I haven't figured out to maintain it like it was. Y'all mentioned some impact walls and lights. I think that the rest of us getting blown away with the police protected.
No, it's a good point. You don't want to pay for, you're paying for somebody's expertise.
Right, that's my point.
That and the door somewhere, to help us all out. Like the hallway going toward the game bathroom.
So it wasn't necessarily building code issues that you sent
I
back?
don't, not real, there were the questions were brought up, but I think we've all got back on the same page.
Okay.
It is what it is. We're just trying to renovate it without getting beyond the 50% rule for the fire marshal.
So all of a sudden I got included in this a couple weeks ago, and there were all these changes, and I was, so that, Mr. Gilbride saying, oh, whoa, we're getting ready to break a bunch of fire codes here. We need to stop. So, and then we all got together because it's been going on. We've all been hired at different times. And so we're all on the same page now. We're back to get it straightened out. Let's get it down.
Thank you, sir. That's good. I'm sorry to stop.
No, I think the only change in the building will be if when the engineer, the HVAC guy looks at it, we can't use all of the equipment or we need another piece of equipment. I think that's where we'll see the change.
Or different ductwork.
Correct.
Okay.
And of course, the other issue, which is always of contention, is the accommodations tax. During the budget, we did make the leap of putting $150,000 in there. I know the commissioners were voting last night on some of the budget issues in the county, and I don't know how that came out.
Well, the 150 though, that was supposed to be a grant for us out of their tourism fund. So it's not gonna, I believe that's separate from the accommodations tax.
We get 3% of 6.
I'm sorry, you're right.
But that's above and beyond, and it's been ongoing every year. We ask them for some, and sometimes they give it, sometimes they promise it, don't give it, sometimes they promise it, and then they attach so many stipulations and riders to what they want us to do for it, that it's actually going to cost us money if we sign up and agree to get the $350,000. But hey, they can give $1,000 every year to Holly Ridge for their 4th of July fireworks, and think about how much Holly Ridge brings in the way of accommodations tax, and I can get a bet it's about that much. Not that I have strong feelings on this.
Can we step back for a second and just for the benefit of all of us here to get us on the same page? So if we could just talk about the accommodations tax, how that's divided and where that goes, which fund that goes to, I think that would help us as well as the sales tax.
Right, I think we have an issue with tourism grant revenue. because it's really the accommodation tax that needs to go into Fund 30. So it's going to be a deduction from the Fund 30 revenues. Although I would suggest that since we have to do a lot of beach maintenance, leases, trash collection, so forth and so on, I think all of our expenses that would have normally been in Fund 20 has now been moved to Fund 10. We should subtract our expenses for basically public access parking to the beach from that tourism grant. So I've got specific figures, but I'm just saying at this point, we need to cover our expenses for public beach parking in the Fund 10, and the remainder of any funds that we get from Onslow County would go into Fund 30 for beach nursing.
So can we step back, Kristen? Let's go back to accommodation tax. I didn't mean to cut you off, Tom. I'm just trying to get the answer for that. So the amount of money that we get in accommodations tax is divided how?
6% set by state law at 6%.
That's what's paid.
By, somebody rents a
Yes,
house to
yes.
Treasury or Realty,
Yeah.
they pay 6% occupation, occupancy tax.
Right.
We get 3% of that, and Onslow County gets 3%. The only way to raise that amount is to go to the state and ask for an exemption. The only exemption I believe that they've granted is in Charlotte, and had to do with construction Charlotte Motor Speedway. I think that's the only one in the state. So what you run into when you ask for an increase is a very strong hotel, restaurant, tourism lobby.
You hear it now? Hear it now?
Yeah, saying no. For right now, it's split 50-50 and 6%.
Tell me when you can hear it. When you can hear
Fund 30.
Okay.
Help me.
You can answer that. You could speak up.
Tell me what those three funds are.
I can hear you, Rose.
What do you think?
Oh.
got it?
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, here's your paper. Here's the draft.
All right, so Fund 10 is
Is
what?
the general fund, and that's our everyday operating.
Got it.
Correct?
All right, go ahead.
And then Fund 30 is the beach fund.
Okay.
And then Fund 20, I thought we consolidated last year.
We did.
And consolidated it where?
Into Fund 10.
So we just have the two funds.
Okay, and then, just so I understand, we've got X amount of revenue that comes in. I understand there may be certain things because it's a beach fund that we've committed that we've got to pay certain things. How is the allocation between those funds determined? Is it by statute? Is it by, like, for example, can the board say every dollar that comes in, 60% is going to go here, 30% is going to go here? Can we change that? I just want, it's like sometimes when you walk into something, we might have decided that it was a 90-10 split 10 years ago for a really good reason, but now it ought to be 80-20. What flexibility do we have and what type of revenues do we get in? So I'm starting off with, I don't know anything, so.
I don't know that answer.
I don't know the answer either. Well, the Fund 30 revenues, if you look at them, there is local option sales use tax, $400,000. Well, I think the board decided at some point in the past, before I was a member of the board, that a certain percent, like you said, of local option sales tax would go to Fund 30, and you also see that same line item in Fund 10.
But that's it. No, but that's exactly my point. Because he's saying, that was done by the board to do the allocation, right? And so in theory, then, if we go back to our prioritization at this meeting, right? Sure. We can look at it and we say, if the and again, I'm trying to not be stupid, but in terms of simple, if we get right now, I'm looking at a general operating budget that's less than $6 million. I have no idea how much actual money we have coming in versus a 6. Like, do we have another 10 million? Do we have 3 million? Those type of things, because I think that, as you just said, if we look at this stuff and we say we ought to reallocate this stuff, one, do we have the right to do it? And then two is based upon our needs, because in theory, what the mayor said is, it may be that we do an allocation differently for a year to pay for something specific that we think we have to have right away. So maybe we're not borrowing money to do it and taking on a 30-year type of thing, and then we could change it back the next year if we're doing something else. So, well, that's, you know, I don't know the answer to that, but I think that's something as a board, we all want to understand.
I think I understand your question, but the only revenue item that I see in Fund 30 that we could possibly change the ratio would be the optional sales tax. Because the ad valorem tax, we have 15 cents as designated as part of our ad valorem tax for Fund 30 each year. So, we designated that as a board, and we're collecting that as part of our official tax rate. So we can't change that.
But we do
Well,
as a
just-
board.
But that's fine, you know, I'm not trying to lawyer that, I am a lawyer, but what I'm saying is what you just described to me is we could change.
No, we can't.
You just said as a board, we changed.
So the only thing the board can change would be the local optional sales tax.
I think it would be good if we could have maybe the attorney, the town attorney, look at it. I just think we ought to know that, right? Because if we have no
We need to
flexibility,
understand the process.
that's the point.
Just so everybody's aware, it's ad valorem taxes and the local option sales taxes that are divided between Fund 10 and Fund 30. 65% into Fund 10 for both and 35% into Fund 30.
And who determined those?
I don't know, it was like that
That's
when
the
I got
question.
here.
And that's what, you know, it's like, remember the old, you know, why do we keep shoveling in this hole? Well, because they did it last year. Let's at least understand it.
What I'm saying is the tax rate is broken down when we talk about tax rate. It's 0.15 cents for each nurse. That's where that 35% comes from.
But I don't think anybody's disputing what it is today. We're just trying to understand if there was a need or a desire at some point in time for the board to have to change those allocations. What does that process look like? And do we legally have the ability to do that?
That's the point. Because, you know, instead of 0.15, maybe it should be 0.2. Maybe
Well,
it should be
I was on the
I don't
board.
know.
I was on the board when we passed that. In fact, I think if we go all the way back in the minutes, I might have even been the guy that made the motion to do it. We had a lot of wrestling around amongst ourselves to try to figure out what was enough, but not too much. And it was understood that 15 cents per 100 would go into the beach fund for beach projects. But to your point, and Mike, where I think we're kind of getting off the track here, is that that's one component of the bigger picture that I think Grant's trying to get to the bottom of what can we do and what things can we change. And you're right, that one we said 15 cents a 100 property tax to beach fund. I think the rest of it is a question. What can we change in terms of what goes where?
Right, but I think you just made the point that the mayor and I were making, which is you said we decided that it was going into.
Exactly.
So we could decide that that's the right number, the wrong number, or whatever. And I'm just saying, when we look at projects, particularly because of how long it takes to do something like a beach project, right? Just for example, by putting something off 6 months or a year, we might be able to fund something that we need now, all right, versus doing that. And it's like, you know, and to me, especially, you know, hearing from the fire chief and the police chief, we've got some stuff that frankly, we can't wait 3 years to do.
Well, we've been putting it off, is the problem. We've just,
Right.
you know, we've been putting it off.
Okay. But I think that the point is we could have something come back to us and say, here's what it is. If you want to change the process, I think one of you just talked about how you have to change the 6%, you got to go back to the legislature. Okay, that's an answer. That's probably not something we want to do.
Right.
But, you know, what other options do we have?
And I did put that down for the closed session to understand the process. And I don't even, some of these may not be closed session items. I will follow up. All right.
I think you know what the issue is, Laura. So we're good.
All right, sorry, sir.
No, that's pretty much it for, as far as I know, for the plans from last year.
Okay, so do you want to move into let your folks know everything that you just cut out of their budgets? Are you trying to throw Caitlin to the wolves?
Actually, I was just looking at it and figured whoever this contingency guy was just got hammered.
Just remember one thing, it's better to be the last speaker before lunch than the first speaker after lunch.
Good point.
We start with the revenue side of the thing.
Okay. And I think we all acknowledge that this is just gonna be quite a bit of a challenge with the COVID out there.
Well, the revenue is, revenue has been, you actually got these questions. Where all these numbers are coming from, our estimated revenues are up, as opposed to what we were estimating last year. However, we took them down, what, 10%, I guess, to,
We left the tax revenues as is.
I'm sorry. Correct.
Yes. We talked about it and decided to leave those as they were.
Which page are you on?
I'm sorry, page 3.
Just a question, do you have a balance sheet for us? I've got a revenue thing, could we at some point get a balance? I mean, I want to know how much cash we've got.
Yes, I
You
do
know,
have.
when I see finance, and again, I don't come from the public sector, okay? And I mentioned this to him, it's like, I'm looking for stuff like capitalizing things, and with your wife as a CPA, okay, you know.
Right.
I've got it drilled into me in terms of what a balance sheet looks like and income statements and all that. Because
I
this
have
looks
a
like
number.
this looks like a cash budget to me.
Yes.
That's what we have to work with.
Okay.
We don't necessarily dwell on what our total financial picture is. That's done with the audit. We get an official audit done every year, and it's, you know, this big. So
I'm fine with that, but understand,
you're asking
right,
for
but,
in the audit.
well, but, you know, with all due respect, the problem with that is we're making assumptions here on the revenue and stuff. And I don't know what our, you know, what our ability, if this is wrong, to cover these costs is, and that's gonna come out of the balance sheet.
Yes.
You know, if you tell me we've got $5 million in cash and we're off $500,000 here, I don't have any concerns. If you tell me we got $50,000 in cash on this kind of stuff, and frankly, from a board perspective, what I would ask for is something like a quarterly update to find out where we are as a cash flow matter, so that we are not, you know,
Yeah.
we're not by default going into debt or pulling on reserves that we don't have to.
Yes, yes.
Okay, I mean, we always, and I don't know how the towns work, but my background has been is a budget is a budget, and every quarter we go in and we look at stuff and we say, okay, we just had like, you know, knocking, you know, $300,000 out of the contingency fund tells me if we have another hurricane or something else, we've got a real issue in terms of now, and just stuff that we ought to know.
Yes, for sure.
Okay.
I ran the numbers for the general fund balance as of the numbers at the end of April.
Mhm.
And this is an unaudited number,
Yeah.
so it's subject to
Audited.
change, it's an estimate, but you're looking at, from the end of the fiscal year, in our current surplus, it's about 3.8 million.
Okay, then okay, you've covered, that was my question.
Yes.
We have coverage if we need it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so we projected the property tax and the ad valorem tax to not necessarily change, assuming again that people will actually pay their property taxes this year. You know, the two big impacts of COVID-19 are the loss of rental income to people and in some cases perhaps the loss of employment. So we really don't know, but we're going to assume that we are going to have a good collection of tax revenue.
Mr. Gilbert, I'm sorry, can I bring you back up to the hard infrastructure project? What have we received from Onslow County out of the money that they had committed to us for that, for the hard infrastructure, for the analysis portion of it?
Offhand, I don't know.
I was looking at that yesterday. We received probably around 50,000 this past fiscal year to date, as an average. And I think the last number I saw remaining was 80,000.
I thought the total amount that they had agreed to was 200,000. Why am I thinking that? Did they give us?
It was 2 or 250.
Yeah, it was more than they've given us.
I'm not sure. I
Do
can
you
look
have
into that.
outstanding invoices still?
I get revenues for those taxes every month or couple months. And I get an updated sheet monthly. So last I looked at it, it was around 80,000 remaining to be collected.
Okay. And just real quick, when you're putting this together, I know that your Excel spreadsheets have working assumptions at the bottom.
Yes.
Can we get those next time?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
It's not your fault. I'm used to a structure that is different. It just, that when I'm looking at something that tells me on the revenue side, I'm making this assumption, I'm making this assumption. And I know that you've got them on your spreadsheets because that's how you do it.
No problem.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
So again, this is where we have the county tourism grant that I mentioned. We will have an update
And that's
on that.
in here as a revenue?
Yes.
No, but we're saying that needs to go into Fund 30 because
This is Fund
it's a
30.
lot.
Look at that 10.
We're looking at Fund 30.
No, I was looking at Fund 30.
All right, what page are we on?
You're on page 3.
That's what I thought.
This page, I'm sorry.
That's okay. All right, now I'm looking.
So that's what I'm saying, that county tourism grant is really, an occupancy tax and it should go in Fund 30.
Well, I look at it,
That paper on.
perhaps this issue is in Fund 30, but I look at it from a perspective of that county tourism tax. We used to be doing things like collecting trash and help them with the extra first responders that we need on in the summer on the weekends, and basically taking care of the requirements that are levied against the town by the influx of day visitors from the county. I look at it from a perspective of it's money given to us by the county that was generated here in the first place that ought to be used to clean up after the day visit.
That's exactly what I'm proposing. I said
Okay.
earlier, we need to cover the lease costs of the Jeffrey's lots, we need to cover the trash collection, we need to cover the maintenance that our public works does, and if we're gonna put 20,000 in the public works, public streets budget to fix the public parking, that all needs to come out of this 150.
Right.
To stay in the general fund to cover those expenses, and the remainder needs to go into Fund 30, which
So,
would be
so big
$62,000.
picture, just real quick, big picture, how I look at this is you got three people who use the beach. Three categories of people, and those three categories of people should pay for the maintenance of the beach and the area around the beach. One of them is the homeowners, property owners. They pay for it at 15 cents a hundred, okay? The second one is the vacationers, and they pay for it. And they pay for it with
Renters by vacation.
with, the weekly renters who in turn pay for it by that 3% occupancy tax primarily. And so what's the group that's missing?
Day people.
They pay sales tax, but beyond that, I mean, I think that the group that's missing is the influx of day visitors, because I'll tell you, I don't think at this point, given all these new housing developments and the increase over the last several years of day visitors that we've had, it probably doesn't cover it. And that's where that additional tax from the county's occupancy tax that they collect from their tourism fund ought to be returned to the town.
Right.
Okay, and I think we're all on that same page here.
And just a quick question for you. When you use the term grant for a revenue, are those, I mean, to me, a grant is a one-time type of thing. And we're putting it into an operating budget, which means next year, are we gonna get I always hate the budget for something when I know my revenues are going here, and I'm counting stuff that's a one-time thing, and now I'm building it into a permanent budget. On those type of grants, I know it's only $150,000. My point though is, are we using the term grant as it really is? I mean, it might be a 10-year grant.
It's been an annual
That's my
grant. The
question.
last few years, we've been going back and forth disputing and trying to come to an arrangement for a larger amount.
Okay.
But this year we
But it's
haven't
an annual.
submitted anything, so we're hopeful, and we have to follow up and see how their meeting went, that they were able to direct 150,000 back.
Okay, but what you're saying to me, Mayor, is that it's
It's
something
ongoing.
that's gone.
And I would actually say, I heard the comments about, where should this 150,000 be? But I think for today's exercise, if we could allow staff to just get through it, I made a
I
note
agree.
about that too. And then if we need to revisit that, we can do that.
And I think the town attorney's going to let us know some of that stuff too. That's good. Go ahead.
Beyond that, we forecast a reduction in interest income, largely because rates are down, but also because of the substantial payments on the USDA loan and the trust fund. Loan proceeds, of course, last year we got some money, borrowed money to buy vehicles that has not happened this year. There are no proceeds coming in. Insurance proceeds of $400,000 is an estimate on what we would hope to receive from the town hall.
Is it key to them waiting to hear back that final number from the insurance? The orange is the difference from what you guys received over the weekend and what I've changed.
If I could just interrupt all of you just for 1 second. The mics are really sensitive, but also everything's turned up as loud as I can get it. And when there's a lot of rustling of paper and movement and stuff, it's knocking out the audio. So when I'd gone outside to try to follow your meeting, your voices were getting knocked out for all the rustling of paper and stuff. So if we can just be really conscientious that, it's these little sounds are really picking up. Thank you.
You can throw stuff at us if you need to.
No, it's okay. It's all right. I'm just trying to help.
Miscellaneous and just historical numbers, CO's cost share. One of the things that Kevin and I were talking about was eliminating cost share on COs and simply managing it for the residents as opposed to bringing money into it ourselves. That we kind of tossed out, and we don't think that we would settle any less COs if we weren't participating.
As a buyer, I agree with that. I bought 400 this year. I would pay a full price for it.
Because we already offer them at a discounted rate, don't we get a discount? So, I mean, with what we're all going through this year and the challenges that we have for the budget, I mean, I definitely think that's something to be considered. And then if we can improve upon that in the following years, we could always go back.
Also, I've noticed the ocean, when you walk, the oceanfront homes, most of them didn't wait for that stuff to come in. They'll put the plantings in. This would be stupid for them when they have somebody, especially if they're having paying somebody to put them in.
Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't stopped that now. They put up this same fence.
Yeah, I'm just saying labor's the big cost, and that's not the cost of the plantings. So.
Utilities franchise tax, again, that was one that we reduced in anticipation of COVID-19. Beer and wine tax, we were relying on the board to increase that number, but I guess your purchases are off. So
we'll work on that for you.
I can appreciate that.
Should tax the labor
COVID-19.
I would have thought that would go up, not down.
Power bill allocation, Caitlin has that in there because with the problems they're having at the DOT right now, we're not comfortable with that. We will get the same amount of money that we traditionally gotten. We're still kind of chasing that one down. With the DOT, of course, laying off people and canceling projects, and I think the Hampstead bypass is now on hold. Local option sales use tax. Again, the reduction of 10% just hopefully that will be the state of the extent of damage. Paid parking income. Our current paid parking is doing a heck of a lot better than it would have ordered, certainly than it was budgeted. It's some odd $1,000, $36,000.
That's for the 4-wheel drive, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. That's a big one.
And again, I would suggest that should be more than 100. Because that's to support each activities, that parking, that access.
Okay, I mean.
And to be honest with you, this is where they were last year.
I understand. And as I thought about the budget this year, I said, oh, why do we need that in the general fund when it really was generated for the purpose of Each nourishment goes back to 130.
But I think if it was here last year, and I think it was the right thing to do to leave it where it was, and then we as a board can decide whether to leave it there, move it to Fund 30. I think that we need to have this conversation.
After we get direction from the county attorney. Or from the town attorney.
The police department is trying to balance our budget with the citations and court fees. And a little bit further down, parking and code enforcement. The collection rate on these $50 parking tickets is about 80% right off the bat, correct, Chief? And
So if you double the number of tickets, then
We had Steve helping us last weekend, which really did help a lot because we've been tied up on going from one call to the next. And he wrote like 55 and over weekend.
just a question on that, maybe you can answer the question. Because I understand that you don't have to be law enforcement to issue tickets.
Parking tickets and
That's
things
right,
like that.
yes. Yeah, I don't mean speeding tickets.
Right. Well, even like glass bottles and things like that on the beach. Unless you're a sworn officer, you can't demand anybody's identification.
So I'm talking about walking up the street and writing tickets, parking.
Parking tickets, right. That's why we have Steve helping us with it.
I mean, at $50 a pop, we could hire somebody $20 an hour. And I can just say across from me, they're lined up there, and you know, half the time they're having to pull it out of the sand.
You drop a parking ticket book off at Aldermen Grant's house.
My wife will write them all day long, I can tell you.
So isn't there two different, isn't there a parking ticket that you issue as a state parking ticket and a parking ticket that you issue as a town parking ticket, and there's different
We use
fine
a town citation for all that.
for all of it,
Yes,
and it's $50.
yes, sir. Some, most of the fines are $50, some of them are 100, some of them go up to 500. So we don't.
That's like for a handicap spot or something like that. The parking
That
lot
and
spot.
dune violations will go up to 500.
I'm not even gonna ask you the question, how many dune violation tickets did we write last year?
Not but a few. Most of the time, by the time we get there, they're
Oh, they're
gone.
gone.
Down to the planning department, building, mechanical, electrical, plumbing. Generally, those numbers are just developed based on our history. This year, Deb tells me that traditionally when we have something like this pandemic or people tend to fix their houses, so that she did not anticipate a large fall off in any of those. Garbage collection fees. Onslow County increased their two-big fees by, I believe it was 40% this year, so we made that adjustment into the revenues here, and it's the only thing, I think at this point, that we're recommending to change in the fee schedule, which would actually be an increase of about $1.09 a month. But it's simply to recover the costs being passed along to us on this ticket. I guess we'll be behind on your landfill, and 40% seems like a hefty increase, but that will all be going up at September 1st.
There's a percentage, the Plurus is the one we pay, right?
Mhm.
That's what I'll pay. So I forget what the number is, $58 a month or something like that.
Mhm.
So when you say the tipping fee is a percentage of that, we're not talking about 58 going to 100, which would be 40%. We're talking about 58 going to 60 to 60.
Yeah, the plurus fee is not hard. What he's talking, tipping fee is for the garbage that's picked up each week. There's a tipping fee to dump the truck at the land. That's what he's talking about.
But that will be in the Plurus still, right?
Yeah, it's rolled into that.
It's not, it's
I don't
in,
think it's
it's in on WAS, it's in on WAS.
It's on the Wausau bill.
Our trash collection fee is,
Yes.
Okay.
so it's gonna loss the bill. It'll reflect in that amount.
Thanks to the county.
So that's a revenue with an associated expense.
Solid waste, vacant lot fees. Again, we just did a massive billing on those and money is rolling in, so we should be okay there. Cards. Sales tax refund is something we have to apply for. It's basically the sales tax that we pay throughout the year that we get refunded back to us. I don't remember grant reimbursement.
I was trying to ask you about that.
We were, it was gonna be some of the, golden,
Oh, okay.
For town hall.
yes, for the upgrades.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Any questions on revenues, Kate, I'll be happy to answer. Coming into governing body, I don't think there's anything particularly dramatic here. Most of our numbers we see reductions are just based on what historically is happening this year. One number that, to be honest, that we've been wanting to take a look at is the comparison on compensation with other boards in the area. I don't know how that holds up. To be honest, we're looking at chop anything we can find, so.
I would like to address that issue. Thank you for bringing it up. 2 years ago, this board raised its salary 750% in the budget. And I believe that since we are in a really budget crunch this year, it's time for the board to scale back our alternate salary. I have done a comparison study with the other 2 island towns, and I'm going to suggest that salary for the mayor pro tem and the alternate roll back from $750 back to $500 a month as a salary. The mayor's salary, I don't have a recommendation because I don't know what the mayor's salary is, but I would think it should be a comparable rollback to what the aldermen accept. Number one, we really increased our salaries above and beyond the other island towns. Our budget is $5 million. Our island town to the south of us Council Beach has a $2 million general fund budget, and yet, those commissioners there are in the $500 range for their salary. Surf City has a $10 million budget, and their commissioners are in the $500 range. And North Topsail has almost a $6 million budget now, and so I think it's very appropriate compared to our general fund and comparable salaries, and the fact that we're really going to have to prune this budget to be able to balance it. Our salaries back to $500.
I have a question for you. So you've done your research.
Yes.
And you're talking about ranges. If you've done your research, you should have hard numbers. What are they?
Exactly $500 for mayor through all commissioners in Council Beach.
Okay.
Exactly $473 for commissioners, councilmen, and Surf City. And if you don't go to the board meeting, you don't get the whole $473. You have to attend the board meeting each month to receive a part of that salary.
That's normal board process. I don't have any problem with that, but just a question. And I'm not, it's just two things that didn't make sense to me. I'm with you on the board fees. I'm shocked that Surf City's budget is only that because they've got all the commercial stuff and all the commercial money coming in. I would have thought that their budget was 3 or 4 times our budget.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Thought too.
I have no problem with the board fees. I'm shocked because I don't know how you maintain anything with that, with the geographic area, with Surf City going all the way up to 17. But I'm fine with the proposal.
Part of the back history on the increase, your background is, we were at $100 a month forever. And the intent was to raise it to the point where board members and the mayor could use that money to contribute to political candidates, re-elections, to help the town get things done.
I mean, they would be encouraged to do.
Yes, that was the intent, was to if they so desire to, maybe write a check for somebody like Harry Brown when he was running, or Phil Shepard, or whoever, or in some cases, and I do know one individual who's no longer a member of this body who spent all of his money doing that at federal level as well as state. So that was the intent behind the increase. Just by way of background.
I mean, I'll weigh in just a little bit, and that is, one is, I think that you have to have some kind of board fee. And the example I've got is, I know there's another board that I am not serving on, but it's this type of board. They pay 0, and they're involved in about $50 million worth of litigation. All right, and so you've got all this insurance and everything else, and even though they've got certain immunities and stuff like that, and so you have to have something in there, I think. And I have no problem with what you recommended in terms of rolling it back. I think if everybody needs to share equally the pain. And I have to imagine that the residents here, the mayor mentioned something before about, if you're counting on that rental income this year and you've got property up here, you're not a very happy person right now, given the fact that you haven't been able to rent it. And so I think I have no problem with that recommendation at all. So if that's your motion, I would second the motion.
And it shows good faith to our citizens and property owners, voters, because that was one of the issues that we were talking about in the previous election. So I think it shows that we are trying to be more flexible and doing our fair share to help balance the budget.
So can we get a consensus from the board, Tom?
Yeah, I'm following.
And Commissioner, you're fine. I'm fine with it. Can we ask Alderman Peters? Can he hear us?
I'm here. What is the motion?
The motion is to decrease the board's salaries back to $500 a month as we try and scale back on our expenses to get through this COVID virus. Did you hear me?
I think that's the proper.
I will say aye to that.
Thank you, Laura.
Just a question, are we doing a formal motion or are you just directing?
We're
staff?
directing staff. I believe
Right.
that the
Yeah, I don't think
person
you
is.
need to. There's a lot of companies right now that are deferring salaries and deferring things like that, so.
Just so I'm clear, that's the alderman position.
And the mayor, it's across the board, let's just make them all the same.
Training and travel based on the historical, but again, I guess it was a trip that was canceled. The Washington trips have generally going to the training and travel.
That actually goes into 720 in the former Fund 20. That's what the
Oh, okay, so that's like that. All right.
Yeah, it was a trip that was supposed to be the ASBPA conference plus the trip to Capitol Hill. It's sponsored by the TISPC. Yeah.
we'll talk about when we talk about COVID. Okay, we'll move on to administration.
Well, on the board, I'm sorry, still on the general fund, are we leaving, just within the same? As a quarterly, yeah, the stipend.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
The one that we get quarterly,
Yeah, I would say the same.
I was just asking.
Just a real question, quick question for you. The biggest reduction that we have in the budget is the contingency. It doesn't exist in each individual budget. You're just catching it in the top budget. I want to make sure that I wasn't missing something as I was looking through it. Because obviously that's the largest reduction in expense. You just have to pray for no hurricanes. Okay. Make sure I understand.
So just, as a time check, at what point do we want to break for lunch? Do you want to try and get to a certain page here? Where is a logical break?
I don't think it really matters, so whatever I go by time, if you got break at 12 o'clock. Or,
Yeah, why don't we plan on breaking at 12, maybe when we get to this next page? Okay.
Of course, most of the top part is, a function of salaries.
I'm sorry, one other question, and I know I'm being a pain in the butt. We have last year's budget, we have this year's budget. I understand we're on a fiscal year, correct? Okay. Is it possible, when we get these in the future, okay, to have last year's budget year to date? Okay, because it's what I found, my experience has been, you can budget $1,000, but do we spend 800 or do we spend 1,200? That would give us some context.
You will typically see that in your monthly board package.
Okay.
You will see
it
that.
there. Okay.
But like you say, it's very helpful to have it as part of the budget review so we can see how.
Right. I mean, if we're 10 months into it, we're gonna have a pretty good handle.
On the other hand, if we start doing the budget review in February, we should have, year to
We have
date.
6 months.
Year to
We have 6
date would
months.
be, pretty far
Usually
off.
what we do at the board retreat is we establish the schedule for the workshops for the budget.
Got it.
And the board retreat kept getting moved to the right and it kept getting added. Things kept getting thrown in the bucket. Now the bucket's overflowing and we got to approve the budget by 30th of this month.
Well, it's just, an example that we always use is cable. Okay. The budget always assumes that you've got 100% of the people on board for 100% of the time, which we all know doesn't happen, right? And so it's just, but that does give us a kind of a built-in contingency if something else happens, at least, because I think with the chief, if you're down one person in a 12-person thing, what is it, 8%? Automatically. So anyway, it's just a catch-all thing.
You'll get an updated one on Thursday.
Perfect. Thank you.
Where were my secrets? We moved the commission reimbursement out of all the various departments, and put it all into administration, so that's why that jumps. Okay. I think it's a good spot to mention the medical insurance.
Yeah.
Why don't you have that, you were the one who got us this savings.
So we had a meeting with Wells Insurance, who's our broker, and they presented several different options to us. We are currently with Blue Cross and Blue Shield, and it would have been a small decrease in our annual payment to go with to continue on Blue Cross and Blue Shield. We were looking at a Cigna, switching our company to Cigna, which would be a 15% decrease. So it would save us about $43,000. With everything going on right now, that was very incentivizing to us, looking at the numbers. Mr. Gilbride has Cigna with his personal insurance.
I've had them in the past too.
He said he's been very pleased with them, no disruption. Everybody takes them, he said.
As far as I recall, the coverage for the employee was comparable. Well, they were changing on the Blue Cross anyway.
It was very comparable to what we're currently at in terms of deductible.
So the savings you're showing here is just for administration, and you would show corresponding savings to everybody else's.
That's correct, yes, sir. Yeah, these numbers here that you'll see in each department is the
It's
health
basically pro
insurance,
rata, basically.
dental, vision, and life insurance that we pay for each employee.
Okay.
Any
Excellent.
additions that they would like to elect is, that's something that they pay out of it.
Okay, thank you.
Now, was there any change to the cost to the employee?
Not that I recall, let me grab that, have it over here.
You asking the question, if they were paying 25%, they still paying 25%, or they paying?
Yeah, well.
Because I mean, that, it should be pro rata,
If
right?
they're, you know, if their out of pocket monthly cost was $500, what is it now?
That's,
And here's why, we went through this a year ago. And we sent the town manager back to find a better answer.
I think it's a good point, because obviously, we're gonna expect people to have a pro rata increase, so they ought to have pro rata, either we have it as a percentage or we don't, right?
So the deductible is the same at $1,500 a year, co-insurance is the same at 20%. Out-of-pocket max actually decreases from $4,000 to $3,500. Our co-pays are going down across the board. The only place it increases is a urgent care center. Currently, it's a $60 copay, and it's going up to a $75 copay. The emergency room copay actually goes down from currently it's $500, it'll go down to $250.
How about the, I guess I'm asking the question wrong. I'm an employee. Today, my check, I'm paying to Tom, okay, I'm paying $200 a month out of my check. You just said it's going down by X. Does my 200 go down, or do you say it's still 200?
So the town covers the employee insurance.
family members.
If you were to like to have your spouse or your children.
Okay, so it's 100% for the employee, and then we pay nothing on the family, or we pay a percentage?
You would pay a percentage.
And that percentage is?
Currently, if you had an employee and a spouse, it's $13.97. With Cigna, it would be $11.88, $1,188.
So it goes down.
It goes down. It
Okay,
goes down.
that's what
across
I'm
the
asking.
board. Yes.
Everything.
So we're treating our,
Yeah.
what I'm saying is we're treating our employees fairly.
We're
Yes.
taking
That
care
was
of
my
it.
question.
Very comparable.
And since you're one, you understand.
Yes, oh yes, I
So
understand.
so basically, the only thing I heard that went up is the ER visit out of everything.
Mhm.
And that was
Yes.
the urgent care. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, no, that's good.
Really makes sense to us, looking at all the numbers, payment wise and coverage wise.
Perfect. Thank you.
Well done.
Well done.
And I would make it clear that you know, there's some thinking, especially in the municipal world, that if it's in your budget, you have to spend it. Coming out of the business world, if it's in my budget, that's a guidance document. And
Exactly.
my effort is to cut costs and come in under budget. Not ridiculously, like in some cases I've seen it here. But we are looking at every single element as they come up and trying to find some savings and cost cutting. And this was a good example of what Kevin found with the insurance.
You're saying it's not a substitute for bad judgment.
Right.
Yeah.
The HRA might be something to mention here as well. That is an additional benefit that we give our employees. Currently it's at $30,000. It's essentially a card that every employee gets, a full-time employee, and it's $1,000 a year. It's kind of like an FSA or an HSA card. So it can be used towards any medical, dental, or vision expenses. I know in the past it was higher because you can always be, the deductible was higher. So it was added additional benefit to the employee. So it was lowered this past current fiscal year because the plan was better. From what I hear and what I see in terms of paying bills is used and it seems to be a great benefit.
Yeah, let me ask you just a silly question on that. Is it cumulative? Okay, it's the old skin in the game thing, right? So if you give me a card for $1,000 and I know it's coming out of my card and I only spend $500, do I get a $500 carryover to the next year? Does the town get the $500? Is there a way to, this was written by, I think the guy was running Whole Foods at the time. He set that up, and so he said basically you could build that up over time. So if Rick is using that, I'm gonna use it judiciously versus I'm not gonna go blow it. And so over time, you build up enough. So it's not set up that they can do that?
No.
And they won't let us do that, or just, can we ask at least?
Different type of program, I think it's something that we could look into.
I'm just saying to look at it, because if I'm an employee and I don't use the 1,000,
Well, I'm just wondering how many employees are, because you said it is being used. So do you feel for the most part that everybody's using their $1,000?
I wouldn't say everybody is using it. Like I myself haven't used it, but I also haven't had to use my insurance at all since I've been here. So I think it just varies per employee. We have several employees who use it regularly for their regular prescriptions. So I think
I just like the idea of building it up. I mean, if you know.
That's a separate type of account.
Right.
That's going to have you look more of like an HSA
Right.
type of account, which that goes hand in hand with a high deductible health plan,
Right.
which currently
We
I
don't
don't think
have.
we're in the place.
Right.
Okay, I'm just asking the
And I
question.
think for, just to keep us on a check here, we have to approve this by the end of June. So I think with the rest of the follow-ups that we're gonna have, I would suggest that we just leave it for this year, but I
I'm
do
100%
think
with that, yeah.
that it's something that maybe we look at for next year to see if there's a way that we're not leaving money on the table that could be going towards employees repairing.
Right. No, I'm 100% with that. It's a skin in the game type of thing.
The benefit here in terms of the town is that we pay a monthly fee for this service. If the employee uses their $1,000, the town is paying that $1,000. You have employees who aren't touching their card at all, so you're not paying for that.
Okay, that was my question. So the town, so basically, we're not out 30 grand.
Right.
We're out whatever they spend.
Exactly.
I was under the assumption we were out 30 grand. I'm like, wait a minute, they didn't spend 20.
I'm sorry, no,
That's perfect.
okay.
Perfect. That answers my question.
Everything else is pretty much in line.
Yeah.
Contracted services, what do you think in there?
Contracted services, we had it at a higher number when I first sent it to you, so we've taken it down. The majority of this is composed of our services to Computer Warriors, who are our IT company. We met with the owner yesterday with Deb Hill, and we're going over the different plans that he's proposing. So this is based off of those figures we went through yesterday.
So you're saying it's mostly software type services?
That's the majority of it.
Okay.
Probably it for administration, unless anybody has any other questions.
Yeah, nice. You want a break for lunch, guys?
That's good. That's good for us.
That's not here, so I'm not sure how to turn that. Or do you have some?
I can mute it unless the rest of your.
She's outside.
What happened?
I think they're just breaking.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they're getting up. Oh, yeah.
What time is it now?
Who's that guy?
That's the new guy.
Oh, the new alderman.
Yeah,
Is he good?
I think he'll be good.
Good.
I think what I perceived is he's already asked some decent questions about the budget.
Good. Good. You want to eat something real quick? I'll make you something. You got to eat something, Dick.
Yeah,
What do you
okay.
want? You want me to just bring it to you here? Because you don't want to get up and get on. You want me to make you a sandwich real quick?
I can't hear you.
Want me to make you a sandwich real quick?
Okay.
I have.
Yeah, they're on a lunch break right now, Mr. Peters. So I'm just going to leave it on mute until they come back out, until they come out of lunch.
Okay, how much time, Deb?
All righty, thank you.
She didn't hear you. Okay. Okay, so you can come out or you can sit here. whatever you want to do.
I need to get up.
Okay. Well, let's put your computer up here. We don't want to unplug anything. Oh, you didn't have your earplugs in here because that, well, we could do both, actually. Get your hand out, get your hand out. Now take those off. This is twisted here. Okay, get these messed up. Okay, that goes in the computer. Okay, that's there. And this one was for the phone, which we're not working. And these are your earplugs, which you're not using these at all. Right?
Right.
Okay.
Who in the heck is that?
Barry? Barry doesn't go to those meetings. Barry doesn't go to them. Get out, Dick. I'm holding this up. Hurry up.
Okay.
I'm not going to be here all day and hold this. Move. Just move. What do you want quickly? Sandwich?
Normally a sandwich.
Full one? A full sandwich? Huh?
Yeah. There's some soup there.
Well, there's your Brunswick. Did you finish your Brunswick?
I thought that's so soft.
No, this is your Brunswick that you have left. You want this?
Yeah.
Then I can make you have a sandwich.
Okay.
So, lunch meat. You want the soup too?
Okay.
We had a bigger container of soup, didn't we? No, it's probably not. But yeah, I'm not gonna look at it right now. Better hurry up. Whole sandwich or half a sandwich? You want to heat this soup? There's a little bit, just put it in a little bowl. That's all there is. Put it in a little bowl. Put this soup in a little bowl.
Okay.
Those poor guys. Oh, poor guys. Poor guys. Go ahead, put it in a bowl and heat it.
It's a long way out there.
I know, and they walk it, Dick. I know. Several
No
times.
other way to do it. Other than
I know that, but I'm just saying, gosh. Okay. You want mayonnaise on your, did you get a bowl?
Pardon me?
Did you get a bowl?
A lot of soup.
It's breaking that.
Well, it's come here.
It's driving my ears crazy. You don't need that one little half of a teaspoon. Oh my God, it's not even a teaspoon. It's minuscule amount.
Laura said she had transcript or something.
That's what they found from.
That was a transcript.
I don't know.
Copy of the budget. So, we had that.
Maybe she put it online too.
She's got a she's got a recording on everything, she has to have that to do the minutes. So I'm gonna have to talk to them.
I don't know. There's chips there. Where's your sandwich? Oh, do I get cheese on it? No. Well, there's your sandwich. You want any of your dips or anything?
But it's not.
Chips?
No.
We walk back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah.
Amazing.
They don't have much of an option than
I should bake with something to do something else. Huh? What? What do you mean you don't go on?
Well, I mean,
You do good things, you do good things for good people if it comes from your heart. You know what we could do? I know what we could do. They would love it.
know what?
We could get that big watermelon we bought and cut it up, and put it on a plate and take it over.
That would be better.
That would be refreshing.
I don't know how hot is it out there.
I don't know. They're not, I've just got them now, that's all. Go sit down because they're gonna eat and they're gonna be coming back pretty soon there. They're not gonna see you. Excuse me. Excuse me, I'm putting in here. Go sit down. No, stand up there. So does Deb run those?
Now, what was,
Does Deb run the meeting?
no, that doesn't want to be.
The mayor does, I know that,
Mayor,
but I mean, she has a lot of input. Doesn't she? Doesn't she?
Deb doesn't know.
Well, she's
Generally speaking, Deb doesn't have. She just has her planning board job, and that's basically it.
Well, she's smart enough to do all of this, put this meeting together.
Aurora basically put the meeting together.
No, no, sir. Deb, well, she might put the meeting together, but she does all the technical part.
No, that's true.
She gets everybody going. So what have you accomplished so far?
What have they accomplished?
Well, you're part of it. What have you?
I haven't accomplished anything.
But you're part of the meeting, that's what I'm asking.
Well,
Are you voting on things?
there were 2 votes.
And you did it?
Yeah.
Well, then you're part of it. That's what I'm saying. So what have you done so far? Simple question.
Voted basically to delay a vote on the Canada land use plan to another meeting.
Why?
So that we need a public meeting.
Oh,
This isn't exactly a very public meeting.
what else? What else?
Pardon me?
What else?
A lot of it's been on the budget.
How's the playground coming? Did they bring that up?
Well, I think it was discussed.
Parking there. You know, right. She's like, I don't care. I said, well, those are people just said, I understand that. If you're gonna rule, okay. Not half, there's people get stuck all the time.
It is starting back up. They were talking.
Okay,
I don't know if they're starting back up, are they?
I don't know.
Are you not going to go in?
Maybe need, well,
What time is it on? Oh my God.
it's 12:30.
Well, we're probably always in rush. Mike said the tables are 6 feet apart.
Or not.
Are. Yes.
Well, they look like they're 6 feet apart.
From there at the library. I said, does anybody have masks on? He said no. So that's not good.
No.
They could be anywhere, and you don't know where they've been. You can go in the grocery store without a mask on. That's what everybody's doing. But I don't go anywhere without my mask. Everyone in our family has had this except my dad. Remember how many times the rain would stop? Or your food gets stuck in, Juanita has it, Paula has it. I think Remain does too. It's stuck. Oh, go down and it won't go up. How do you keep burping? I've seen if that screen sensitive. Dick, you better check that screen. I don't know if they started.
Make sure that.
Put on your voices. You may have to press it again. I don't know.
It's still,
Okay. You are viewing Board of Aldermen screen. Okay. They're not, there's somebody walking.
pardon me?
Somebody just walked through. Well, the voices are on. Have you voted on anything yet? Were you able to vote?
I voted, yeah.
Stand up and you. How old is Jean? Next door.
He's 60 something.
Oh. Did he come into money? Was it his family or what?
Maybe the whole family here.
I didn't ask that. That's all I asked.
What did you ask?
I asked, did his family have money? Because I know he got his money.
Well, he obviously had an enormous farm.
What did he say, 1,000 acres?
90, I believe. Way.
So it was in his family.
And the way Pennsylvania's growing in that area.
What is he buying? Which town is he buying?
I don't know. But it's in that northeast corner. I think it's Pennsylvania. Very good areas. There's nothing on the screen yet.
Well, if they're on there, I can hear them. Their voices. Maybe they're talking, but they don't know.
That one will go in there, but the other, the one you plug in goes in there as well, I think.
Oh, you want this one in there.
Yeah.
You don't want this one. Right? You have to have one or the other.
It goes down here.
Oh, wait, then you can have both.
You guys are doing great.
Mr. Peters, are you still with us?
I not to bubble my papers, but I have to take notes.
That's hard to do. I'm very much like, okay.
That's right.
Yes.
I can hear.
I feel like it must be.
I can't hear, and I wonder if that's because I changed it over. Do you have his number? Do you have him on speed dial? Oh, it's in a little panel. Oh, I might have. Yeah.
I have his number.
He's still logged in. I don't hear him. And that could be my setup and not him.
As long as it's not over here.
Oh, okay, great.
Okay. I didn't hear him. I'm not getting anything on his mic. His mic's not popping up. It's not muted, but I don't hear him. He's on there. His video's on there.
It's a governing body and they're professional.
That might be how.
Okay.
There you go.
And so the invoice that you expect to have coming is almost this whole amount.
Yes. Not the one in there.
Still there. Mr. Peters, can you hear us?
Let's not ask him again.
All right.
No, I'm just kidding.
I'm afraid I don't want to.
No.
Well, it's
Mayor
more
was
about the
was
board's
telling me
so-
not to ask.
So.
Oh,
She's talking to someone else.
yeah.
Okay, so. So it has.
Oh, sorry, how much?
What do you mean?
I thought I heard him.
We don't.
I meant it might be on.
invoice yet, but I'm under the impression that it has to do a lot of the extra meetings and conversations we had around organizing ourselves
There we go.
post-election. Mr. Eads. And then also, a lot of the public records requests that he had.
Hey, Rose, can you hear me?
That's what I'm.
Various elections.
I almost hear him.
That's because he's stuck in traffic.
So I just didn't want folks.
So we're gonna kick that to 2021 then?
No.
We're hoping to get it soon.
No, I mean paying it, not incurring.
How long
I'm
did it
dealing with the
take you to
lawyer.
get it?
I'm dealing with the case, we're billing more than that a month. And my point is, if you don't respond back to me, I'll delay your bill for a month. And then I'll say everything gets done like that.
Are you back?
We're back.
Mr. Peters is on that?
He's on. I don't hear him though, but that could just be me.
All right, so I think we'll get started. Okay. All right, so we are going to continue with our budget review. And we do have chocolate still, y'all need it. So we are on.
We're up to election fees, and this was my contribution to the budget.
Good job. Well, we don't have an election this year and.
So zero, and I accomplished my goal.
Cut it further.
Good job.
And that's what we'll be planning. I don't believe there was any significant change there at all, other than the movement of the software piece from the user subscriptions up to the contracted services.
What's part-time salary? We just have someone to half time?
Steve, he does, works,
No, it's fine. I'm just saying, but it's a permanent.
it's a,
Person that's just working half time or something.
right, he does, majority, works for me during the off season and then predominantly for the police department during the on season doing beach code
I'm fine with
enforcement.
it. I'm saying it's a permanent position. It's not
Yes.
something where we're trying to.
Right.
I'm fine with that. I'd rather have a part-time position than. That's fine. I just didn't know what it was.
And I know that we don't have this all pulled together yet because you guys are trying to dig through it, but we do have that ability to be submitting for those COVID-related expenses to the grant that Onzo County received too. So the reason I said that is because I don't think we need another intern for the summertime. I know you guys were knocking that around a little bit.
We cannot duplicate the county, what we have already claimed or done into the FEMA, so.
Okay.
But yeah, and.
But that's not in here at all.
No, and Alderman Grant's comment that you could put on an intern for, actually for a lot less than $20 an hour, and if he likes one part and put an hour, we're way ahead, so I don't have a fear of adding interns.
You take revenue offset expenses. The only concern I would have, and I think would have to be run by you, is, all kidding aside, we talked about that, about having somebody do that, as long as we don't get into confrontations with people doing that kind of stuff. Right? If you had somebody doing that, the issue is people get
We did the
mad.
same thing, and they have a phone numbers and people that are working on it.
Plus the part-time gentleman that was for the chief on the weekend, he's a retired state trooper.
Okay, so he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, does, but a lot of those interns have a college degree, so we didn't have them doing.
That's your call. I was just looking at, we talked about before, at $50 a ticket, an 80% collection, you're talking $40 every time they write a ticket.
Salary plus commission.
I'll bet they run a lot more tickets. Now I know what my wife's gonna do.
Probably lose money with all the ink she uses up at town.
The planning is down. Jimmy went through inspections, that's down too. It looks like the only change on inspections is just the insurance.
Me planning, it looks like the difference is the capital outlay, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's the variance, right?
There's
So-
capital outlay for that training and in inspections for the
Software.
implementation of the software.
Okay.
So it's gone down on both.
That's fine. I mean, it's just when you look at it, it's basically R. Okay.
And again, even getting into inspections, most of the changes we made were based on history of what we're actually doing this with contract services, which is up.
When do we budget for salary increases? Because I'm looking at these, they look like 1%.
Currently, our merit is a 1% increase. Our COLA is 2%. That's what it was last year. I look at CPI and poll lots of towns around us and recommend 2% support. The 1% is something I think should be addressed at some point. 1% is, in my opinion, as an employee, is not a lot of incentive to work towards in terms of the yearly review for only 1%. And it should be something that's earned, in my opinion.
That's where I was gonna go with your 1%. Because
Right.
when we're gonna cross the board and one person's getting 5 and somebody's getting 0, that's different than everybody
Yes.
nails in 1%.
But everybody's getting 1%. you don't have department heads turning in 0.5%, because it's so low, because it's typically everyone's turning in a full 1%. I understand that this year, having just implemented the math study, that could be something difficult to change. But I would say all that to just have you guys keep that in mind going forward, and if not this year, maybe next year to change.
That's not what we did last. What we did last year, I thought, was that the department heads and town manager had up to a certain percentage they could do that. So if performance based, I mean, there was a cap. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I made that up. I thought there was a cap, but depending on the employee's performance, they could go up to that cap or somewhere in between.
That is true, but the cap is 1%. The merit is 1%.
Last year it was 1% too.
Last year, I think it was 2%, not this current fiscal year. The year prior, I think it was 1% merit and 2%, or 2% merit, 1%.
The current fiscal year, you're right, is 1%, and I believe the prior fiscal year was 2.
That's on top of cost of living, right? So we're saying 1% is, if COLA was 2, then you're looking at 3.
Everybody is getting COLA regardless.
And that's in here.
And that's in here, that's figured in. And then I figured the 1%, I did not want to decrease it. There's, I mean,
I don't think you can.
No.
you can take it away altogether, but
No.
That ought to be something maybe we can talk about more for next year's budget, is whether we have a structure that says, I'm just suggesting this, that if you're the manager of the department, you get X amount of money.
Right.
Okay, and you figure out, then you have to review. You can't just pop out and say everybody gets the same. That's not management. But you could, you can come back and that's just something.
That's the world.
That's the world.
Yeah, Smith gets $4,000 and Jones gets 0.
That's
Well,
what.
and I actually don't know that I want to take that off the table, that discussion this year. So, and you all can disagree with me, but I'd like to get through what we have, and if there's a way we can still to have that discussion, I'd like to, because I agree.
Right.
You're coming to work for a reason. You'd like to know you're doing a good job. You'd like to know you're being rewarded for it.
So before we move away from that, because if I don't ask it now, I may forget. You mentioned the MAP study, and the MAP study had obviously some numbers with regard to salaries that need to be equated out. And are those factors levied into this? Okay, so they are.
So from our perspective, what I've heard from the department heads is that we may not be exactly where we want to be yet, but we've made strides to get a lot closer, and that should be in either already implemented or in.
Okay, if I could only mention it, when Dave and I talked about this, first talking about merit, I've seen where it's tied to your evaluation. Generally, the midpoint of your evaluation meets all requirements, and then the next one is occasionally fails, and then constantly fails, and going the other way is occasionally exceeds requirements, often or always exceeds requirements, and that was tied into the merit budget, so that if 1% was the pool, maybe the person that was constantly exceeding was getting 3%, and the other was 2, and the other was 1, and the two that don't meet standards.
That's 0, right? That was the point.
But it might be that we can structure a merit program that actually is tied to the personnel evaluation.
That's what I would like to do.
And it would make it perhaps a little more objective. One of my concerns sometimes with giving people money to hand out is that, and not that anybody who would do it, but the phrase, well, the chief would say,
You just got a new car.
the chief would take care of
His brother-in-law deserves the raise.
the chief would take care of the buddies and everybody else gets fit.
Except that our chief doesn't have anybody.
Well, that's true.
I just-
The guy at the donut shop.
Yeah, really. I mean, the free donut got you. Just real quick, back to your comment. So if that study is embedded in here, what I don't understand is I don't see how much did that amount to in terms of a total increase in payroll? Okay, because what I'm saying is.
We did get that, and maybe what we need to get, I didn't mean to cut you off, but there was a big study that we received for the last board meeting. We need to get that to you.
I'm just looking at, if basically what we're saying is we instituted the MAP thing, and the result was $10 increase, and that's it, then But if you tell me, so what I'm saying is, when you're looking at 1% of your other stuff, if we already have increased stuff, and I'm not complaining about it at all, if we've already increased to do that, then having discussions about other stuff is on top of what we're doing to make people normal, right?
So, but not everybody, from what I understand, not everybody received a change in salary as a result of the MAP study. There were a few areas that we felt were underpaid, and we were having a hard time retaining the staff, and that was higher.
But that's the way it should be. I mean, hopefully you have a study that doesn't say everybody in the entire place was underpaid.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Although they all. Sorry, go ahead.
All right.
No, but I'd like to see that.
If you guys are interested in seeing a different percentage for the unit, I'm happy to run those numbers and get that information back to you. I have it all broken out already. So
I was just trying to understand. I knew that we had done the MAP study. I assumed that meant increases for X number of people. And I'm just, when you're comparing the two, I just want to make sure that we're.
Yes, it brought certain positions up to industry
Close to
standards,
par.
if you will, yes. And merit is based on their annual evaluation review.
Okay. No, I'm fine with that.
So would the easiest way, if we wanted to change that as a board, when we get through looking at the other numbers too, would the easiest way to change that is you budget so much per employee, but it's up to the department head to disperse that, as Mr. Gilbert has said.
Right.
So say everybody's getting, up to 3% as a merit raise, but if somebody didn't come in half the year, they don't have to get one.
Exactly.
Right, yes. That's how I would figure it.
Because what you're telling us is because it's 1%, everybody's getting 1%.
Right.
So it's not really merit.
That's
It's a one on top of the COLA.
Yes.
Right.
Which I don't think was your intention.
No, that would not be my intention.
No, makes sense.
I just think it would be so well. And I would have.
They have free donuts too.
Well, leftover freedom. Yes.
What's the $10,650 in debt service under inspections? It wasn't for last year.
What page are you?
This is, there are 3 feet, there will be 3 years of the truck.
Oh, okay.
So when you're talking about capital, that's capital, you're just saying money to buy things that are not payroll or expense.
Capital outlay, yes, that's how it's historically been.
That's fine.
Well, but the building, here we go. Again, relative historical amounts. Buildings and grounds, maintenance and repair, landscaping. A number of these were items that Scott has done a terrific job in identifying things that we can do ourselves. There's really no point in us paying even lawns to come in once a month and cut the grass and trim the bushes. These guys are doing it themselves. We try to identify every area like that where we can save a few bucks by not paying an outside contractor.
Ask a dumb question, is utility expense down because we're not doing the building? We don't have our own building?
Basically a very large building that consumed a lot of energy.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So it's once that gets going, that's gonna change in the future. But then rent expense might go down. So, okay.
Well, the rent expenses are there too.
Right, no, you're right.
We calculated a couple months worth, we just averaged out within the utility expenses as well as 8 months of rent, which is in that, the orange was 47,000. So.
That's good. I would expect though with the new building, the new HVAC system, you're gonna have a reduction here.
That would be great.
No, I mean, compared to what we used to have. I mean, it's like, I can tell you with my home, just the insulation and stuff here, it's incredible. The difference in cost of electricity.
Scott, we need you to break down that 610,000 for town hall.
I don't understand. Sorry.
Go ahead, I was gonna ask that question too. So go
Why
ahead.
are you showing the charge?
Isn't it to offset the revenue that we're getting from insurance company?
Well, that's the guesstimate for what it's going to cost us to do the renovation. There's 400,000 estimated again that we get from the insurance company. There are 200 and some odd thousand that we already received that is in the fund balance.
we will not hold that out in the fund balance, we're trying to make it without doing it.
Okay, I'm lost. I
No,
thought this
yeah, I'm
question
lost
was.
too.
So the
If
expense,
we have $400,000 in insurance and $200,000 in fund balance, why are we showing something that we have funds for?
because the expense still has to show, right? So this is just the budget, not writing the check. The check hasn't been written yet, so it has to appear somewhere.
But I thought his question was more, are we showing revenue to offset? So if I'm looking at this, all right, is there a shortfall between the money that we're getting reimbursed for the town hall and what we're going to spend?
Right.
I thought that was about a couple $100,000. I thought that's what he was asking. So when I've got revenue up here, that's fine. But the discussions I've heard at other meetings have been, we're not getting everything in the new building covered by insurance. And I thought that's what you were asking, is what's that delta? And I thought that was a couple $100,000. That sound right?
So how I
I
understand
didn't mean to
it,
interrupt you, but I thought that's what you were asking.
and I think what he was trying, so we've already received some insurance monies.
Right.
We are at, we're assuming, guessing that the town hall's gonna be around $600,000.
Yeah.
So we're, that obviously subject to change. So we've received a couple $100,000 already last fiscal year.
Okay.
When Florence happened.
Cash in.
Yes, so cash in, so that is in our fund balance to end that 3.8
Okay.
million that I said earlier.
Right.
So we still have yet to collect an additional 400,000, again, guessing, we're waiting for those final numbers. So one way you can think of that is there's a line item in the revenues that you can pull from the fund balance. So you could pull that money already
Right.
received, but
We're talking every step. And I understand everything you just said, except that, and I could be wrong, I thought that what we had been told was that the insurance was not going to cover 100%. What you just described was it was going to cover 100%. You said, we already got 200, we're getting 400 more, that's 600. This is 600. I thought that there was putting all that aside, and tell me if I'm wrong, I thought that there was a shortfall where they were not going to reimburse us because of things we were doing.
We expect to be made whole to do it exactly the way it was.
Right. But we're asking for enhancements. Right.
Leaf grant.
Okay.
So, yeah, it would be.
So you're showing that revenue someplace else?
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I thought that you were asking, is what's the net shortfall we have right now?
I mean, we're showing-
400,000 in revenue. Revenue. Along with 200,000. Did you already show that as revenue?
I did not put
For last year.
200,000 back in.
No, not the 200, the 400. Is that in revenue?
Yes,
that
sir.
was in the.
It's under P&L insurance.
I think it's pink, whatever.
It is pink. It's the $400,000. It's pink
Got it.
P&L
Okay.
insurance proceeds.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So.
So if we get the Golden Leaf grant, then we're even, but if we don't, then we're gonna need 200,000 between what we're
We're
doing.
going to be short, we don't know.
That's the way insurance works.
What we've got was $600,000 to insurance. We believe.
It's an answer for example.
So it's okay to do this.
Okay, now you just lost me again. I thought what we just said was,
Because
we
the
think we're gonna
revenue
get-
will offset the expense.
so we're going to get $600,000 back in total in insurance, but the building's gonna be $800,000.
No, they're expecting the current, if we build it exactly the way it was with no enhancements, they're expecting that to be about $610,000. And we have the funds, or expect to have
That's
the
fine.
remaining funds for that. Whatever enhancements we do to the building, if we bump out a wall here or there, make any adjustments, we may not get coverage for that, so it may be a little
That's what I'm asking. So the 600 assumes, as you said, basically,
apples to apples.
but we believe it's gonna be higher because we're probably going to make it.
Which we have the Golden Leaf grant for an additional $80,000
Okay.
for those monthly functions. The extra $10,000 received is for a separate generator work that has to
Backup
be done.
generator.
So, what we already have the generator, so it's other projects that have to be done regarding. So that's the 10,000 portion.
To make the connection to the building.
Yes.
Okay.
Alderman, I have a question about town sign maintenance and repair. I've already suggested previously that we need to get the town sign repaired immediately and that it become an LED sign so that we can put up messages to alert the public to what's going on in town. We wouldn't have to be renting the porta signs that we have in place now. The location of the sign is very easy to see it. We just need to make it more effective than saying it's just town hall. It's a LED sign, you can send whatever message you need to send.
We have
Go
in
ahead and
addition
use
to our
it.
current, why are we not just in addition to our current?
It is in addition to our current sign. This current sign is in Shannon right now. We don't have a sign. We just got some.
For town hall. You're not
Town
talking
hall.
about the North House Beach. I thought you were talking about the North House.
No, I'm talking about the sign at town hall. We're talking about post.
We used to have one of those. Deb Hill will remember this. We used to have one of those and we had problems with it. First problem we had with it was its location. Caused it to be a maintenance nightmare electronically with Solaire. The second problem with it is its proximity to a major intersection. As you're coming across the bridge and you've got the T intersection there at New River Inlet Road, and you're either trying to drive your car or you're trying to read the sign. You can't do both at the same time. Okay? And if you've got any message on there more than have a nice day or town board meeting 6:30 Thursday night, there's not enough time as you're going by there with speed being, yeah, I get where you're going, and Mike, let me finish, okay? I get where you're going, but we've been down this path, and it was such a pain in the neck last time. It was determined that we were better off to remove it, and if we had a message we wanted to put up there, you use the letters like they do over at Rick's with a stationary sign. And that's my 2 cents. And perhaps you could.
They didn't fix it because it was very expensive for them to go back and fix it. They decided not to.
Yeah.
But the system tied in with the town clerk's computer, and I don't know as that was ever reestablished.
No.
So they'd have to, if they did something like that, they'd have to start from scratch. I want to say it was like $25,000 to have it repaired.
It was huge.
It was very expensive.
That was the initial cost for the sign, you're saying?
No, that was
No, for the
repairs.
repairs, I think, I want to say it was like $25,000 to repair it. For some reason,
What was
that's,
the initial cost?
you'd have to check public works records.
Well, I can tell you just the one that's sitting out there in front of the bridge, if you buy one of those on wheels, it's $15,000 to $18,000.
Which is way cheaper than what we had.
Technology
We'd have
is a
to,
lot more expensive.
yeah, what we were going to have to put into the old one to basically refurbish it.
And the next hurricane that you have, the next Florence you have, then it's all for naught.
Mhm. We need to think real hard about
I think
this.
we should have Public Works or planning or somebody do a study and figure out what's the best option so that we
For the
can
sign?
inform the public of what's going on in town. Whether the location is not right or is there a better location, let's just table it.
What
for
kind of,
now, and come back to it after we have some.
What kind of-
input from town staff.
what kind of messages are you looking at promoting?
Pardon me?
What kind of messages are you looking at promoting?
Pick up the trash.
Stay off
Exactly
the
what's
dune.
being said on the sign right now, is one example.
Parking, yeah.
You know,
Okay.
or board meeting 6:30 Thursday night.
So you may want to look at a portable sign to where that you've got a smaller investment, and then if there's a hurricane, you're able to pull it off the island and shelter it.
Town staff make its recommendation.
As long as it's not tacky.
As long as it's not tacky. Well, it'd look like every other flashing LED sign, so.
Don't be a goon, stay off of the dune.
I like that. Nobody listens to it.
We have that recorded so we can go back and find it.
It's-
So insurance?
to say about that. It is what it is. I have a question. I think we should add flood insurance to the town park, or add the town park to our flood insurance policy, so we're not hung out again if we have a huge overwash.
I don't know if they cover it.
The reason that we didn't get reimbursed insurance money wise for the park was because supposedly we didn't have flood insurance.
I reached out to Wells Insurance, our broker, for Mr. Cabot's direction before he left in that regard. And they do not cover the land itself. They will cover the buildings, which would be the bathrooms and other things. But they won't cover the.
So they won't cover like the basketball court, the tennis courts, the volleyball courts.
They don't cover the items that are like ground level, so even the first, like even the garage in your house is not covered by your flood insurance.
But to his point though, if that's the case, then adding bottom bank is gonna be almost immaterial to the cost of getting the insurance. So I mean, if it's nothing to do that, I mean, right? I mean,
But
I
that
can't
building
imagine.
didn't even get done.
What is the building, cover flood insurance, you know?
I believe it is. 'Cause
Okay.
I believe this is including the building and then public works building. Because fire is separate there through the VFIS.
Okay.
And town hall does not get flood insurance.
Right.
So I believe it is covering that. I will double check to make sure.
But town hall does have wind and hail, correct?
Yes.
And where is that on here?
It is included in the property liability and bonds.
Okay.
Police separation allowance, we had one individual drop off this year, so just reduce that number.
Isn't that an awful lot of money to make the chief go away?
It's a bargain at any price.
He said, I'll take half today. Is that like your pension?
Yes, well, essentially, it's like you might be able to explain this better than I should. Separation allowance when somebody retires with us.
When one of the officers retires, they're required by law to pay their supplement until they reach age 60.
Oh, that's fine. I just
So they
didn't know
mean
what.
Social Security.
You know, my friend got out of it. With that. Yeah, that's fine. Just didn't know what it was.
Okay.
General fund police. Salaries, of course, we after the math study, that's where the large part of the increases went to. Much of that is just a function of the salary number. Here we had intern and beach salary expense, which initially we reduced. Certainly increase that if the board would like the chief to consider another intern.
Well, I mean, personally, I really think it's whatever chief thinks is working. I'm just saying, we as a board, I don't think we'd be opposed to it if you came and said that we need one because of the additional traffic.
No, I think that's the easiest way to solve the problem. Unless, yeah, I'd like to hear from chief that if that's the way to do it, I would go ahead and.
And we were typically on an intern, we were using some college people, but we wouldn't have to do that. We could hire somebody or put it under the part-time salary, increase that.
But if you did that, if you had to hire another person right now, and I keep going back to this COVID money, if you had to hire another person right now and we could tie it to the additional traffic that we have on the beach and the additional population, we might be able to have some financial relief come back from Owensville County, we could submit it.
So would it be easier or better to say, add it to the part-time salary? Because we're not, as an intern, I always think like coming from the college. And
I would
then,
think it's better to put it as part-time salary, because
Right.
then if it's an officer, you have the ability to.
or it
assign.
could be a non-sworn person, because it's hard to find a part-time sworn person. So either way,
But you could help on
we
the
could
weekends.
increase that line item.
While we're talking about salaries, the police department, Mr. Leonard, you had referenced earlier about the increase. We were talking about presenting, so I had ran those numbers earlier this morning, and we brought up officers to the numbers that Chief is referring to, as well as our detective. That would be an increase of $10,700
Total?
Yes, ma'am.
It's 50 cents an hour.
Is that?
Is it 5 people?
7, 8
Oh,
people. Including the vacancy position. Again, this is Chief's numbers that he had ran previously prior to the map study. Last year, he had given a handful of employees a $1.50 raise and the other half 50-cent raise. And prior to the maps, his thought was to swap the raises. So then the first group would get the 50-cent raise this year. The other group would get the $1.50. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That's right. And then when the map study did it, they ended up doing like $1.50 for those, but they left out the 50-cent people.
So in addition to, just to make sure I understand what you just said, in addition to the difference between last year and this year, which is as a result of the map study, to do what we talked about earlier, get everybody caught up, it would cost another $10,000 on top of what's already on this piece of paper.
10,700.
10,700.
Yes, if you were wanting to, that's just rough numbers. I did that while I was sitting over there earlier. So just so you have that figure.
I think we should do
I don't know what we're not doing it for unless Chief, is that something you wanted to do?
It is, and it would bring them, when I took a map study that was already done by the same map group and did a study in the area.
Did your own study?
And I did. But it came out pretty close to what it came out to here.
Good.
it. So to get everybody caught up and get us on parity with all the similarly sized departments and similarly sized municipalities,
The middle of Rock and Jacksonville and County.
another $10,700 on top of the increase that's already in there. All right, so I'm understanding.
That's salary.
Yeah.
I think it's a good idea.
Keep in mind that's
And then you
also
got
going to
FICA.
increase your FICA.
Right.
Or the year 401.
We always have fixed it, that's about a third, is that what it figures out to be?
Yes. Close to it.
So 15,000 total.
Yeah.
Give or
So do
take.
we need to direct the board, can we have a consensus? Would we direct the board to make that modification to the budget?
If you're just talking about directing staff to make the modifications, because
Oh,
we're going to
yeah,
have,
right.
yeah, because we'll have to present to you again, and whenever
So
you
we're
go to final, you do
Right.
motions, so you're
Fine.
good.
Okay. Can I ask, did we didn't get to, can we have that same conversation when we get to fire? Did we already pass fire?
No, I'm not.
Huh?
You'll remember when we get to fire.
Okay, I'll remember when we get to fire.
I'll leave an impression until you need them.
All right.
There goes the contingency again.
Anything else on that page, Jeff? Please. I think the canine needs a raise.
She's the hardest working one out of the whole department.
Can you build in a merit increase there?
If she can type and drive, you don't need any of them.
And the donut budget would be on sale.
Save them when they're
Okay, Public Works.
Public Works again, there was no salary reduction, I think just the individuals that we turn over during the course of the year.
Yes.
Of course, it's that job movement. Again, every area is still functioning. We did beef up training and good stock the ability to send some folks out to pick up certifications or take a class or two.
What happened to mosquito control? Do
So,
we spray that ourselves?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's also a county program, according to my friend Scott, they have a bunch of material left over from last year that they will not have to buy for this year. So the expense will go down a little bit. Uniform expense, again, is another location that Scott have been looking at because of the amount of money that we spend with a company called Cintas. And we pay, in fact, for laundry services that nobody uses and things like that. So that contract will be coming up at the end of December, was it?
February.
Of February. And that will not be looking at some kind of an alternative, whether that's purchasing uniforms or much less expensive service.
If we're not using that contract, is there any termination language in there that we could ask Mr. Deeds about?
We are trying to get that.
Put on our list.
Also, just so you guys are aware, the salaries line item is including an additional full-time position from last year. And like Scott was saying earlier, it's taking away that part-time position that we have currently.
Okay, now you're talking about the public works.
Yes, sir.
So payroll goes down $22,000. You've added increases for people and you've taken a half person to full-time person. That doesn't add up.
We had somebody who was here for a long,
Person retired.
long
Had a huge
time.
tenure.
Oh, okay. So you added, you got, so you bumped the one and added the 10. Got it. All right.
Carry the one.
And again, that service involves vehicles.
Okay.
What do we normally do on those? Is it on the, we lease most of the time? Or, I mean, we buy at the right bid.
Yes, and what I'm here, it's like a loan, I mean, it's obviously a loan, and you draw down the money, you pay for it, draw down the money, and then we're paying it back over X amount of years. Type of loan. We just closed out one loan with the 2 fire Tahoes and 1 or 2 Ford Proceed Ford.
So we're loaning the money to ourselves and then we pay back against the fund?
No, it's through a bank. We go through, like the current one we're in is through BB&T, so we have a set acquisition. We pay for the cars outright, and then once we pay for it, we go to the bank, draw down X amount on the loan, however much we just pay for that vehicle.
So we've got a line of credit with the bank, we're using it to fund vehicles.
I mean, it's a loan. It is a loan.
It's a pre-approved loan.
Right. I don't,
What's the interest rate?
I don't have that number in front of me.
How much are we getting on the $3 million that we've got right now in the same bank?
That's in a separate bank. That's in a trust account.
You understand what I'm asking, right? There's an ARB on the, I'm not saying we can do it, but there's a natural ARB on that. Especially if we still have the facility, we could always go that way if we had. I'm just saying a better return on money might be for us to fund the little ones ourselves against our general fund.
Yes, I would agree with you.
I think for both Caitlin and I, we just inherited it.
No, I'm not finding fault with it. I always look at, when you can do an ARB on interest rates right now, it's a good time to, I don't know about you guys, but I'm not getting much of my money in the bank right now.
Yeah.
Except maybe a smile when I pull up. That's about it. Okay. I mean, it's just something to look at. It's a few dollars.
Yes.
Okay.
Public streets?
Yeah.
Streetlight expense, again, is historical, is going up quite a bit. Parking lot maintenance, street had increased there, again, in the event that we need to prep parking lots for paid parking. Equipment maintenance and repairs is historical as well.
So when you've got paid parking income going up 15,000, you're assuming we get the income and then we have some of the expense. Is that what the assumptions are?
Well,
You understand what I'm saying? I mean, it's
no,
like,
actually.
so go ahead.
The paid parking where you see that income is existing and it's all set up, that's done. That's the more thing. The paid parking that we're forecasting here would be turning the other parking lots into paid parking. And also, I guess, some of the on-street parking.
Do you understand what I'm asking is, so we're not showing associated revenue with the new parking. We are showing expense associated with the parking. That's all I was asking.
Yeah, 20,000 would be to expand public parking.
I don't think it's the full.
They want to mark the
40,000.
lots and stuff, is what you're
Yes,
saying.
it's,
And clean them up.
taking some of the lots, marking them, in entryway to some of the different lots. Definitely.
Right, so what I was saying earlier about the tourism grant,
And they
this
would take,
20,000 should be coming off of the tourism grant.
I'm just saying that is a potential upside for us in the budget. Because if we have additional paid parking, we're not going to incur the expense, you're not going to do the work unless you know we're going to have those parking spaces. That's all.
and then that additional staff would be writing parking tickets too, throughout that.
The SP plus people provide the ambassadors is what they call them.
Okay, that's fine.
So that would take out that part-time person that I would have to do it.
That's fine.
Right.
I think anything we're doing on the parking side is going to be a net benefit to us, or we shouldn't do it, right? Okay. Just real quick on street, this is for you, on the street light expense, I'm assuming that includes the Christmas stuff.
Yes. No?
That's on his, you'll get that in recreation.
What's, I mean, I love that stuff, and I think we've got I love, because I have one in front of my house, which I love even more. But that's, is there a schedule for when that stuff is gonna have to be replaced? Because I noticed when you guys were doing it last year in front of my house, you put it up, turned it on, it didn't go on, so you took it down and put another one back up again. So I'm assuming over
It's just the
time.
bulb, you gotta trace the bulb.
Yeah, you got.
Is that what, it's the old circuit things?
Literally,
The old Christmas tree lights are one of the hundreds out, you gotta figure out which one. Oh my God.
We just talked about that, Katie and I, about getting rid of snowflakes and switching some of the older ones out. But it literally is kind of that process.
That sounds like something good for people who have a low barrier return.
Well,
Exactly.
I want to say from years past, if those things get sent away and get rebuilt, or you guys rebuild them when they get messed up or get beyond.
I know the last time, I guess they sent them away to get powder coated because they were rusting through.
Mhm.
So you're kind of getting to that process again where they're starting to rust through. So yeah, you're gonna have some that need that process again. And you're gonna have some that's not even gonna help anymore. So that's where Kate and I were discussing the other day, of investing in another 24 or so to try to swap out some of the older ones, and then maybe we can get some of the ones that are still salvaged.
I think they're awesome.
Yeah. Are we looking at just snowflakes, or are we looking at other things too? Or is the cost different?
Snowflakes are the cheapest. Snowflakes are the cheapest, and they're
Snowflakes are beautiful.
$400 or $500 a piece, something just for a snowflake. As you go up in the characters, then obviously the price range goes up. So
Mr. Benson is.
Coming back to your question about streetlights, that's paying for the light bulbs on the streetlights, not
Right.
Christmas.
Okay. That's what Katie said.
Right, different pay.
Let's say with colored stuff.
Yeah, there's only one place.
Surf City's got their.
St. Maritza has their own that they donated.
Yeah, how about we take a 5-minute break? So I get reconnected. Thank you.
Oh, did we lose the connection? One of the ways to make my wife happy.
I think you'll be able to hear better from that.
Now, that was using stuff in Surf City with all the colors and stuff.
We only have one decoration. Snowflake, and it goes in front of the St. Maritza, because they donated the money for that.
I figured.
Is that where that candle came from?
they're commingling everything.
Yeah.
I really don't know. We haven't gotten around to following the garbage truck yet. But we do get a separate bill from the recycling facility.
Ask the fire chief though, 'cause that's what I heard too. You guys heard the same thing.
Because China quit taking our recycle because they're overrun, and we don't have the facilities to keep up. And so they only do a certain percentage, and then they'll just go into it.
There's also something about the Chinese saying that we were not doing it properly too, and so they were.
So I guess what I'm saying is, do we need to keep recycling? And if they're not going to actually be recycling it, then I hate to say this, but we need to stop paying for recycling, and people can take it to a recycling center if they feel that strongly about it. What does the board feel about it?
Is it some of the time that they're co-mingling?
But it's not a some of the
They're
time
actually
bill.
recycling?
We need to know more.
And I'm just talking about the recycling guy that I stopped one day. And what he said is, it's all going to, not that he's not doing what he's supposed to be doing and picking it up in the right hands. So I think it's something, like you said, more information to find out if they're not, if it's a waste of money, then we ought to be looking at, if it's not, I think to your comment, we like to recycle, but.
I think it varies. I think depending upon what the recycling center's demand is, whether they can actually, GFL can actually recycle or whether they have to take it away.
Exactly.
I guess my point is, if it's not going towards recycling and they get to determine when it's gonna go to the landfill, then I don't think we should incur the additional cost this year anyway.
Well, I believe the number that's built into the recycling line is the billing from Sonico, who is the recycling company. So if an additional portion is going into the trash and into the landfill, we're not paying, we pay them by weight, Sonico. So it's the weight of the recycling material that comes in, that he's paying for.
Yeah, but the trucks, we've got two different trucks that come down the street.
Right.
So is all of that in the $400,000 number? The blue trucks and the green trucks. Okay, when they come down the street, one of them comes once a week, one of them comes twice a week. Both of those trucks are in the 400,000, is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
Okay, so the other stuff is just the associated fees.
So, yes, so what I'm talking about is the 24,000. I just want to know if we're actually, our
Getting it.
stuff's actually
So
going to
that's what we're paying directly to the recycler.
Yeah, I just
They
want
are
to confirm.
recycling.
I just like to confirm that
Sure.
they are getting and doing it.
I'll reach out today.
Okay.
About that.
I'm fine with it being in the budget. I mean, it doesn't matter to me if it stays in the budget for this year. I'm just saying, we've had that question come up a few times, so, yeah.
But to your point, if it's not being done away that we thought it was, then we're paying for something we're not getting.
Right. So if it ends up, just leave it in the budget, but we can make a different decision if we need to. Okay.
When does that contract come up?
I don't know.
Okay.
I can, when that's up,
I didn't hear the
when that contract
Trash
comes up.
contract.
I'm not sure.
When the
I can find out.
GFI and the Sonico come up?
Yeah, I could find out by Thursday.
I think support what the mayor said, let's just figure out what it is.
Yeah, leave it there for now, and then let's just,
I wouldn't think that one's on a calendar here. I don't know why.
I was thinking it was longer than.
Okay, it may have been 2 years, but I kind of remember it being.
I can find out.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Okay, recreation.
We left the $4,500 in there for the snowflakes, because
Right.
we knew Alderman Grant was really interested in the snowflakes.
No, Alderman Grant's wife.
That would only replace, I believe, 9 of them, right?
Yep, and 500 each. Yeah.
And we have 60 some odd, is it? on the snowflakes?
70.
77.
77.
But you got the brackets that they hang off. Some of that stuff is expensive.
You're basically doing that every year, right? Replace with, so it's kind of, that's good. You don't want to have it all replaced in 1 year.
Yeah, no, a few a year.
Okay. Nice.
And this special event, that would have been the jazz festival?
Yes.
Actually,
No?
the special event expense had been carried year after year. I did some research on that one. It's never been spent, never been used, so I took it out this year. The Jazz Fest actually comes out of the governing body, the donations to other agencies.
Okay.
So I think that was probably the thought was, oh, this is Jazz Fest, or it was a time for the action was used. So.
Okay, good.
Okay, good catch.
I do have a comment on spatial event expense because it's my understanding, we were informed earlier by Manager Chadwick that Cycle North Carolina is ending there right across North Carolina at our town park in October. Expect 800 to 1,000 riders plus their followers. There's going to be some expense for the town to handle that crowd from public works to police.
I gotta wonder if that's still gonna happen with all the other events that are
I wonder as
being
well, but
canceled.
we need to follow up and see if that's still on the books or not. If it is, there is going to be some expense there. Okay, but the biggie that I have here on recreation is capital outlay. The board approved $625,000 for Shoretown Park. Now, where is that $625,000 in the budget?
Isn't that this year?
We moved it to Fund 30 after discussions. We went back and forth. And our understanding from what we had talked to the previous town manager and previous finance officer was that beach-related, no beach-related activities obviously Fund 30. I was advised for this, in the effort of keeping everything together, anything that was FEMA related, having that kind of in one bucket, if you will, which is why we chose to put it in Fund 30.
So if you jump ahead to the Fund 30 account, line item 372005, hurricane performance expense, that's repair and town park.
Yes, sir. And that's deducted because we'll be paying some of those invoices this year. We've got one being paid this week, and then I'm expecting to get one any day for the May work. And then I expect to have one more for June's work for this fiscal year.
So something came out of this fiscal year, as I was assuming.
Yes.
So this is just what's left.
We can definitely move that. That's
Well, I think we can talk about that when we get to Fund 30, if you're okay with that. Let's say yes, let's just keep doing that.
Okay.
All right, fire.
Yikes.
Fire department. Salaries prior to the police department adjustment. Adjusted for maps and then for the additional firefighters that went past the, again, that's their hiring rate. Everything else again is a function of the, I mean, medical function for fire, group insurance, all the matching, and everything else down to, all the way down to equipment maintenance and repair.
And can I ask the same question on salaries that I think it was Alderman Leonard did on police? So we're comfortable with where everybody will be with this then? As it
Well,
relates
we
to
are
the-
appreciative.
Oh.
So that's not comfortable.
That's gonna cop.
We are very appreciative for what we've got.
How short are we from where you feel we should be?
Honestly, I'm not sure because what I'm used to down south of here and what up here is different. So I
Remember,
can,
they have commercial.
right, and we do, yeah. Yeah, my inspections on alone for where I work down there, I had 85 businesses. And we had three different.
So this
homes.
is a walk in the park.
Yeah, it's easy. But I can get you a number.
Well, I think we would like to know that, just as we asked Chief about the police department. I really would like to know, we spent a lot of time and investment into the map study, the staff. I mean, there's so much time to try and make sure we're being fair to our employees, and you two were the two departments that really stuck out as not being where they needed to be. So even though there is a large increase here, I personally would like to know if you feel that that's where we're supposed to be.
I think we're close.
Can I make a suggestion to follow up on yours? Why don't you put together a staffing plan? Okay, I mean, if he's the fire chief, we're relying on him to tell us that everything is safe here, right? And so I would like to know, like, I have no problem with 3 people being at it at all. But I don't know if it's 3, if it's 6, if it's 5, or whatever. And I think
So I
until we
think your
know.
question is, are you just settling for 3, or do you really think that we need more to be able to staff appropriately at the fire stations? And I think that's coming into account because of the traffic we've been experiencing this year and other.
Exactly. Exactly.
Okay.
I mean,
We're not saying you
know
didn't
it.
get it, but.
Just remember the 3 envelopes, okay?
Right. I haven't opened the first one yet.
Okay.
Just for clarification, the 3 envelopes is an old story about somebody took over a job and they went into the office of the predecessor and it said, if you ever have a crisis, open one of these envelopes. The first crisis came and he or she opened the first envelope, all right? And it said, blame your predecessor. 6 months later, there was another crisis and it said, call for a massive reorganization. They got through it. 6 months later, there was another crisis and he opened the envelope up and it said, write 3 letters.
And what concerns me.
He owns it after the.
What concerns me is y'all just asked for 2 of those 3 envelopes.
All I'm saying is, if it's his plan, he owns it, right?
Oh, sure. And I would expect that, and I know you expect that of the department heads in general. They own their departments. They need to be telling us.
That's exactly the point. Yeah.
So I do have a question about group insurance. Caitlin. You didn't change group insurance and your salaries went up quite a bit.
Are you looking at the handout I gave you?
He's talking about net. You only went up $9,000 in group insurance, and yet your salary went up $106,000. So is it because one went down and one went up per person?
Well, the insurance costs went down. Okay, I see. You did raise it in the revised budget. Okay. That's answered. Another question was, chief, department supply expenses went up $40,000. What is that about?
So we had a ton of catastrophic failures this year. So we're mandated by the state to test our equipment yearly. And this year, in January, we lost 2,200 feet of hose alone. And that was 5-inch, 3-inch, 1 3/4. I mean, it was across the board.
During testing?
Yes, sir. And then other things like our thermal imager is so old and outdated, we can't even get batteries for it any longer. Our air packs, when I got here, it had expired and we're still riding on the fire trucks, which if Asha would have walked in, they'd have closed us down because of that huge safety. So that's factored into that, getting our bottles hydro, stuff like that, trying to get us called back up because we had such a rough start this year.
To follow up on his question, then, would you see going forward someplace between the 26 and the 66 is what you're saying?
Between the 2 budgets, yes, sir. So what had happened is hose had never been replaced, and then this year it all failed. Well, not all of it, but a mass majority of it. So my thought was if we just restock what we bought, that'll get us good this year, and then next budget we cut that back and we just start restocking.
That was my question.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then another question on the debt service. Caitlin, it dropped quite a bit. 40%. I thought we were making the last payment on that engine that we had financed, and then we were going to continue to put in that payment to build up a surplus like we talked about when we have to replace the ladder truck.
Yes, sir.
Is that still reflecting that strategy?
So this is simply the payment for the engine. And what we had talked about was after this is paid off, then we continue those payments going forward.
So that would be the 42.8.
Yes, after it's paid off. So next.
So the 42.8 is the payment this coming year, and then after that, the payments will be to us.
Yes.
Okay.
I believe that is the
So
last.
there's one payment left.
Next year.
So there's one payment left in this coming fiscal year.
Yes,
Is that what
sir.
you're saying?
We actually, when we folks were hired, were told they were completely paid off. And then Caitlin calls me and says, what is this bill for a fire truck? I was like, I don't know, it's good with me. So we were informed they were done paying, so that's what we were projecting to continue to make the payments to ourselves.
And I have to look at the date when that's actually paid off. I think there's one, there might be two. I'll have to double check.
But you think it's covered in that 42.8?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, so it looks like the majority of the increase here is really just bringing personnel up to where they need to be, plus the additional. Okay. Beach.
Beach was your former Fund 20. We really didn't change much of anything here except for eliminating the budgeted money for the sand push. We don't foresee doing another one.
And then that's because we're gonna be having Hurricane Florence and. Okay.
And COs, did you put, so you would, on this one, you'd have 20 in revenue and 20 in expense, and then, so we just net. So that's assuming, that was the assumption that we're not going to subsidize it. Correct. Okay.
I have a question about beach access maintenance and the crossover repair maintenance. What's the difference in those two line items? To me, it's, if you're gonna access the beach, you're gonna have stairs, you're gonna have a crosswalk, you're gonna have stairs. So what is 50,000 for beach access maintenance? How is that different? What is that for beach access maintenance?
It's the same as far as
What would you spend that, where are you spending that money on?
just preparing the crossovers.
So it really is.
Suggesting to combine those.
Really,
Yeah, it's literally the same
It's the
line
same
item.
thing.
Same thing.
Same thing.
Maybe we should,
And then just real quick, what's the beach-related travel conferences?
North Carolina.
Beach and the Waterway Association, primarily, there are two of those a year.
Oh, so it's not, we're hosting a conference.
No, we're going.
Okay,
It's
that's fine.
attendance and registration fees and transportation lodging.
That's fine. That's fine. I just didn't know where it was.
Although the ASBPA dues and meetings for this past year was canceled. So we probably got some money back for that.
Some of those
Right.
conferences
So
may end
that
up being
just probably
virtual
just
stuff
need
too.
to.
Same thing.
Okay. That's easy. Contingency.
I think the town manager put that one together by himself.
This is the other thing I contributed to the
So what worries me on this one, this is for storms, right?
Or anything.
How is it?
contingency, really for anything. It's, you know, when you come down with all your revenues and your revenues exceed your expenses, you put the balance into contingency to balance it out. It would be nice to have a large cushion there as they did last year. At this point with the budget, obviously it's not a large cushion, but as we rework some of these numbers and get more of the insurance information and I would hope that would change a little bit.
So my only concern is, as the experience that we lived through with Hurricane Florence, where we had to initially put money out for like the debris removal and those types of things. We need to make sure that we have some of those reserves
Well,
sitting aside, and maybe that's not contingency, but it needs to be somewhere. We did get it back, but we had to put it out.
we do have those funds in the USDA.
I know, but
Was that the three
we've
million?
also always said that the USDA sinking fund was a last resort, because if we take it out of there, it's still gonna come back.
Hurricane removal, you know, kind of where you use it. I would like to make a statement.
I'm not sure, wait, but Mike, I'm not sure I agree with that on the sinking fund, but.
Well, we have a 3.8 million surplus, right? Cash,
Fund balance.
fund balance.
Does that include, that doesn't include the sinking fund?
So we have the money there. It's just a matter of if we needed it for something like debris removal to pay up front prior to reimbursement, that we would have to move it from probably one fund or line item to another. But the money, we have money in the bank. Correct? Okay.
Okay.
I would like to make a statement about the contingency fund, however. Last year, when we raised taxes 2 cents. I think it was, for capital improvements. But rather, and that would be the fire station and the police station. And the ladder truck. But we put it in the contingency fund so we could use it in case we needed it for something else. And this year, we are actually basically rolling that tax increase for capital improvements into our operating budget. So in thinking about long-term capital improvements, if we keep doing this, how are we ever going to come up with any funds to truly for capital improvements? So I'm very discouraged by the fact that we're not keeping that tax increase that the citizens paid for this year as the way it was intended, which was for capital improvements.
Do you remember how much that was?
Well, 2 cents would be like $168,000.
Just to follow up on that, again, I never liked the word contingency and stuff like, I mean, I would almost, if there was something, and again, this is something for the board to decide is, if you're looking at something that's a surplus over your expenses, okay, contingency has the connotation of it's going to be spent versus surplus is money that we might be able to put into a building or might be able to do something else. And so I know that's kind of a wording issue, but I agree with, I mean, and don't take offense to this. This is a plug to make the thing balance, right? We knocked $314,000 out of the fund because if you don't do that, then we've got a budget that's in the red. If we put the same number in from last year.
Yeah, the point was though, and the reason we put the tax increase into the contingency fund this past year was because if we actually designated it as capital improvement funds, then we could not use it as
You have to use that. Okay.
But
And that's fair.
I think the part that we didn't discuss is the fact that our revenues are going to be impacted in some way by the COVID virus, by the lost rentals, by the folks being financially devastated, may not be able to pay their taxes. Yep. We have to account for that in our revenues. So if that doesn't happen, right, and they've accounted for the worst case scenario. So if that doesn't happen, then our contingency fund will be higher.
Well, I understand that, but I think overall we haven't got to the bottom line yet. I think we're still going to be in deficit even using the contingency fund. We don't.
That's why I asked you how much we have.
We haven't got to the bottom line yet because we haven't agreed on expenses and which fund.
Okay.
Yeah.
But this point,
it's a work in progress. I'm just making a general statement that we were trying to build up a capital improvements fund because we desperately need a sound wire station so that the birds don't keep flying in the building through the holes in the roof. And when are we ever going to get there?
I don't think anybody's disagreeing.
But I think it goes back to we talked about at the beginning. Let's figure out what our priorities are, right?
And then let's just keep going because we still got plenty of work, we still got
Yep.
plenty. Planning board, saved us money.
Those are expensive sandwiches.
Why did that drop? Professional services?
For the planning board, typically there's money that's in there for projects coming up. Like in the past, it would have been for binders and materials. Sorry. For the CAM land use plan, coming up in 2021 will be the North Carolina General Statutes 160D update to the UDO. That's all I can think of off the top of my head this morning.
So you're comfortable with the decrease for professional services from 7,000 down to 1,000 for next year?
Down to 1,000. I'm not sure what that additional funds were for that 7,000. Typically for the planning board, there's only like $500 on it.
So you're comfortable with 1,000?
1,000 for the planning board and the board of
There's professional services and then
adjustment.
planning board expense, they're both 1,000. So 2,000 total.
The professional services was, I don't remember the name of the group offhand, but it was money that we were paying, and we still
it for
owed about
Land?
$1,000
Land
land use.
That's for the Cameron land use plan. Typically,
That's where that came out of in the past. That's what that $1,000 is for, because I think you said we still owed about a little shy of $1,000.
right. We were hoping to spend that we were hoping to wrap that up, before the new budget, but.
So if we wrap it up, then we can bring that to zero. I understood it was money that we owed.
Right. Typically, that's not included with the planning board. Typically, that's out of contract services, out of the admin department, and not in the planning board budget, not in the planning department budget. It's administrative or it's board of aldermen.
Okay, that's where it's been historically, so that's just where we kept it, but,
They just put, typically that's not how they've done it in the past. They may have just done that for the Camel Land Use Plan recently, but that's typically not where they do it. It comes out of contractual services or professional services.
You have that moved over?
Whatever is the most convenient for anybody, as long as the money that's in there, whenever whoever goes to pay the bill, that they know what line item to take it out of.
I mean, it's such a small amount, and since it's for the common land use plan, I don't.
And it should be wrapped up. It should be wrapped up soon, so it's going to be a moot point.
Okay, here comes the fun. 1:30. We have plenty of money for everything.
Okay, so the accommodation tax was a realistic projection of what you were expecting. I believe going into last year, we reduced the budget for accommodation
We did.
tax by 40%.
Because of Hurricane Florence, we weren't sure.
So I believe that the 900 number is not unreasonable. And Lauren, obviously, percentage.
Before you leave the 900, before Florence, is that the one that you told me, Mayor, that was over, maybe you told me it was over $1 million? So 900 is still below what it was pre-Florence.
Yeah, we're trying to look at buffer, and I'm just not sure.
No, that's fine. I just want to make, when I'm looking at something like that, the last 2 years haven't been great for that, but at least it's still below what it used to be.
we reached out to the different rental companies in the area to see what their summers were looking like. And they said the majority of the ones carried about 50% or higher, very much maxed out already.
Yeah.
The rest of the summer, so.
Yeah, as soon as we opened it up, the phone started ringing.
Yes.
And then just a quick question, maybe you can answer. I assume our rental rates going up or down?
Up.
I'm very comfortable with the number. This is a percentage, correct?
Yes.
Okay, good.
So again, the sales tax portion we reduced by 10%.
I'm sorry.
Special assessment tax, I think that would be protected.
Yes.
The revetment money, we have more than 25,000 sitting in it.
What kind of executive assessment each year is?
I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is.
This is, and I'm learning about this, so I apologize if I misspeak. This is the money that we're receiving from the sandbag, from the revetment tax, that Collinsville County is collecting for the
That
sandbag.
was all right, I thought that was,
Okay.
oh, you mean there are some people who are still paying
Yes.
for it?
That's what I was talking about earlier, it's about 80,000 that we are.
That's the 80,000 that you were talking about.
What she's saying is the homeowners behind the revetment were assessed a certain amount of money and now off the payment plan with a just for years.
Yeah.
Maybe that's fine.
So this is
So it's
the amount
repayment
we
of that.
expect to come in
Got it.
from those deferred payments.
And before we leave the revenue side, What's the balance of the account? What's the balance sheet?
I did not do it for Fund 30. I just did it for the general fund.
Any guess by anybody? It's gotta be in the millions, right?
Yes.
The Fund 30, well, the
It's not on
sinking
there.
fund's got about $4 million in it. The reserve fund would have $450,000 in it. Just kind of what we paid in past years.
Okay.
And what I was referring to earlier was the second line item, the hardened structure project. We just need to find out what the balance is from Onslow County on that, so we can follow up with them.
And could you give us a balance sheet? Maybe before Thursday?
Okay.
You know, on the expense side? Baseline debt service USDA, that's based upon us doing that project, correct?
Yes. That's the project that we did some years ago.
Oh, that's already spent.
That's the 2015
Right.
debt service.
Because my question was the timing is something we're going to incur. And how long do we have? I thought the interesting thing is the two numbers are exactly the same, so I assumed it was a bank.
25 years.
25 years? Okay. And sandbag repair is 200,000 each year?
No, that's a one-time.
It wasn't spent last year. That's the project carried forward. In fact, according to my phone, we just sent over the contract signed, so we'll be spending that.
Okay, so last year's just got into this year. The timing. Right, that's fine.
Do you have any more comments about the expenses?
Not really.
So I really find this Fund 30, the way it's presented to us, very confusing, because it looks like, we had $9 million last year in the budget, and this year we got 3.9. I think that we should take all of this FEMA income and expenses out of the Fund 30 because it's reimbursable. It's not income in the sense that it's income. It's a payment for repairing something that was damaged. It's like insurance. Okay? And so these numbers are misleading. For instance, our expenses in for the Hurricane Matthew last year, the expenses were not $6.9 million. The expenses were what we paid so far for the truck haul, which is part of it was $5.3 million for the truck haul. Because we got a great contract for the truck haul. Okay, and then we had the consulting engineer that followed that project. So we had another charge there. So I think that if you're gonna keep the FEMA line items in here, then you need to reflect what the actual cost was. So for this budget year coming up, the actual cost for like the Matthew project, assuming that we've gotten all the invoices, should be zero.
But that would be a different column. That would be actual, not budget.
We talked about that, having that the next time.
Yeah, so the budget request would be zero, but the point is, like.
You're saying it's apples and oranges?
Yes.
Yeah, it is. That's what I'm
I guess
saying.
my only concern though is, Hurricane Florence happened in 2018. So if this is the way that it's been organized since 2018, I don't really want to.
But where's the $18.54 million that FEMA's approved performance? It's not shown in here.
I have not seen those numbers, so I did not include them.
Well, supposedly, before you were hired, FEMA had approved us for $18.4 million for category G, which is the phase 5 area. Of that, we estimated that 4 million of that 18 would be for the category G, for the truck haul that Tramway is working on. So there should be $18.4 million on the sheet if we're going to do the Matthew and the Florence expenses.
That's
And
my
I don't
fault.
see it.
I was unaware that that had been awarded out.
understand that.
Well,
Like I said,
so-
before you were even hired, you had
But we
agreed
were,
to.
we were verbally told that, so I think what you're saying is you haven't seen that yet. So I think we need to give her the opportunity to backtrack. And if we're gonna show hurricane funds on here from FEMA, let's see if we can find those and add them in so it's an accurate budget.
Maybe it needs to go on a separate sheet, all of the FEMA stuff.
I think so.
All the reimbursement. I'll tell you why, doing the monkey math on the calculator, if you take out of the left column, if you take the $6.9 million out for FEMA, out of the $9 million from 1920 approved budget, it comes down to $2,097,877. And when you compare that to the budget request for the next year, it's much more apples to apples.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe we just need to put all the FEMA stuff on a separate sheet to identify it and at least, account for it, but understand.
That's what I'm saying the same thing. So it would be fine, I think, to present for an education perspective to all of us that this is what we were awarded, this is what we received, this is what's still outstanding, what projects it's going to go to. All I was saying is please let's not make her go back and start pulling apart Fund 30 and create yet another fund.
No,
If this is where it needs to be for the budget, I'm okay with it being in there, but I think having that separate FEMA tracking sheet would probably be good for everybody to know.
That way, it's all accounted for, it's all up, it's all subject to public inspection and scrutiny. Okay, we're accounting for every penny, but at the same time, we're channeling these things into columns that are easily compared to.
And one thing I would add is you must be tracking these by project too. And so to get a budget like we just had where it talks about by department, if you could do that by project, and I think somebody looking at it looks at it and says, "What do you mean you spent $6 million? Oh, we got reimbursed 5.95 million." That's a different message than we spent $6 million, right? I mean, I think that's.
Because with these FEMA reimbursements, grants, you can spend up to $6.9 million. If you spend less, like the contract is less, do the truck haul. Well, so now we got about $1 million left over. We're trying to get FEMA to allow us to plant seed oats in that truck haul center because actually, county requires that you plant seed oats when you do restoration.
But I think it's also, since we're playing with somebody else's money on this, okay, if I'm a taxpayer and I'm looking at my property taxes and I'm like, why did you spend this money? And the answer is, if we got, our actual out of pocket, now there might be a timing difference on reimbursement and stuff like that, but if the actual money that we're not being reimbursed is this versus this, that's a completely different message. And it sounds like that's the way the decisions were made. We weren't going to go spend $6 million. We spent $6 million because we got reimbursed $6 million.
And that really speaks to the level of effort of the town staff post Hurricane Florence.
Yep.
It really does. And it was really well done.
There are additional line items which you'll see in that budget actual report, Mr. Grant. You guys have seen previously, they don't have it in front of you today, but I can go through that, maybe allocate them to different line items where it might make a little more sense. Going forward.
Yeah, because the sheet that you gave me shows on 30, the spend rate is 71%. She had it as, that was the detail behind the Fund 30 stuff. Okay, versus the Fund 10 stuff was 90 or whatever, right at about the same number. So the only operating expense, we were right on target. This stuff, to your point, exactly on that one, is probably that 30% difference in what we spent and what we got reimbursed.
So net, how much, let's not, I think we have to do, we're gonna take a different approach to showing Fund 30 to make it a little bit easier for us to understand. So if we take Fund 30 out of the picture, how far are we from having a balanced budget?
I balanced it last time. So, but
You made
however,
some small changes.
yes, I made some small changes, which which is why I printed you guys out in the last version. I'm sorry, I keep cutting you off.
Oh, no.
I'm so sorry.
So if we're over budget, it's
We
your
all do.
fault.
We know the financial behind the operation is okay.
So we have been under the assumption in terms of Fund 10 that the local option sales tax, we were doing a 10% decrease in that. When I was going through the numbers again, and I realized that we had exceeded that, we had put in about a 15%. So I changed that to 10%, and that allowed us to have that 19,000, which is now had in the contingency. Now that we've changed police, that'll definitely be.
Yeah, so the question then becomes of the tinkering that we've done today to what you provided, how far off are we?
Right, I'll definitely have to go back through that and see what we're working out. And two, if we're moving funds into Fund 30, like we're talking about tourism grant, that's gonna affect Fund 10.
Well, and I think, I don't know that I think that's a discussion that we need to have, and we can do that now if we need that information, to be able to balance your budget. I think we're still about it.
Well, we can't really do that until we know what the county's decision was.
Well, I think that I'm comfortable with Mr. Gilbride's assumption of the 150. I don't think anybody is going to sign in blood, because if their tourism funds are negatively impacted this year, as he said, there's been no heads on the beds in the hotels in Onset County, that might be impacted across the board, not just for North Tupper Beach, but for everywhere. So we have to use a number. I think I'm comfortable with the 150 for the discussion of where we are right now. We'll know more this week if it needs to change.
But last time they offered us 150, it was going to cost us more to provide all the maintenance that they required.
They're doing their own maintenance on their own properties.
So that's
for our
150 is
project.
going to be just
Us.
for our
Yeah.
work.
Our work on our town access.
Okay.
You also got some bits in your payroll stuff just to say, we're not gonna have 3 firemen on July 1st,
Right.
you know, that kind of stuff. So you have some
We're down to police
things that
officer.
you.
Yeah, you need to start presenting before the police chief. You need to get in.
Really?
You call him too?
I'm more likely to call the fire department at my house.
Exactly. We bring food and everything.
Although she is pretty tough.
Before we leave Fund 30, get from the movie, I still have a big issue with charging Fund 30 to restore the town park. And the reason I do is because when we get into discussion of shoreline protection, you're going to be looking at something like $25 million over the next 2 or 3 years that we're going to have to come up with if we're going to meet all of our goals. And by picking away at Fund 30, for instance, putting the Hurricane Florence $440,000 in Fund 30 rather than Fund 10 under recreation, it's just going to make it much more difficult to ever get anything done with our beach management program.
So there's no money, there is, so I guess here's my question. If you take the 440 out of Fund 30,
Yeah.
and that's the only FEMA item you take out of Fund 30, but okay, we take that out and we put it in recreation, recreation can't pay for it either.
It's not a FEMA item. It's a Hurricane Florence repair item.
That we got money from FEMA.
No, we didn't.
We did.
We got
We
a
didn't.
small amount.
200, maybe 200,000. The contract with Berry Construction is 625.
I understand that, right.
Well, FEMA came up, we came up with what, 200,000 from FEMA, so we're short 440,000. It's got to come out of the town's pocket.
Right, so I guess my question to you is, why does it matter? And this is an educational thing. Why does it matter whether it's in Fund 30 or whether it's over here in recreation? And Scott, you just has to come up with another 400,000. That's what I'm.
Because Fund 30 is designed for beach nourishment, shoreline protection, whatever you want to call it. When you keep taking money out of that account, it puts you that further, much further in the future before you can do a beach project. That's what I'm saying.
Well, to counter that,
and I get where you're coming from, and I understand your position, Mike, but let's be honest here. We don't every year have the destruction and the rebuilding that we witnessed with the park after floods. Okay, it's a once or maybe twice in a lifetime thing, hopefully. And I get where you're going with, you know, the money there being very purpose oriented, and we shouldn't do anything with it that isn't part of beach nourishment or shoreline protection. But you know, life happens.
It's
okay?
on the shoreline, it's on the south shoreline.
And the thing is, well, you know, it was just one of those things that happened. It's like the flat tire you got that you didn't expect to get, because nobody expects to get a flat tire. All right. And I get where, I know, and I almost can tell you what you're gonna say, but the point is that we've got to pay for it. We've got to get the park fixed. And it's not like a recurring cost that every year we're gonna go back and say, let's grab another $100K out of Fund 30, you know, to take care of X, Y, or Z. This was truly an exception.
But
it really was.
Okay, but we have done this before. If you go back to the 2018-219 budget, we took $513,000 out of Fund 30 to balance the general fund. Called reimbursement to Fund 10, $513,000. All right, we did that because we needed to balance the general fund.
So you guys are playing right into my argument, which is cash is fungible. Let's figure out the right way to put it.
Using Fund 30 to balance the general fund. Okay. When are we ever going to do anything with the beach?
So here's the thing. We're sitting here 28 days away from having to approve this thing. All right. We can move that 440 over from Fund 30 to Fund 10. And sure as heck, we're going to have to transfer money from Fund 30 to Fund 10 to pay for it.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, I get where you're going, but I also understand that some things have happened that we didn't really count on. And unless we want to take it out of our cash reserve or our surplus, it still doesn't balance the budget.
Well, you know what? The fact that we had a 66% surplus in our audit last year, that's the reason that surplus was there. And that's the reason that the LGC wanted us to have that surplus for things like hurricanes that came up. And so, yeah, let's use that 66% or 1.6 million or whatever it was to fix the town park rather than making the beach pay for it.
The level that we're at with our reserves right now, I think we're really just at the point where the LGC is happy with us. We're content with us. So what would happen if we took that 440 out of there instead of Fund 30? Do you know?
Well, but the argument would be, Mayor, that we have this surplus for emergencies. And this was an emergency.
Well, but I also will contend that we really, other than that money that Tom reminded me about is sitting there, that's also for the next hurricane that comes up. We are on the third named storm already this year.
Well, we're not out of the woods with the LGC by any means. I mean, we're off the radar for now. We're not out of the woods with them. I've been back and forth doing this stuff for a few years, and you know, but we're going to get another letter at some point. I mean, that's the way it is.
But what I'm saying is the reason they want us to have that surplus, and the fact that we do have it now, is for an unexpected emergency, which is the restoration of the town park. So the following year, our budget surplus won't have that particular emergency, so it will come back up.
We don't know, but I guess I'm not comfortable saying we won't have that emergency. I said they're predicting that this is going to be one of the most active storm years, and it's the third named storm. It just came across my phone a few minutes ago. That's in the Gulf right now. So we have to prepare for that. I'm concerned about dipping into that fund.
At the end of the day,
the end of the day, when you look at the cost of these beach projects, and the cost of the groin, and the cost of all the things that come
I
out
didn't talk about groin.
of Fund 30, so, and it's on there. $440,000 is not a lot.
Guys, I'm sorry. I love this conversation. This is the conversation we have to have about how you fund each of the funds, what's our plan, what's our priorities and everything else, because everybody's making very good comments. He's saying, look, the fund was set up to do this. Maybe we're not using it for this. Somebody says it isn't work, it's not. What are our priorities? Because we may not be able to fund all the beach projects that we want to, because that may not be our it's a high priority, but it may not be our highest priority. Those are the great discussions we need to have about. I don't think, the fact we're moving money between funds tells me there's some movement in how we fund things, which is, that's why these are great conversations to have. This is the kind of, to get where we need to be, we all need to have our priorities set and how much money we're going to get, because as you just pointed out, Mayor, it's the coin flip probability, right? It's 50-50. Well, it's the same probability this year for a hurricane we just had the last 2 years. Right? Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but
Well, and
the
if
coin
there
flip
is,
can be 18 times heads too. We have a storm again this year.
but if there is no storm, and we still have a nice built-up reserve.
Then we're happy.
Then we're happy, we could always transfer that $400,000 back.
But if it's not,
We're set.
I agree.
That's my only,
The
I'm
issue
really
with-
concerned about that.
The issue with the LGC and keeping the LGC beast at bay is very significant. Anytime you want to apply for any kind of a loan, like when we did phase 5 back in 2015, we went to the LGC. We had to get LGC approval basically to get the loan, even though it was a USDA loan. It was a USDA rural development loan. It was the first time they'd ever done one for something that wasn't, a hard structure like sewer treatment plant or a building. First time they did one for sand. And we still had to go to the LGC, and we still had to meet all the parameters, tick marks on everything. And they can be, they work for the treasurer, state treasurer. So they have their policies and procedures, and they're good, and there's a reason why they're there. But I wouldn't want to poke that bear right now.
Tom, and I'll get off the subject. When we had that done, was that all of the funds, including 30, or was it just?
It's all the funds. It's all the funds.
I don't think it's all the funds.
I don't understand why you can have, if you put aside what we have to pay, like whatever it was. Yeah, no, the 900,000 that we were paying, we're committed to. All right, from the solvency standpoint, I don't understand why, if we've got $4 or $5 million in that fund, that's a pretty good contingency if we've only got that kind of commitment.
If you're asking, does the LGC count Fund 30?
That's my question.
They do not.
That's my question.
They do not. And that's the issue we've had over the years, because we've had Fund 30 with surplus in it as we're saving up money. That is our emergency fund. Now we're using it as an emergency fund. And
That's
they don't
exactly
take
my,
it,
that's
and
exactly my
LGC
question.
count.
Because I'm sitting there thinking, if we've got $4 million there and $3 million in the other thing, I'm not sure we've got an issue about.
Well, I wouldn't say we're using it as our emergency
They're
fund.
saying it doesn't count.
What I'm saying, I wouldn't say we're using it as our emergency fund. The other items on here are all beach related. And I really wasn't kidding, quite frankly, when I said the park, it is on the sound. There's piers, it is water access. So I get like it's not on the shoreline with the beach, but we do count the sound in our shoreline when we talk about shoreline protection. So I guess what my desire would be, and you certainly all have opinions and can override me, but I would prefer to keep going into hurricane season to keep our fund balance up where it needs to be and approve some type of transfer later if that's even possible after the hurricane season's over. That would be my goal, but I mean, certainly, weigh in on what your directive is.
Well, another approach would be to do what state of North Carolina has done in the past when we had a big downturn in the economy after 2008. The state revenues, you know, they didn't drop right away, but they dropped over a period of time and there was a lag. And all of a sudden, the state budget was way down here. And so they instituted hiring freezes. They instituted cuts in operation and maintenance. So we could say, okay, well, maybe we need to take a 10% cut in our operation and maintenance and equipment. We need to freeze positions that come open. I mean, there are things that you can do when you get really, you know, down to the income doesn't match the expenses to counter that. And we are working this year as if we're accounting for that drop in possibly tax, possibly sales tax and so forth. We're not really making any drastic cuts to our general fund. In fact, we're actually increasing it by adding new positions. Not that we do, I'm not saying we don't need this. I'm not saying our budget is overdone. I'm just saying that when it really gets tough financially, we may have to take a serious look at doing a budget reanalysis in 6 months to see where we are.
Well, I think the only fund that you're talking about as far as concerns for being able to balance or fund, assuming our assumptions are close, which is all we can do right now is assume that, and if they're not, then we will have to adjust, is Fund 30.
I'm not worried about Fund 30 right now. I'm worried about Fund 20. So I'm thinking maybe in 6 months, we might have to re-examine where we are.
We should do that.
In the general fund. And we might have to institute a freeze.
But
Or
might we do that every month when we send out our numbers?
Here's another thing that you can do. You can say, well, department heads, you gotta have all your invoices in by May 30th so that we can pay them
fiscal year.
in this year, and anything in June, we're not gonna pay till July.
We already do that. As a matter of fact, it's May 15th.
So, and that's another, so you're actually living on 11 months instead of 12. Then you're making
For the first year. You get caught up.
I guess what I'm saying is we should all be, and I believe we are, looking at the numbers that come out in our board packet every month. So we have an idea there, how close we're tracking to, you know, from actual to budget. And this is also, we won't really know what our accommodations tax, those things are until we get into more like July, because it's our slow season right now. We've not caught up to that. So I guess what I would say, Mike, is I'm not feeling the part where we need to be concerning employees that we're gonna do freezes. I think our job is to be looking at that with staff every single month. And if something comes up that raises an issue, I'm sure we're not going to be the only ones who notice that's going to be brought to our attention. And then we'll have to address that.
Yeah.
But at this point, I believe the only thing that we've done is approved for salary improvements and positions as it relates to police and fire, which is health and safety.
The other thing I would add too is generally, in my experience, when you have the freezes that he was talking about, the things that don't get frozen are fire and safety.
Right.
Because you don't say, hey, chief, lay off 10%, lay off 2 of your cops and lay off 3 of the firemen. Because then all of a sudden it's like, well, wait a minute. So I think that it's always a good business practice to track the budgets, to see how we're doing. And if somehow, you know, revenues go down by 30% because something else happens, then we're sitting on top of it and we take a look and see what we can do. And
But
that's what someone.
I don't want to cause panic. I mean,
Well,
we
no,
have
it's
to
not
be on
about-
top of COVID and do our best, but I
I'm
certainly don't
I'm
want to cause
not
panic.
going there. I'm not trying to
Okay.
cause panic. I'm just saying that we may have to tighten the shoestring because police and fire are most important and they're also almost 50% of our budget.
We fixed something today that's been broken a long time this morning. And I don't care what it costs to fix it. It needed to be fixed. Okay? And if it means down the road, we got to do something different, or next year, God forbid, we have to raise taxes because we want to have a really good first responder system in terms of both police and fire, then that's what it's going to take. I mean, we're not going to cut this corner anymore.
I totally agree with you.
But, you know, I don't know in my mind how we got from 3 hours ago talking about, you know, more firemen and more and a race for the cops and more cops to all of a sudden now talking about freezes and stuff. And, you know, 3 hours later, we're talking about freezes. So I'm not sure how we got all the way around that curve.
But all it is, it's, you know, and frankly, this comes down to revenue allocation. Okay, and what's important, we're back to the priority stuff and what we can and can't do. And frankly, I can't make a decision or recommend anything until we come back and say, like, I agree with you, man. It's like, we don't know what the revenues are. You don't make cuts now, particularly when it's fire and safety being half the budget, and we don't even know what's going to happen.
And I don't think that we made we gave any direction today about things that we didn't think were critical, or as you would say, a priority. So I think what we weren't able to decide today, because we don't have enough information yet, is how do we get that south end fire station? How do we make progress with that? So how do we, you know, we didn't get into phase 5 yet. There's some large projects we still don't know how we're gonna do, but I still think the direction that we gave today was the right direction to give, and I don't think that's where I'm gonna be changing my mind.
I think somewhere down the pike in the near future, sometime between probably now and, I don't know, maybe the end of September, we probably need to have another board retreat.
Yep, and we have the opportunity.
And what we need in that board retreat to do is a lot of the things that Rick is talking about in terms of, let's figure out what our priorities are, you know, about the beach, about, is it a fire station or a public safety center? Let's, you know, and we all take a step back and get a little corporate and do the big picture stuff, you know, and not so much get down to, well, what about this $10,500? You know, we're happy to get this out today because we're against the wall, but in terms of a board retreat, and in my mind, the concept of a board retreat, we ought to be focusing on the big picture. We ought to have a whiteboard somewhere and, okay, what do you think our priorities are? And you go around a room, and the manager may turn into more of a facilitator or the clerk and do it that way.
The only last thing that I would add is what Mr. Benson just said that I think we ought to be proud of. If half of our operating expense is police and fire, I kind of like those ratios. I mean, I'm not sure if as a taxpayer, if you told me that, no offense, the administrative offices were 75% of my budget and police and fire were 25%, I'd have more of a concern than half of my budget is keeping me safe.
Yeah.
Well, and we do have, you know, we talked about possible next days to continue this.
Yep.
And I think that we definitely should block off on Tuesday, the 9th from 9 to 12.
Yep.
So that we can come back, you'll have a chance to work on the modifications that we talked about today. Is that good enough time? And then we'll, we can review it then.
Perfect.
Does that sound good?
But nice job on the budget.
Absolutely. Yeah, great job.
Just one dumb question though, is I given to Mr. Grant my year-to-date actuals and that sort of thing. The contingency that they had in the budget for last year for $234,000, do we look like we're going to have that money at the end of this fiscal year to put into the fund balance? I didn't even get a chance to look at the bottom line, but how far are we ahead of our budget?
For last year?
Yes.
I had pulled the numbers at the end of April, and it was about 700,000. So that still is not accounting for May or June left to spend. So we'll definitely be adding to the fund balance.
So we have a surplus this
We
year.
will have a surplus, yes.
New truck. Especially if nobody gets fired between now and July 1st.
Just one more thing, as we massage these,
No, but that's an excellent point, you know, because last year I assumed the board didn't get together and say, hey, let's figure out a way to over do stuff by $600,000-700,000. It was like, you plan, you know, and that's why it's called a budget. And then from an accounting standpoint, then we call it an actual when it's over.
Yeah, we talk about that a lot during the year.
Yeah, exactly.
now, one other thing, as Caitlin and I, and mostly Caitlin, massages these numbers, one of the issues that came up that Chad mentioned and I forgot to mention when we were doing this budget was this modification of the brush truck.
We already gave them stuff.
But what essentially we have is a relatively new vehicle with the rescue compartment body. The rescue compartment body is empty. The truck is not used. So it's basically a wasted vehicle. At the firehouse, we have the Hummer with a 100-gallon tank on it that's used as a brush truck. To modify the new truck to be a brush truck will cost about $29,000. However, they will give us a $10,000 credit for the body, which we're not using, that can be turned in. We can auction the Hummer for approximately 10 grand.
Between 8 grand, 8 to 10.
So it's $9,000.
Our net cost would be about $9,000 to take a vehicle that's sitting doing nothing and turn it into something useful. And of course, my question was, why the hell do we need a brush truck? But I guess just last week on Ash Island, or was it 2 weeks ago?
While we were having this conversation.
Oh, today?
No.
Oh, you and I were talking about the brush fire. Yeah, we have a brush fire, and we also, of course, use it for mutual aid with other departments, which helps us. So if we can squeeze that money out somehow.
Can we do it, and I guess it's too late to try and get it into this year.
I would say the same thing. Why don't we get it done now? You got a $700,000 surplus.
But either way, it sounds like the money is there to be able to do it. The Hummer's not effective anymore. If it's not dependable to get in, then I mean, I think we need to do it. So, does anybody have
I think you try to get it done this year, to the mayor's point. I mean,
Yeah. Hummer's had the hood open on it so long, the hinges are rusted.
You probably already have it halfway ordered, right?
oh, yeah,
Just got
yeah.
this in there, bud.
Where's the lie detector?
I've already taken the decals off the Hummer because it's going regardless.
Yeah.
Okay. That
Put
sounds
on
like
your
a
head.
Okay.
See if that's what it would.
That makes perfect sense, especially as much as work is going in to try and make it as even a swap as possible.
Okay.
That was easy.
Do we need something for last year's budget? We don't, right? If you just give them the direction to try to get it done now.
You can go in the direction, and then she would probably come back with a budget amendment, just kind of clean up
For
the
last
auditor.
year.
Yes, for the auditors.
Numbers. Yes, I can do it.
So if you get if she gets the numbers, we can do a budget amendment Thursday.
Yeah.
Good.
Get the other.
And if we ask something that's not realistic timeframe wise, you really just need to tell us it's not realistic.
Good, I can do that.
She's probably already done.
Okay, so guys, we still have more on our agenda that I'd like to try and just keep seeing what we can get through if you'll work with that. All right, so Tom, you would be up next if you have Cobra.
All right. Yeah, when we circulated the spreadsheet, I went ahead and said I'd take all the COBRA relative stuff, primarily because I'm the only guy left out of the group that had been going up and making the trips to Washington, and just felt like it was logical to keep going with it. I made a few notes here while we were going through some other stuff. Let me find them. Just by way of background, the real reasons why we want to remove the COBRA designation from the remaining areas in North Topsail Beach are to provide cost-effective flood insurance through the NFIP for our citizens, our property owners. It also provides for assistance in the form of federal dollars for beach restoration after a named storm. And that's a big one.
you know, that's as big as the first one, depending on where you sit in the equation here. We had a meeting scheduled on Capitol Hill in conjunction with the ASBPA conference in the middle of March. That was canceled. Everything got canceled due to the COVID stuff. I had still anticipated going up there, even though the conference had been canceled and the meeting on Capitol Hill had been canceled, because I thought I was going to be traveling somewhere else, but everything got canceled, so nobody's been up there. In our TISPC meeting that we had on Thursday of last week, it was disclosed that Capitol Hill is still closed. There's talk about possibly having a virtual meeting with the key players, either in July or September. It's kind of distressing and a little bit disappointing to me in that, you know, we're finally someplace where we've pretty much never been before. We've got companion bills on both sides of the aisle, both in Congress and the Senate. We had Congressman Murphy, when he was down for his ribbon cutting on his office in Jacksonville in the open house. We talked to him, Mike and I did, and we got him to agree to co-sponsor our bill on the Congress side. David Rouser, who is our congressman for the district south of us, had gone ahead and sponsored it because we didn't have a representative in District 3 with Walter Jones's pass. So we're finally somewhere that it looks like everything's lining up and the goalpost keeps moving. To that end, right now, what I'd like to do is, with the board's concurrence, I'd like to try to keep this thing going. What I want to do is contact, you know, everything we do with our lobbyist, who's a former Congressman Mike McIntyre up in Raleigh in Washington. Everything that we do with him in Washington is run through the auspices of our membership in the Shoreline Protection Commission. And what I'd like to do with the board's blessing is to contact the chairman of the TISPC, which is Mayor Steve Smith, and get with him. And I'd like to get his blessing to contact Mike McIntyre. And
Directly.
Yeah, directly, and just ask him what he thinks we need to be doing. And, you know, because I don't want to let this thing get out of our grasp. And I'm feeling that it is. And we put so much work in this thing, you know, dating back well over a decade. I hate to see something like this, you know, and figure out what we've got to do. Sit down with, you know, have a phone conversation with Mike. He was on the phone with us when we had the meeting right after you came aboard, when we talked with the North Carolina Association of Realtors about supporting our efforts to be removed from cover, and they were very supportive of that. Mike was on the line with us, and he and I have a pretty good working relationship, and I'd like to try to use that as a springboard to kind of keep this thing going. Okay, open that up to any suggestions or comments from the group. Mr. Benson.
I think that I'm not even sure that you need to go through Steve. I think you can just contact Mike directly. You're now a member of the commission.
Well,
and
professional courtesy.
Well, yeah.
And hey, Mike, or hey, Steve, this is what I want to do.
Yeah,
you know,
Steve, no, that's fine.
just let you know.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be an issue.
Yeah.
I would encourage you to think locally. Of course, we had tried to lobby with the Audubon Society, the Audubon Society in India, have worked up a really nice presentation for them, and I think that's still valid. Although Mike asked us to sort of step back for a time because of the approach they were using in Washington and wanted to follow the subcommittees and that sort of thing. But I think you should, you know.
Well, that was one of the things I was going to ask him about, actually, when we spoke, because I remember that as we were preparing for that meeting that didn't go, that trip that didn't go back in March, he had given us his sort of impressions and his way forward on what to do and what not to do and who we needed to speak to and who we might be better off not speaking to.
And I mean, the thing about Mike is he knows Capitol Hill and he knows it really, really well. And he knows how to get things done. And just even walking through the underground tunnels from the various Senate and Congress office buildings with him, and he's been out of office now for how many years? And it takes you twice as long as it would have to get from point A to point B than it would if he wasn't with you, because so many people still stopping him and shaking hands and saying hello and stuff. And he really has a methodology there down to a science. And so that's, again, kind of what I want to sort of bring this back around, bring it back up to the surface with him. You know, hey, what do you think? What do we need to be doing? You know, behind the scenes are the things we can do or the things we should not be doing. But we need, because I really feel like, especially in an election year, you know, they're going to get in for the session. They're going to try to get everything done in September, say, I'll go home and campaign. And if we can get this thing tacked onto a bill and get it passed, quietly passed.
I mean, I would say,
You know, we're there.
just keep it moving.
So I just want to let the board know that was what I was planning to do. I want to make sure everybody's okay with it. And if everybody's good with it, I'll start working on it more.
I think that's great. And also the fact that he's looking to tag it.
Yeah.
Trying to get your own bill for it
Keep
to
it-
be zero. Tagging it on something else where they don't even know it's tagged on is the way to get it done.
That's not the way it's gonna happen.
I agree.
And they've been looking at several different options. They tried one already that fell through.
Yeah.
There are other options.
We're in the South, we should have our pork too.
So here's, okay. I'm just looking at the rest of the agenda. So shoreline protection is a huge one. And it's 3 o'clock now, so I don't know, Mike, if you'd be okay if we try and knock out some of these other small ones first? Before we do shoreline
The
protection?
only thing I think that we should talk about the shoreline today is federal project.
Okay, we want to do that now? Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and do that. And then do you want me to keep on the parking lot these other items? Or see if we can get into any of them when we get together next week?
Well, yeah, we may be able to get from this. Depends
Okay,
on how
all
long.
right,
we're
let's start
gonna
with the federal project.
Well, like Tom, on shoreline protection, I kind of agreed to champion this area. I've been following it quite extensively over the last few years, even before it's on the board. So I guess it's just natural for me to continue in this area. In the interest of time this afternoon, I think we ought to have Manager Gilbride talk us through the federal project and what we've learned about financing costs, how we're going to afford it.
That's D.
That would be D.
And that would be this handout corresponds to what you're.
And right, the handout that we got,
This one.
that one, is the talking point.
Yeah,
Let me just say, before we start that, let's continue to think about the beach advisory committee and alternatives. We'll talk about alternatives maybe next time. Let's go over the shoreline protection job description and close. Would that be closed session on Thursday night? Let's do that on Thursday night.
Yeah.
And talk about hiring and not hiring the protection manager.
It talks about qualities and qualifications
Right.
of personnel, which goes right into closed session type
And
stuff.
then next Tuesday, we can talk about the hardened structure at Terminal 9 and Phase 2.
Okay.
So let's talk about the federal project.
Well, this federal project has been bandied about, I guess, for about 10 years now. And would address only the 5 or so miles on the south end of North Topsail Beach. Because obviously the Cobra Zone, you cannot get any federal assistance with this type of a project. The Corps of Engineers, well,
basically, the feds approved a $237 million project, which would extend all the way from the Topsail Beach border to, I guess it's Myrtle Avenue in that area of our. Yeah. The $237 million would be shared. The federal piece would be 65% at $154 million. A non-federal at 35%, that's $82,950. The non-federal is further broken down with the state paying half of that at $41,475. Surf City at $24,885. North Thompson Beach would be $16,590,000.
Can I just ask a procedural question? I don't understand the project as well as everybody here. Do you mind if I ask you, I mean, like, I'm looking at things like, why, you said it's 5 miles. Is 5 miles in North Topsail, or it's 5 miles?
5 miles of North Topsail and the entire Surf City coastline.
Which is how long?
It's 6 miles.
Total project's actually 10.1 miles.
Okay, so it's 50/50.
No, it's 64. It's only about 4 miles. North Topsail, 6 miles and 6.
Is that how we came up with the 60/40 split?
Yes. Yes, I believe so.
And how much money has, and I know that this town has spent a lot of money on beach tours, how much is this, I mean, is this something that is more important to Surf City? I mean, I understand that the allocation was probably based on the amount of feet, if you want to call it that. But in terms of
I would say it's more
project,
important to Surf City because Surf City hasn't done anything.
They did do a truck haul stand.
Yes, and that was a berm, a dune replacement project. But I mean, over the years, as far as beach nourishment, they were engineering a beach. They have never.
Because as Mr. Benson was pointing out to me when I was looking at the Fund 30 stuff, we've got a payment that goes on for another 25 years. So I'm assuming that was a beach project, right?
Right.
So,
And that's an area that the federal project will take over.
okay. Because I'm looking at, it goes back, I'm just trying to understand the project. Okay, because we're talking about 5 miles at the south end of our town, right? And you're going to talk about the capital commitments. From a legal standpoint, are we committed to this right now? Or I think you had said we're still in discussions with how this is going to work, right?
Yeah.
Because this is a huge commitment for
We-
the town to make.
So let's step back a minute, because we did sign with Surf City a letter of intent a few years back that just said we're committed to doing this project with you. At that point in time, and please step in if I'm wrong, this is my.
So that's before the hurricane.
That's before all that stuff. So it was just, yep, we're committed to doing this with
Got
you.
it. Okay.
Since then, a couple years have passed, hurricanes have happened. We then received the funding for the project. So now these folks here, Mr. Benson and Mr. Gilbride, have been in meetings along with Ms. Hill, I think, too, right? To dig into the details of what exactly does this mean. So you really haven't missed anything as of yet.
Okay.
We have not signed any additional contractual documents at this point, as far as I know.
Probably the one factor I would add in is as we've gotten closer and the Corps of Engineers has authorized this, what's considered to be a new start.
Right.
The numbers are getting reworked at the federal level, and
So they're not going down.
and
No, they're not.
I would say that they are increasing, to use the term increasing exponentially would probably be accurate. So that's kind of what brings us to today, and really finally getting a look at some of the numbers, and there's a degree of sticker shock here.
Right. I mean, that's honestly, I looked at it, I'm like, we're talking about surpluses and deficits and everything else, and we're looking at a long-term commitment. And as I understand the stuff that I have seen before, this number can change because the interest rate on this thing is not fixed. It's
If
an
we
arm.
choose to finance it,
If we choose.
Yeah.
But another point we should make is when we signed the interlocal agreement with Surf City, the construction cost at that time, the new start construction cost was roughly $130 million. And since we've signed that agreement with Surf City, it's gone up to $237 million. So that's where the sticker shock's coming in.
So,
I would say that was a little bit of a difference. in
So
price.
what from my perspective, what we've been trying to do, or what everybody here, I haven't been in these meetings, just listening and following up with y'all, is understand it, just as you're asking those questions today. We certainly want to be part of the federal project, but not to the point where we financially bankrupt ourselves.
That's fine.
So I'm still of the mindset I want to understand it, I still want to be able to participate in it, but maybe not at, maybe we can't afford this level of
Well,
commitment.
I think that we asked the manager to give us a
We did.
rundown, and then we
Took over.
we let him talk for about a minute. Good questions, and they helped, but can we get back to maybe letting the manager give his talk?
But I think it's a good point, isn't it, that some of the concerns, and I know if Mr. Eads was here, one of his concerns was that the town in one form or another went through a lot of trouble lobbying and pushing elected officials to get this project through over the course of 10 years. Some of them have gone out of their way to help us to get this project done. And now, of course, to pull the rug out from under everybody and say, well, we're not going to do it, would make it very difficult for us to get them to assist us with anything in the future. On the other hand, bankruptcy looms. And Mr. Benson is correct, because when I first saw any of these numbers, that he and I really disagreed on what the cost was. And I don't think Mr. Benson realized how badly this had ballooned. $16 million financed over 30 years on a 5-year adjustable interest rate. 30 years ago, the interest rate was a whole lot different than it is today. So who knows what it's going to be in the future. It's a substantial payment each year that is going to be tough to come up with. Aside from that, what I really hadn't realized and what Mr. Benson brought out was the cost going forward for the next 50 years of doing the required renourishment. I think it's every 7 years or so that we have to renourish the thing.
No, when you do a federal project.
It keeps on giving, man.
So that, when it's all said and done, the total cost of the project runs over $1 billion, of which we're hung out for a little money. $90 million in renourishment costs on top of the $16.5 million in startup costs.
And can I ask you to, Mr. Goodright, the startup cost, how many years do we get to pay that over?
30.
It's a 30-year payment?
Yes.
So they roll everything into the note?
I'm sorry?
They roll everything into the note?
As far as I know, yes.
See, right now, we still have a 25 years left on a note for the nourishment project we did in effectively the same area of town in 2015.
Same area?
Yeah, that's phase 5. That's where we phase 5 federal project, the same thing.
See, that's the reason we're part of the Surf City federal project, because we only have 4 miles, first 4 miles of town that are not in COVID. So it didn't make sense for us to have 2 separate projects when we only have, 4 miles of our town that would be eligible for the federal project.
But doesn't this also qualify, are we getting to the point where we would have had to do a renourishment in phase 5 anyway?
Yeah.
So this qualifies as that renourishment. So either way, we would have to do a
Well,
renourishment
yeah,
there,
well, yeah,
right?
but we're gonna get the Florence money.
That's gonna go on the dune though.
No,
that's
not
gonna
in
be-
phase 5. It goes on the dune everywhere else.
In phase 5, it's gonna go on the beach.
Because it's non-Cobra.
It's a federal engineered beach. The beach is gonna be restored to the way it was in 2015.
Okay, so then that goes back to my question that we talked about earlier, or last week, I don't know the days for. But, so the Hurricane Florence sand coming in, has that been projected in this 40% cost share for the initial project?
It's not part of it.
It hasn't at this point.
But we're gonna pay actual, right? So if we get millions
We don't
of tons
know.
of sand with
And
Hurricane
in
Florence.
fact, there was an email just yesterday or late yesterday where Canada people are going back to the Army Corps of Engineers to find out how they're going to factor in the FEMA sand with the federal project. And they've asked us for more information, which I've gone to TI Coastal to try to get. Probably going to be able to resolve this afternoon. But there's a lot up in the air with this
project at this point, how much, that sand would bring our $16 million down. I have no idea.
But is there a way that we, and I'm sure this will be Mr. E's question, but is there a way that we'd be able to pay for the actual sand that is placed in phase 5? So it may be 16 million, it may be 8, I don't know. What do you?
Well, there's a cost associated with the beach project beyond that you can't escape from. It's the engineering cost, the design cost, the permitting cost, the mobilization cost, the demobilization cost. At this point, I think the best that we can hope for is that whatever amount of sand is put on the beach in phase 5 as a result of Florence, that somehow it gets subtracted out of the overall profile of what the feds are going to put in, and that we get some level of credit for it. But it's not going to change in my estimation, and I'm not an engineer by any means. My estimation it might change the numbers some, but it's not going to change them a whole lot. No, and it's certainly, and what it's not going to change is this gift that keeps on giving down here, the renourishment every 5 to 7 years. And we built a really nice beach when we built phase 5. There was lots of issues with rocks in the borrow area that we were able to get around. Interestingly enough, it's the same borrow area that the feds have planned to use for their projects, so we're on the same, potentially the same issues. Yeah. But the point is that, I don't know, maybe, and I'm sure because it's a federal project, we've got to build it to the profile that they specify, which is going to be way bigger than what we built before, which means it'll last longer, but it's what's making it so expensive.
Yeah.
So
I've asked Brian Way, who's our coast engineer from ATM, to get the template information from the Army Corps so that he can compare the template the Army Corps will build, which is called a 1550 template, and compare that to the template of our engineer beach, the phase 5 project,
right,
to see what percent overlap there will be. Because I'm worried that there's not going to be a lot of overlap, because if you look at the not the development line, but the project line that Army Corps showed us, it's on the other side, pretty much on the other side, ocean side of our dune.
The other thing you need to think about too is when we talk about these is the cost of the sand is per cubic yard. So the bigger you make the beach, the more it costs. And I don't remember what the cubic was like $12 or it's cost per cubic yard, and more sand they dredge out, pump up, the more it costs. And so
When would this expense hit us? 2022?
Hard to say. The agreement, well,
How far
Surf
can we
City
push it
has
out?
indicated that they won't make us, that we will not be required to pay until they start putting sand into Topsail Beach. The first year, they will only get up to where Dwight Torres's house is. My guess is that then the second year, they still will be in Surf City, so it could be 3 years out before they get to.
Just real quick, you guys had talked about there's a commitment, renourishment commitment from the first project. And there's a potential that this may eliminate that. How much, we've already made the commitment on the first one, right? So if I'm looking at this and it's X, and we were going to spend 0.2X in the renourishment, and really the cost of this is 0.8X, right?
That's kind of where I was going in my mind.
Right. I mean, is that, and I don't know what that ratio is that not right?
That's the problem with these templates. They don't overlap that much.
No, but I think it's not the template he's talking about. I believe what Mr. Grant is saying is we've got to spend the money to renourish phase 5 anyway, coming soon, because we're getting up to that limit for that. That's the question I had asked you a little bit ago.
No.
So that's not the case.
Because we're going to do the Hurricane Florence project.
Okay.
That's going to take us back to where we were supposedly in 2015 with the phase 5.
Okay, that was the question I was trying to.
And that's separate and apart from what we're talking about in terms of this project.
So
And is that 100% reimbursed? Is that what you're telling us? Or basically?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So what I was saying is, once we get that Hurricane Florence sand in, then they come back and tell us how much we're gonna need for this. I was hopeful that these numbers would be significantly lower just because we just got sand from Hurricane Florence. That's what I was.
But the profiles are different. It's probably engineered, the manner in which the beaches were engineered is different. And it's not just a matter of here's your dune, and you just rebuild it with the Florence money, and now you're just gonna put sand on top of that. But the actual, where they plan to build the dune and put the sand water side of the dune is different than where the dune is now, and where they're gonna improve the dune from the Florence restoration.
Are they just gonna add to the dune and make it wider?
I don't think so.
No, they're gonna change the whole.
But you're saying it's off an issue. They're
It's a
saying,
different
we're
profile.
gonna go out and we're going to build it this way, okay?
But I
What you
just
did
assumed
is
they were making it
what you did with Florence is you brought it to where it was, but it has nothing to do with what our profiles look like now.
Pretty much.
Okay?
It's a different beach.
This is a profile of what they're gonna get.
Right.
Federal project, and our dune is back here, outside of the dune that the Army Corps is gonna build, which is 15 feet high, 25 feet wide, with a 50-foot berm that is 7 feet above mean high tide. So to put this in perspective, the phase 5 project put 22 cubic foot per 22 cubic yards per foot of beach, okay? 22 cubic yards. The federal project is putting 275 cubic feet per yard.
It's 10 times.
Cubic yards per foot.
It's
10 times what we did with phase 5. That's why it's costing so much.
And that's the federal structure, whatever you want to call it.
That's when the Army Corps builds the beach, that's the standard to which they build it.
Okay.
And I
Because
don't think
they're
they'll
looking
be-
long, they're not trying to return it to where it was.
Yeah.
They're saying, if I'm gonna fix it, I'm gonna fix it right.
Yeah, and
I'm replacing the bridge. I don't care where it's there.
And the thing is, when this project went through a study phase for like 5 years before it was approved, and the Army Corps decided this was the profile back in 2009 when they approved the project. They had lots of other profiles. They could build a different profile, considering how expensive it is. But Congress gave Army Corps, the $237 million for the project. So why is the Army Corps gonna, make it cheaper to us?
They don't care.
They don't care. And so basically our costs have doubled.
That's 10 times. the
Starting
difference.
in possibly 2023.
Yeah.
Right.
But the problem that I'm having understanding this, and I asked the Army Corps liaison in an email yesterday, and she hadn't gotten back to me yet. When do we actually have to have this money in hand?
That's what
If they're not gonna put sand on our beach for 3 years, why should we be paying for a loan, paying anything until they're going to start our project? So Dave and I, been talking with Surf City, trying to figure out what their strategy is gonna be, because they don't have $24 million either.
No, it looks like even
and
at
their
30-year
beach
payment,
fund.
we're still gonna be
So-
paying what, $40,000?
So, we're trying to figure out a strategy so that possibly, since there's gonna be 4 contracts for dredging sand, that Surf City will pay the cost of the contract for the first 2 years when it's in Surf City. And then we start paying our share when it gets up our way. We've got, somehow we gotta figure out some way to have an interval of time so we can save some more money in the Fund 30 to come up with some of the 16,000, but we're not gonna be able to come up with all of it in 3 years.
So maybe they pay for the mobilization and we pay for the demobilization or something like that. Just kind of split out.
Well, no.
Or they let it
what
out
they
in
do is
pieces.
The Army Corps has a contract with the dredger. And we have to have the project partnership agreement signed by the time that contract is let, so that the Army Corps is assured that the local share money is available.
And when do we have to have that signed by then?
They're trying, July, what the Army Corps is shooting for. But I think the call that we had with the Army Corps, the three of us on the interest on the loan, you know, they wanted to know last week if we were going to ask for a loan.
Well, I mean, if we were going to do this, we would absolutely have to have a loan. How would we not have a loan?
Well, it would be a very similar loan to what we did the last time down there in terms of it's a USDA rural development loan. The difference is that rather than us having to go through it all by ourselves, they would do it for us. The question I have is there some way to perhaps roll the two loans together,
That's what I would.
the existing loan that we have through USDA with the loan that we would be, you know, it's like rolling a second in when you refi your house.
Yeah, and get rid of the sinking fund.
And that would help to get it, because there would be, I think, didn't you ask Mike that there'd be, whether there'd be, or one of y'all did, whether there'd be a requirement for sinking fund, and the answer was no?
No, I haven't got an answer.
Okay.
Because in Wilmington, they didn't know they had to check with the real estate. But here's the thing, the current loan for phase 5 is USDA loan, and we're talking about the Army Corps of Engineers. And they've never given a loan for a project before because their terms are so unreasonable that nobody can afford to take their terms for a loan. So our project would be the first time the Army Corps has ever actually loaned money for the local part. So I doubt that they're gonna want to.
Well, I think we need to put pressure on them to see if they can assist us with the cost of this project by helping us with
I
reasonable
think
loans.
one thing that we should consider is going to Senator Brown and show him we've got this federal project. And yes, the state has a share that they have to pay. But look, can you help us with our local share? We worked, 10 years trying to get this project. Now we've got it, and the prices have doubled. Let's maybe try to lobby the legislature to get some money for the local share of.
No, I completely agree.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree, but my concern would be if the project's gonna be that far out and we don't start paying for another 3 years, they can budget money for us that ends up going somewhere else by the time we need the money to show.
I want to ask you. I think it's a good idea.
Well, I don't think it would hurt. I'm just saying, what if it's not there?
And Harry's getting ready to wrap things up. He's fixing to retire here, and we need to.
We have to get some help.
We need to talk to Harry.
We really do.
For sure.
And this was not the other question I asked Army Corps liaison in Wilmington was, well, if you're going to do, she said in the shoreline protection meeting that we were working on the partnership agreement for the first year contract. I asked her, does she mean that there's going to be a partnership agreement for each contract separate, or is it going to be one partnership agreement for all 4 contracts? Because if it's a partnership agreement for just the first year contract, well, let's not say deal with that.
Yes.
You're not getting anything.
Thing is, I'm glad that we're where we are, and there's been a lot of hard work put into this by aldermen, mayors, town managers, Shoreline Protection Commission, Attorney, Army Corps, giving everybody credit where it's due. But I think where we're really surprised and stunned is the cost. And I don't think anybody expected it to be as debilitating to a budget such as ours as it could be. I'm not saying I want to walk away by any means, because the Corps has really come through for us. But I want to make sure they get credit for that. But we got to figure out a way around this thing, because it's, looking at these numbers on this piece of paper at face value, it's barely doable. And there's a whole lot of other stuff that doesn't get done.
I support that. I think you don't make a decision because you've been going down a path and then make a bad decision. I think we have to look at it separately and say, okay, if today this is what's presented to us, forgetting all the other stuff in the past, because look, and I don't know the local politicians, but I gotta tell you, if somebody told me the cost of building my house doubled, I wouldn't build it.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, even if I had money tied up in the architecture, whatever, because a bad decision is a bad decision. The other thing I would like to do, to have somebody run for me, is this is an arm. This is a 3 1/4. All right, and it's a 5-year arm.
Yes.
Show us what it looks like if it's got a 50 basis point increase every 5 years. Show us what it looks like if it's got 100 point, because I'll bet this blows the doors off this thing. If you show any kind of increase in this interest rate over 30 years.
You're saying it's only fixed for the first time?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an arm.
And the problem we get into is, all I'm saying is like, you're looking at stuff, if this was a 30-year note, we look at it and say, well, okay, I can live with the interest rate, right? But, you're in the business. How many people are refinancing now out of arms? Right? And if we're looking at something like this, I'd like to just see what that, because if you think this looks bad, run any kind of interest every 5 years, even 50 basis points is going to increase this by millions, I can tell you.
Well, that's,
So, and I think that's, we ought to be looking.
that the numbers on that are ambitious and best case.
That's my point is, it's one thing to say we have Jimmy Carter inflation, we'll all be saying, hell, that's not bad, because revenues will be up and everything else. But, so I think Mr. Benson was saying, if you start looking at this thing out 20 years and you figure out what kind of revenue you have to have just to offset this, all right, and this is 5 miles. How much money do we have for everything else we want?
Yeah, here's another way to look at it. Fund 30 brings in about $3 million a year of revenue. And we're committed for 25 years to finish the USD loan. So that's about $1 million a year now.
You got 2 million left.
And so we got 2 million left. All right. If you look at the renourishment costs alone, that's all you would be doing.
You're doing
renourishing the federal project. And there would be no money for any
That's exactly
the other 7 miles of shoreline.
And here's what.
And if you're successful in Cobra,
Yeah.
all right, then you just close the door on that because you don't have any money to do stuff someplace else.
There's something else to think about too. Okay, we broke the town was broken down into 5 phases. That was done many years ago when it first started being talked about in early 2000s. And it was broken into 5 phases only for one reason, and that was affordability. It had little to do with anything else.
Right.
And we've done phase 1. It needs to be done again. It needs to be done differently this time. But we've done phase 1. We've done phase 5. What about 2, 3, and 4?
Good point.
What about 2, 3, and 4? And I say that living in phase 1. And I know I probably just didn't make a whole lot of friends down at phase 5 right now, but what about 2, 3, and 4?
Well,
They haven't had anything touched, and if we do it like this, when will they?
The answer, according to him, is no.
They're going to get the phase 2 through 4 is going to get the dune restored this winter.
I know, but our beaches
They do.
are
But sand on the
very
beach.
narrow as well. Our beaches are very narrow,
Yeah,
2, 3,
they
and
are.
4. And the problem with 2, 3, and 4, just to be clear, with them being in a Cobra zone, is not that we couldn't scrape up some money and put some sand on the beach. It's not even that. Say we get the money to initially put it on there. It's the first storm that comes through and it's gone. We don't have money. We don't have any help to re-nourish it again.
FEMA will not
Right.
nourish the beach. They will help you restore it too.
Yep.
So the next steps for this, it
Just
sounds
before you
like.
leave that,
Yeah,
Mayor,
go ahead.
just a question for you. Maybe it's for you and for the town attorney. What authority do we have as a board to commit to $100 million or whatever this is going to be? Is this a referendum? Do we have, I mean, as a new board member, I'd sure like to know what exactly, our authority.
Just get to approve. Just get.
Just me, good. Then no. I'd rather vote no on $100 million than yes. I'm kidding, but my point though is, I would like some direction as to what we would need to do to go forward with it or not to go forward with it for the town attorney.
Right, but we're, as far as obligation, we're not proposing raising taxes for special obligation bonds to pay for it.
But you're talking about encumbering it.
He's talking about the spending limit of the approval amount for the board.
What you're saying, you're encumbering, we can call it whatever we want.
Yeah.
Okay, we are taking on debt.
Well, yeah,
This town
absolutely.
is taking on the,
So what
and
is the
taking on,
approval
and
process?
taking on, according to what I just saw here, more debt than we've ever taken on before. All right, and to me, that's a different issue than, you know, we're gonna spend $400,000 to do the park.
Yeah.
Right? And I think after what Mr. Benson said is right, in that when you're looking at this, based upon the current thing we're looking at, this is it.
Well, I
Right,
think
and-
that, I think we need some additional information. I think that, I wrote that down I have a big list for the town attorney, but, I did write that down as well. I'd like to know I'd be happy to reach out to Mr. Brown and Mr. Shepherd. I think it would be more beneficial if you three did it because you're so involved with the federal project. I don't know if you're comfortable with that.
Yeah, but I want you to go with us.
Oh, I'll go.
You know,
Sure.
one of the things that the mayor's, sort of, if you look at the school of government, you know, what a mayor does in a council manager form of government, the mayor runs the meetings, the mayor serves as the face of the town, and the mayor coordinates with higher adjacent,
Yeah, that's fine. I
officials.
have no
Whoa,
issue
hang on a
going,
second. Hang on, if the three of you go, you got a quorum, right?
Why not, we'll have to skinny it down. All I'm saying is I have no issue
Right.
doing it.
Right. Yeah,
I just want to make sure
I
somebody who
agree.
else has the most
Right.
knowledge.
No, I agree with you. Yes,
No, but
I think
you're the face of the
it's
town,
better
that's
for
why
her
I
to be
want
there. I'm just saying,
Okay.
maybe you're going one time and he's going the other time. So we
Right.
just want to
You
make sure
know,
we're not.
we do that too, but no, I would encourage you to be part of it because you're the mayor. But you know,
Okay.
back to financing this thing too, and you brought something up and the discussion, future discussion about this needs to probably at least address general obligation bonds, special obligation bonds. I don't know which would be applicable here. I think it would be a special obligation bond. You'd have to develop or create a municipal service district, which is easy enough to do. We had to do it in phase one when we did that. But you can create a municipal service district and then decreate it after you're done. But, you know, there's other aspects of this. I am not sure that this town, because of the fact that we have so many part-time residents, part-time property owners, that we'd ever get a bond passed. And there's some history there. It predates me. I kind of heard about it when I first started getting interested in town things. There were surveys done about beach nourishment, and then the best report came along, and pay as you go, oceanfront, non-oceanfront, you know, it became the oceanfront versus non-oceanfront, north versus south, and everything in the middle. So but there are other things that we need to talk about, and frankly, what I think we need to have is a get smart session with our attorney on Thursday night and have him here in person.
Yeah.
And not doing this over the phone stuff or on Zoom, but have him,
I think there's too
if these are because of the complications and the fact that he's also the attorney for Surf City, need to be done in closed session, and then it's going to be a long closed session. But I think that's how we need to do this, and we need to get smart enough to make an informed decision about this. You look like you're ready to say something.
Well, yeah, you're right, we do. We don't have enough information yet in the Army Corps on what our obligations would be to make any kind of decision. We need to stay in touch with Surf City, see what they're thinking, how they're coming up with their $24 million.
To your point, there's double too, right? It wasn't just us.
Yeah, well, no, everything. But we need to be aware of this as a board now, because we've got to keep getting information we don't have, so that when we get to the end, whatever that date is, we have to say yes or no. We have to be as well informed as we can.
Especially knowing that the Corps of Engineers hold our feet to the fire for some decisions in the near future.
Yeah.
So we're still at the kicking over rocks phase of this thing.
Yeah.
But doesn't a lot of it have to do with sticker shock? Is what I'm hearing from you two guys that have been with this for a long time. If this was coming in at the original price, okay, I think you'd be waving a flag saying, Let's get it done before they change their mind.
It'll be a slow done, right?
As soon as I heard the thing was announced, that's what I started doing until I finally realized about a week ago that it doubled.
John
I can
was
tell
saying,
your,
let's
yeah,
go
your
first.
reactions
Remember, you were
tonight.
like, let's be ready first, let's
Yeah,
go first.
Yeah, we were. It was like, let's get all our permits in, let's get all
Let's
of
go
our
first.
easements and let's go first, and then we saw the numbers.
But it's, you know, and effectively, it becomes almost a no-brainer, half this price.
So I think what we need to do is keep it on, I know that it's on your manager's report that you kind of send out each week at a high level, so we could keep it on there for Thursday
Sure.
night's meeting, if you've learned anything else.
Yeah, and I'm supposed to have lunch with Kyle on Friday,
Okay.
so I'm trying to get, I don't know how much Mr. Eads will share of what his other client is doing, but maybe I can get some less formal information.
Okay. Anything else on that? Okay, we're in there.
Yeah, I think so.
Just one announcement I can make, Manager Gilbride just said that he got word from the town attorney on the sandbag revetment restoration agreement, that he could go ahead and sign the agreement. That's a milestone.
Long one coming, right?
Yeah.
All right, so then the next thing would be townwide permanent parking plan. Ms. Hill, I'm glad you're still here. So I wanted to introduce this topic. Tom and I worked together with Alderman Leonard and I, sorry about that, worked together when we implemented the paid parking on the north end. We did that for different reasons. We did that because of traffic and safety issues it was causing up with the drive on beach. It's worked out well. It's finally profitable. It's all good. So we've talked about implementing something similar in our town parking lots. So it wouldn't be the few county-owned parking lots, it would be our town parking lots. My specific concern with that is that if we roll something out, I just want to make sure it's well thought out, it's done, we don't create more of an issue by doing that with everybody bypassing our lots then, because they don't want to pay the $5 and going somewhere else. On the very north end, the drive-in, I think if they use their hurricane stickers, they don't have to pay. So, I mean, that handles the residents not having to pay. They can still park without having to pay. But I don't know, I just don't want to be pushing everybody back into the neighborhoods. They don't want to park there anyway because they don't like to walk that far to the beach. We've already put up a bunch of no parking signs on New River Inlet Road. That seemed to help significantly last weekend. I didn't go out on Sunday. But Saturday, it seemed like it had helped. So.
We've still got people that can't read. They're
Well,
parking in front of them, we always
yeah.
will. I think there's still some areas where we could use additional signs on New River and the road. But it looks better than last weekend. This past weekend was much better than the weekends before, previous two.
If I could jump in, I don't know that Deb is even prepared to address any of this.
Well,
We had gone through the parking plan, and when I had presented this at the board meeting, you asked for a more comprehensive plan, which I understand. As I ride around town, and particularly not so much the north end, but the southern end of town, there is just so many places for people to be driven to who don't want to pay $5 to park. Essentially all along what I always think of as North
All the
River,
Ocean
but
City
whatever.
kind of.
All those right of ways, cars are jammed in, and as of now, they're legally parked. Of course, some are at homes that are unoccupied, some are on people's driveways, but for the most part, there are a lot of legal parking spaces, and I don't know how to identify them to make them paid parking. In towns where you have this, like Carolina Beach and places like that, the right-of-ways are paved. So there are white lines and cement blocks and parking meters. The system that we have been looking at, which involves a central pay station and a pay by phone or pay by credit card, I don't know how to make that work for that whole south end of the island, short of having some sort of a pay station when you come in on a toll booth.
But that's been my concern for years that I've shared too. And this is just my own personal opinion, and certainly folks can disagree with me, but I have never felt that the right of way means it's a parking spot. I would much prefer if somebody's going to be able to park in, you know, in my yard on the side in the right of way, that it would have a curb and it be paved and it's a parking spot. Because I think the feeling from an owner is they're parking in my yard. We know it's not their yard, we know it's the right of way, but that is the feeling that you have. And then it's not so much that, you know, you don't always just get this wonderful family that gets out with one cute little baby going to the beach. You have dirty diapers, you've got beer cans, you've got, you know, issues then that we've driven into the neighborhoods, and I don't want to do that. That was the reason why I personally had asked if this could go to the planning board. I know that you guys don't have answers for me today, but the reason you just brought up is exactly my reason for wanting it to be very well thought out. So that we don't just push the issue somewhere else.
I think that there's a lot of things that need to be looked at as we look at parking and how to do it. One that leaps before me is the Army Corps of Engineers parking requirements.
Yes.
And so there's a parking map that I've done through Google that's available on the town's website.
Yeah.
Through the years, there were easements that we thought the town had, and there were crossovers and parking that was established. And then as time goes by, we realized that we don't have the legal right to have those crossovers there. We don't have an easement. So some of those have been taken away that may have been counted in some of the initial and follow-up determinations of parking for the Army Corps of Engineers. So I'll need to take that map. You know, what I would envision is taking that map for parking with the concentric circles that we did for the Army Corps of Engineers, and then taking all of it before the planning board and just, you know, doing a little homework prior to see where it's feasible to have parking. And for some of the parking that we've lost, or some of the beach access that we've lost, look and see if there are other alternatives.
And one of my other things would be, are there any other vacant lots that we might be able to even purchase? You know, I don't know that there is, but to help from a parking perspective.
Yeah, we were looking.
Yep, you got a lot.
There's got acres on River Road in a big block, so.
Well, I'll say,
My neighbor?
yeah, if I can finish before Scott jumps on. We were very fortunate to purchase the lot for the Rodney Knowles Park from Richard Baker at the time, because that was exactly smack dab in the middle missing piece that we needed when we did that.
Yeah, that's a nice.
When we did that assessment. As you go and you think about creating more parking and more parking and more parking, which is what we've done in the past, there's a trend in the national planning profession that the more planning that you create, you're actually creating a demand for that parking. And it's in creating that parking and you think that you are responding to the public, it's actually counterproductive. And so I would really, I'm going to be advocating that we keep to that, as we go through, that we keep to the policy that the Board of Aldermen adopted that's consistent with the requirements of the Army Corps of Engineers.
And I don't disagree, Deb. I just think if we ever lose that Jeffrey's lot, then we may be in trouble. So I'm not saying we should actively be out just buying up whatever we can, but as you just said with the Rodney Knowles lot, it happened to fit a need at the time. So if, as you're going through this plan and we do have a void, I think, you know, we just need to have.
That's all part of
figure out how to fix it.
Right, that's all part of the analysis.
So as I understand it, though, aren't we having a third party put this stuff in for us and then we get a piece of whatever they do?
Yeah, but the only thing and let's let Scott, he might be able to.
So one thing, you've got Rogers Bay, which you still have a whole nother half of the Rogers Bay parking area that's not even developed, that can be turned into more parking. You got people that drive their golf carts down to the other end down there that are taking up that section. Why not clear the whole rest of that parking lot? And you've got double the size of the parking there. You've actually got that same opportunity in the Jeffries area where you're leasing, where you could develop all the way down to that house down there and have twice as much parking there. Now, along with this paid parking, once somebody buys that parking ticket for the day, they can park in any public parking lot they want to They can take it from Jeffries, they can go to Knowles, they can go anywhere they want. That should also fall in line with the easement. You stop at that parking lot, or you put one of them pay stations at the town hall, and they pay for that parking that day, they should be able to park on avenues, streets, anywhere they want, as long as they've registered that vehicle.
You already don't have the infrastructure to deal with the cars that come in for the parking that there is. So to create more parking and under the premise that they park, if they have one parking, ticket or pass that they can park anywhere on the island, I think that you're losing control instead of gaining control of the situation.
Well, right now, you don't have enough parking to park as it is, so why not develop these parking lots where you can accommodate?
Why is it on the taxpayer of North Topsail Beach to create 20, what's a good number? 2,000 parking spaces, 3,000, 5,000?
You're either gonna do that, or you're gonna have them parking in everybody's lawn like they do all the time.
Or you put up no parking signs and issue tickets.
Well, I think there's a combination here that needs to be a balance between that and that. Everything in life's about balance, okay? Those two priorities. Driving around this past Sunday and observing things over the past several years, what we've got going on here is more houses being built out here and being advertised as just minutes away from the beach. They're all up and down 210. You go down Old Folkestone that way, go down Old Folkestone this way, and there's a whole other area just past Food Lion that's been cleared, and I doubt that they're going to put in a doctor's office there. Okay, maybe the school, but I tell you, there are houses everywhere. That's why they're having to build schools. So there's more than, it's not the increase in residential development in the area between Route 17 here, and even on the other side of Route 17 and down towards where you live and up towards even Richlands is what's contributing to the overpopulation on the weekends of our parking areas. And it's not, but the point is, it's not going away. And if we create more parking, it's just going to fill up. It's going to fill up as soon as we create it. I don't like people parking in front of my house either. And I think there's a balance involved here between creating more parking and when we're full, we're full. It's just like when you go to the airport, you pull in and a sign says lot full, and you go to the one that's further away. But when we're full, we're full. And we're going to reach a point where it's not in our best interest as a town to make more parking.
Well, especially because we don't have any commercial businesses on the island where we're benefiting from folks coming for the day.
And the other side of it is that if we're going to do it the right way, whether it's paid parking or not, and if we don't want people parking on these side streets, because we have an obligation to our residents and our visitors, I feel, or we have an obligation to day visitors, because our residents pay the bills. That if we're going to do that, then we do need to make some of these side streets no parking.
Just no parking.
And we need to enforce the heck out of it.
I was actually going to say that you went right where I was going to go on this, which is we need to decide. One is you can have paid parking and you can have ticketed parking.
Yeah.
Okay. And when I look at the south end with people parking there, yes, we have beach access, but I guess I always assume beach access was for the people that live there. All right. And so
some of it, they're categorized by Division of Coastal Management, whether it's a neighborhood crossover or a regional crossover.
But I guess my point though is you can have ticketed parking, okay, because in those neighborhoods, you're parking in people's yards or doing whatever. You can still have, as long as it's economic for whoever's going to put the system in for us, like at the town park, and they could say you could park where the county's got their stuff, but that's going to get full. We see this in the area that I used to live in, Boston. They had town parking, okay, that was actually run by the state. It was $25 a day. And all kinds of private lots all over the place that charged $20 a day.
Mm-hmm.
Guess which ones got filled up first, okay, or $15 a day. And all I'm saying is, to your point is, you got parking, we pay for it, it's economical, that's fine. If there's areas south where everybody's parking everywhere, put up the signs and ticket it. I mean, it's,
Well, I think the issue that we had before, if we just, because we have talked about this on and off, and we continue to get a little bit stuck with it, which is why I wanted to go back to the planning board, but I think it needs to be all or none. It's very difficult to just say, for people coming for the day, to know specifically this one street's okay, I can park here, and I don't know that that's for the residents. So I either think you're parking in the parking lots, and you're not parking on the side streets, or, and there's still those areas on New River and that road that are wide enough for folks to be able to park. I mean, there's designated spots, but we've talked about how does the police department know if you've just got a guest over and it's okay if they're parked in your yard? And we just have to figure that out. Maybe there's just passes they pick up at town hall, but if you're a homeowner, you come or you put your hurricane pass in there.
Yeah.
There's a way to work through that. We're not trying to, you gonna tell me more?
No, but the only other thing I wanted to say was, I can put all the signs out there in the world, which we've already done, and you can give somebody a $50 ticket, that car is gonna still be there.
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
So we can't tell them. Because
So-
we talked
so
about
you-
that.
But on the
There's
other
no-
hand,
there's no
that
solution to
brings
that.
$100,000 into the town.
But he said that,
I mean,
she said
my
that
wife's-
there's an 80% pay rate, or I think Mr.
Right.
Gilbride, you said that, right? So about 80% of the people are paying them.
Sure, but you're still not stopping that person from parking in somebody's
No,
yard.
they decided to pay $50 to park that there.
And you're not gonna.
And that's not deterring anybody, is what I'm saying.
Oh, I think it
Yeah.
will. I think if you start really ticketing people that show up, I can tell you the reaction people, because we've walked out there and said to people, you understand where you're parked, you can get a ticket. I can? Yeah, how much is the ticket? $50. Oh, and I've seen people get up when I've said that to them and drive away because they're not gonna pay the $50. So I'm not saying it's I think to your point, if it's 5 Marines, it's $10 a day, that's the cost of doing business.
Especially on a payday weekend.
On something like that weekend, but I mean, I don't think the option of doing nothing is the right option.
One of the-
That's what you're saying.
Two other points. First is, having driven it this past Sunday, one end to the other, what I noticed is the lots in the areas that fill up first are the ones that are closest to the two bridges. People come over the bridge,
Go right
they're
there.
gonna come down, they're gonna make a left, they're
Find a
gonna try to
spot.
find a place to park. That lot down by the county lot, quite a ways down Island Drive, had lots of spaces, and across the street was almost empty. Because it's far away from either bridge.
It's 6 miles to the end. I mean,
Yes,
it's
coming,
you live.
yeah, but I'm talking about Island Drive.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that one, Island Drive.
Oh, yeah, that's,
There was lots, 11 o'clock Sunday morning, there was a lot of places to park there because it's so far away from
especially
the
on the
bridge.
sound side too.
People get over to the island, they want to just get to the stop. They don't want to drive much further than they have to unless they're going to the north end.
Right.
The second thing is that when the chief raised his hand, I was wondering if what he was going to talk about was some of these small, narrow streets up here and the ability to get emergency equipment down through them. And that in and of itself could be a reason to render them no parking.
So that is yes, absolutely. But, that's an assessment that needs to be made, definitely. But what I was gonna say to Scott's point is there is truly a thing called sign blindness.
Oh, yeah.
So the more signs you put up, the more blind people become. So you can put up 2,000 more signs, people aren't gonna see. And coming from a town who was in this situation, then went to paid parking, then expanded to paid parking, bought lots, and had conversation about a partnership or a 3-story parking garage. That's the only way you get control of it. And they ended up expanding down the side streets and they put up meters. They designated parking spots and literally they put parking blocks in sand and put a meter there. And now they're all, you just get out of your car and pay off an app. But it's always gonna be a problem at the beach. It'll never go away, but they're getting $20 a day for a car in a parking spot. And the people pay it. They stay 3 hours and just as soon as they pull out, another car pulls right in. So, and that money goes towards them helping clean up the trash on the beach, and trash in the parking lots and everything else.
Which I thought the whole paid parking thing was to generate revenue.
It is.
So if you create more parking spaces and charge the village.
But I do agree
we're
that
creating
at some
revenue.
point, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say, I do agree at some point we are full, because we certainly, I mean.
Absolutely.
But the overarching thing here with paid parking is that all public paid parking will be by permit. There will no longer be any free public parking in North Topsail Beach except the Onslow County controlled lots.
Yes.
Right, but I do believe we need to address the side streets.
Right.
And I really think that we should be, unless, based on what Deb finds with the CAMA, how many people we need to be able to. I'm sorry. I mean, if there's an issue that we need to have a neighborhood available to park because that's a requirement that we need to meet, then that's what we need to meet. So that's why I think we need to allow this to go through the planning board for that analysis so they can come back and then we can try and match it.
Some of these folks weren't here 5 to 10 years ago when we started the discussion on the parking plan. And the town spent, it was a budget of about $1 million on different projects to create parking that included the Jeffries lots, that included the Rodney Knowles parcel. It included the parking lot that was on the north end and the acquisition of that property. So that's $1 million of grants, of course. And what wasn't grants was paid for by the property owners of North Topsail Beach. So, I'll be more than happy to put this back to the planning board. They dealt with it quite a bit, in the beginning and worked through both the grant projects as well, making a recommendation to the board of Aldermen.
And I just don't think as a board, we have an option to not be trying to move in that direction just because we don't have the revenue sources as you look at how the economy is impacting us financially as a board. So if we're trying to accomplish any of the projects that we'd like to do for the citizens, we need to be able to generate those funds to be able to do that.
I think if the north end is any kind of indication, even though we will spend a significant amount of our parking revenue on cleaning up after the day visitors, we're still gonna make money. We're still gonna make money. And it's still gonna be something that we can then in turn put that money into the beach fund so that everybody goes back to what I said this morning. That way, everybody who uses the beach pays for the beach.
And I think the way we left that was, Deb, you weren't sure when it would fit into the planning board's agenda. You'd let us
We'll
know.
try to get it next week.
Did we have anything, did we contact the company that's doing the north end parking and have them give us any kind of an assessment, or if we did townwide paid parking? Did we get anything from them about that?
Mr. Dunbar presented that.
No, well,
Yeah, I
other
thought
than
we
the
did.
original presentation, no, I have gone back to them and asked for advice and guidance on how I
Okay.
go about doing it, but I think probably it's best to wait and see what Deb comes up with, because I was envisioning having to do the side streets and everything else. If we're gonna do no parking on all the side streets, which is probably a good idea from what I saw last weekend, that'll change it. What I was really having trouble with was how to mark off those spaces that were
On the
insane
side streets.
and put meters and, get people to pay. And
Right.
to be honest, I just had no idea how to proceed.
So then we'd be able to take the plan from the planning board, you can present that to the vendor, and then they can come back.
And another aspect of this would be minimize the side street parking. If our lots are not large enough to accommodate the demand, then we should be expanding the Jeffries lot and the Rogers Bay lot to keep cars off of the side streets.
Well, I tend to believe that as much residential development is going on in this sector of the county, that you're never gonna keep up. You're never gonna keep up. You may get ahead of it for a bit, like maybe one building season, but I don't think, and it goes back to balance again. What's the balance here? And
Well, the paid parking company for the north end puts that sign up, right when you get to like Seagull Lane. Parking's full.
Yeah.
Last chance to turn around. So I would envision if they're doing the paid parking rollout for Jeffrey's Lot and for the other ones, when they start to get full, they're gonna have a sign up on either our side of the bridge or the other side of the bridge that says parking full. Go ahead. parking's full.
The other thing, and I'm sure Deb's gonna look at this, if I live on the south end and you start putting parking spaces in front of my house, even though it's not my property, we as a board are gonna hear screams on that one. What do you mean? You just encourage people to park in my yard
And we've heard
versus
those.
putting a sign up that says no parking. I mean, I'd be going, even though I understand right away.
I understand. I don't
all
like
that
it,
stuff,
but I
I would
get
be going crazy if you said you had a parking space in front of my house.
People maintain that right away, they mow it, they landscape it. To them, they've taken ownership.
It's your yard.
Yeah.
I mean, I look at it as my yard.
Yeah.
You know, the funny thing is, and you know, just a real quick war story here. Funny thing is, back about 5 years ago, over Memorial Day, those of us on the board, we got this scathing email from this woman who was upset with people parking in front of her house and on her yard and litter and beer cans and diapers and all that.
Is that me?
And now she's the mayor.
But I have always
One way to do
acknowledged.
something about the problem.
I still have that email.
Listen, I have always acknowledged, Deb will be proud of me, that I understand it's the right way, right?
That's
I
right.
understand it.
It's just not right.
I don't believe that's what the right way is for.
I think every realtor should know where their boundary lines are.
I know where it is, I just don't like it.
Exactly.
Okay, so are we good there with the follow-up being basically in the planning board's hand? That was really just to make sure we're all on the same page. I don't think that's any new discussion today. Mr. Gilbright, you're good with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, you had stormwater management on here. Are you talking about the big river we had in front of the South Bend Fire Station?
This is just an ongoing problem in town. It's part of infrastructure. Yeah, the pond I had to drive through there that day. Right. I think we should just be working on improving stormwater management where we can. And a good example is Town Park. They put swales in the right of way to store runoff from the road until it can percolate down through the ground. And I think we should be doing this town-wide as opportunities arise. But basically, I would like for staff and India is actually working on this, look for opportunities to get grants that would, under the guises of coastal resiliency, to improve stormwater management right now, because the sound side flooding also an issue that's going to become more important for us as town. It's already a big issue for Topsail Beach, sound side flooding. So it's just a kind of a heads up that we need to think about doing whatever we can through opportunities with different granting groups, whatever. And I think the buzzword now is coastal resiliency. So I think that's a good way to try to sell our need to improve stormwater management. I don't see the state doing a lot any more than they have done because of their shortfall of funds. So it's going to be on us to find the resources to improve these areas. And you know, along New Orleans Road, every time it rains, you know where you got to go wide and miss the puddles. Same thing on Allen Drive, it's not as bad. So I'm just thinking that there's probably a lot we could do to improve the stormwater situation if we just would address where the issues are. Maybe some sort of a survey that could be done, and then look to grant opportunities to improve those areas. So it's just an ongoing thing. It's
And how does that tie into what we do from a planning and building perspective here in North Topsail Beach? I'm assuming when new developments go in, new houses go in, that there is stormwater that has to be accounted for. So are we really talking about the older streets and roads and neighborhoods? Is that what we're talking about?
yeah, existing areas that are flooded.
For the development, it's addressed through the limit of impervious surface for non-ORW areas and of course the state's requirement for area, property that's within ORW. One of the things that I've recommended in the past is that with the stormwater, we only require an engineered stormwater plan for a concrete driveway, which is like a drop in the ocean. It's like a spit. If you really wanted to take stormwater seriously, one of the recommendations I would make is that you have an engineered stormwater plan to address the entire development. So when people build a 5,000 square foot house, they're putting in an engineered stormwater plan for that entire 5,000 square foot footprint or whatever the footprint is, and not just concrete driveway. Because they can put in a gravel driveway or a pervious driveway and then turn around and build a 5,000 square foot house. The house is going to have a greater impact. The roof line is going to have a greater impact. And I think that Richard would probably agree with me on that than what that driveway does.
Absolutely. Well, if you look at when we built the house, you probably can't even notice it. There's a swale in front. I didn't have us grade out to that just for that. My first job was doing that. The highway department was dealing with those maintenance issues and putting in culverts and stuff like that. Water wins. Okay. And if you look at that, it's not a big thing up in front of the house, but if you look, it runs all the way in front of our house. We left some of the grass and everything else in there. But it's just enough of a swale that takes the water so it doesn't come into my yard. So, you know, up on that grade. And if people did that when they built the houses, by definition, over time, that's what anybody building a house in there, if you say to them, look, if you grade this thing out to the street, you're going to have a runoff issue with your house.
And that's where
if you tell them not to and just put that little swale in there, to your point, all of a sudden everybody's doing it because they realize the neighbor's stuff is coming into their yard if they don't.
Exactly.
So it's,
We know
I think it's a really good point.
one thing, and I know you mentioned that the state isn't going to help us, but both Highway 210 Island Drive is State Highway 210, and New River Inlet Road is State Highway 1568. So maybe we do need to go back and re-engage the state. I don't know if it'd be the highway department or who, but you know, particularly those places that routinely pond every time we have a downpour on both Island Drive and New River Inlet Road, and we all know why they do. We don't have any storm drains.
Well,
I mean, the water's got to somewhere.
That's right. Maybe the state can at least help do the survey, figure out, you know, specifically where the problems are and make recommendations for what could be done.
Did the
And then
state,
we can find the money to do it.
did the state not help us out down there by the South End Fire Station, that one spot Island Drive that always flooding out? We put in a French drain or something down there.
Yeah, they did. And we sent an input through NCDOT and some of the public comment periods that they've had. Do you remember a couple of years ago when we had that plan, the highway plan?
Mm-hmm.
And it was over at, I guess, Dixon Elementary School, everybody stopped by. And I was going to all of the down east RPO meetings in Newburgh, every, I think monthly or quarterly, whenever they had their meetings, and make sure that NCDOT was aware of, and worked with Tommy to make sure that NCDOT was aware of every single place where, you know, we had increased flooding. So we're in the process of moving from, if you will recall, moving from the down east RPO to the MPO, to the Jacksonville MPO. And so maybe that's something that we will have a better opportunity to work with NCDOT on.
I think the other thing we're always going to have an issue there because you don't have the grade. And that's the real problem is, you know, because even to the side of our house, we own that lot. That's a lower grade. The only thing I can figure out is hurricane water went right there and stayed out of our house. There's no place for that water to go. And the problem is, even if you run, because, you know, this back in Ohio, we used to run culverts underneath. We knew we had the grade to take the water away.
Right.
You know, the problem here is, where's it going to go? And a French drain's not going to drain something that comes from something like that.
You're not going to drain.
But I think to your point, if you're doing it house by house, even if it's just sitting there for a little bit, the problem you get into, and I know at the town park after the hurricane, there was no sand left at all. Anytime you had any kind, we had surge coming from the, you know, tidal surge, and you'd have 6 inches of water going across the road there because, to your point, there's no place for it to go.
Well, that's the point of an engineered stormwater plan where they maintain the stormwater on site.
Exactly, and I think that's the only choice we have.
So, and I brought that up, I recommended that a few years ago, but it didn't meet with much favor because it was estimated at about $5,000 under the cost of construction. Okay, well, over the years, 10 years from now, we're still talking about it and it's not gonna get any better.
Listen, I
Or
agree with
get
you.
worse.
It's gonna be an issue until,
So what is the plan? What is the board's desire at this point? Do we want to direct staff to do something? We just want to put this on our watch list? Do we want to take some type of action? What do we want to do? Because I think this has been on the list for a while.
Well, I would like, India staff is already.
Well, she's looking for grants.
Grant opportunities.
But that's only a portion of it. So even if she finds a grant opportunity, we don't have a survey or a plan or anything to know where to apply that to. Wouldn't she need that for the grant?
yes.
So do we want to ask staff to do that research?
That is not something I want to be able to do anytime soon.
That's right.
My recommendation would be that you hire a hydrologist or a professional engineer and work with Public Works to see what recommendations that they could come up with.
It's a bucket
And then
list item.
Big pardon?
It's a bucket list item.
And then come up with, and then match those needs. That's called the needs assessment. Then you match those needs assessment with whatever grants that India can come up with.
Why can't DOT do this?
Well, Mr. Gilbride had already said that DOT is already behind on their projects.
I know they are, but
We can
that's
ask them on
who
the
we
list.
need to do.
You don't ask, you don't get.
I mean, they've got to identify where these areas are.
Does that,
We don't,
Realistic,
I
Deb,
don't
is that
think
something
we're, I don't
DOT
think
would
we're
do?
to the point with our other capital improvement needs that we need to be spending money on a survey that could be provided by the state.
is that something that they do?
I think it's a time issue. If it's something that you want to put on the list to work for the town to work with the NPO and NCDOT, as time progresses, that's fine. If this is something that you need a survey to go in an application that's due the end of the month, then I don't know if NCDOT has the manpower for that.
Well, why don't we start with the DOT and see what they say, and then.
Do we have much in the way of road repairs on those highways? I mean, that's what drives it.
Right.
Right, if they're going out there by a town park, if they're gonna have to repair the road, because it's a state highway, that's when you get the attention.
The thing is, if this survey is a little more than trying to determine, I'm sure it's not, I'm sure it's gotta be engineered and all this stuff, but if the end result is really just trying to identify the areas of the two main thoroughfares of the town, where the water ponds at. Anybody in this
Take a
room could
picture.
do that.
We've already done that. We've already done that. We've already submitted that. We've already done that. We've already submitted that. So, if you're wanting the surveys to go along, let me ask you this question. When you say that you would like surveys done for grants that she's working on, what are the criteria? What is the grants criteria for those required surveys?
At this point, we don't know.
I mean, at this point, have all you done has all that's happened is someone directed India to just kind of do a wide search and
See
just
what's
say
out
if
there.
there's grants available? Is that all that's happened? So
Just see what's out there.
so I don't think that.
So you're not to the point, right now you're just doing the needs assessment. You're not to the point of doing the engineering.
No.
Right.
So I think it would be reasonable to have that on a bucket list, work with NPO and NCDOT.
That's what I just read. Okay. All right, I'm gonna move on to try and get us through this emergency preparation. And I think this is probably just an update, or do you all, are we going through the actual plan?
I have a couple comments when we get there on the plans, but I mean, they're minor and I don't think this is gonna take a long time.
Yeah, we're going to do this largely an update, because one of the major issues is where is the emergency operations center? And at this point, we don't exactly know. There's an appointment Friday to take a look at the Dixon Middle School again. I believe there's a conference on Thursday with the gentleman who apparently controls the use of the middle school for the EOC. I think both chiefs were going to speak with him on Thursday. And then, of course, after pending what comes out of the middle school, we'll take another look at the Hampton Inn if we have to. And Obviously, we pay for the Hampton Inn, the middle school is free, but if it doesn't serve our needs, we'll look for something else. So I think the plans can't be really formalized until we get that one big element out of the way. The chief has worked very hard on putting together an emergency operations plan that addresses everything as far as not just hurricanes, but tsunamis, if I'm not mistaken, tornadoes.
Civil unrest.
Civil unrest.
And we can add that one now.
You did, no, it's in there. That was Laura. He did the civil unrest. I don't care about that.
And I think we need to meld that a little better with the existing hurricane plan, but again, there's still a few details laying out there to straighten out. So, but it does follow the rules of the National Incident Command Center, and this way it standardizes us with other emergency management units. So we should have that ready to prepare for you. I would guess certainly by the July meeting, but more than likely during June at some point.
Yeah. It would be nice if we could be working toward, I know it's already June, but I'm just saying there's 3 names so far. So
Well,
sure.
I'd like to know where we're going.
I think what we need to do is when we do our annual board retreat in the winter, but ideally in the winter, that we talk about lessons learned from the previous year. We talk about preparations, and it's a perfect time of year to do it because we're not staring it right in the eye. Okay. I went through last night the emergency operations plan, and I'll tell you, kudos to everyone involved. That is a great doc. I read that thing, and being a guy that spent time in the service, reading that thing, it was like reading a military operations order. I mean, some of the terminology, like concept of operation and all that, it was really well done, and I know that the chief did a lot of it. I also read the preparedness plan. They don't mesh, particularly with respect to tasks and responsibilities for aldermen. Okay, this lays out the operations plan, lays out real well what the alderman and mayor pro tem could be doing and should be doing should they stay in the area. The hurricane preparedness plan has tasks and responsibilities for the mayor, has tasks and responsibilities for the mayor pro tem. Then when it comes down to the alderman, it sort of goes to when you get done evacuating, let us know where you are and that you're okay. And that's not how it should be, because you're the guy that runs the EOC, but you work for us. And I get the whole idea that there were people who last time didn't want the board members, getting in their business and hanging out in the EOC and getting in the way. But, the board members last time around during Dorian found their niche, and their niche was to run, at least in that storm, the call center. And we did a pretty darn good job. And prior to that, there were some of us who remained in place for Florence and were put to work and I think managed to earn our pay, to include putting about 980 photos on Facebook after the storm went through. So I don't think that the way the preparedness plan handles the elected officials is proper. I think it needs to be more like what he's got in the operations plan. And the hurricane preparedness plan needs to be updated to reflect the current organization of the fire department.
Right.
Because
that's why I say we have to meld the two, because even the damage assessment teams, I think, refer to the assistant fire chief or the positions that don't exist. So
exactly.
I think that's the last piece of doing this, what I think is a terrific job that they've done.
Yeah, so what I would say, Tom, to echo what you're saying is, Hurricane Florence was a very long event. And I think everybody was just the first event that we had in many years. Everybody was just trying to figure out how best to help. And I don't think that as we were going through it, there was clearly defined goals and how do we help and not be in the way and those things. So I would say we as a board do not want to be in the way, but we want to be put to work because we're going to be here. So I think the call center, as you said, that worked out really well. It was a way for us to take some pressure off of staff as far as getting all these calls for because the call was when we come back. It was the same question. We can answer that. you know, so
Well,
I would just see how do we fit in there, but as far as staff being in the Emergency Operations Center, I would say that truly, I mean, staff should be in there, us being in there is still up to them.
Well, I understand that, but, yeah.
And this is gonna come out
Just say.
wrong because I'm saying it. And you're actually touching around it in a true operations center. The aldermen and councils have no place.
Yeah, I don't need to be in the way.
Right.
Now on the transitional briefings, that's when y'all come in, y'all hear what's happening and the battle rhythms for the next 12-hour period. So y'all can start relaying out your media press releases and all that stuff. But yes, there are definitely things y'all can do, such as the call center and stuff like that. There is a place for y'all. It's just not in the command center.
And I
understand.
If that sounds.
And I was perfectly happy with how you had the duties and responsibilities laid out in the emergency operations plan that you wrote. I thought that was fine. My issue was when I read that and then read through the hurricane preparedness plan and let us know when you get there, basically. Yours was good, the other one not so good.
And I think that plan even says that it will be reviewed every year at the board retreat and updated.
Yeah.
And changed. So, you know.
And we have new staff now than we did have before, so I think it needs to work for.
So if anything, what I could see is you could probably almost do away with the hurricane preparedness plan and incorporate what is not in the operations plan that is included in the preparedness plan that you want to adopt and mesh it into the section of the emergency operations plan that deals with the hurricane.
And then
Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. There are, I'm not sure if y'all are, there are NIMS classes for aldermen and council to take for that reason, to help y'all understand what's happening and all that stuff. And some of them are online, so not a big deal.
And this is a nit and all that stuff. One of the things that I was looking at, again, is the nit. In the communications report, when they talked about posting stuff and having multiple people doing, what is our protocol for being able to put stuff on our website and on our Facebook page?
We don't.
I'm not talking about us,
Okay.
but when you look at what Indy had put in there, she talks about one of the concerns was they couldn't get a hold of you. So, and I just happened to have read something about, I think it was a CDC employee who got fired, who claimed that she was a whistleblower. What they said that she was putting stuff on the Facebook page without authorization. I have no problem with you or you posting stuff on there. But when you start giving other employees access to that stuff, you got to have one message go out from people. And I don't know what the protocol is in terms of who approves or whatever, but you can't, I don't have any problem with people having access to it. But, you know, it's like, I forget what I was looking at, was something where I was looking at a budget document for something and I said, I want view only. Because if I start manipulating stuff, I've changed the message. And so I think the coordination has to be, and I just got, you know, I got nervous about multi-employees having access to something like that, and whether that means that they can post stuff or not. Because in an emergency, there's got to be one voice that goes out from you all
And
that
that would
says
be
what's
the
going on.
PIO.
Well, actually, and
That's fine, I'm just saying, but if you
Yeah.
look at the communication report, they're talking about now other people having access to the Facebook post, and a lot of people follow the town on Facebook.
Isn't it just really though, isn't it just Laura, you and India that are posting?
Yes, so the mindset was it should be very, very controlled.
Right.
And it was completely
Yes, it
controlled.
was.
Yeah.
Until I
You
got
couldn't get it.
locked out
Right.
of my Microsoft accounts completely for 48 hours.
No, I read
Yeah.
it, it made sense.
Yeah,
What I'm
and then
saying
that's
is,
where the mindset came. So India came up with a really good solution. I also didn't like that the sunshine list was housed in one account. Right. And so I said, is there not a more efficient way we can broadcast this
Right.
message? So now we do the blog. It's technically called a blog post.
Right.
But it's just a way to shoot out messages for Sunshine. Gets it on our website immediately, and we have a link you can put on Facebook. So streamlined. I approve all of the PIO messages. So there is one voice.
Okay. My question is, when you say you approve, do you actually have to sign off on it? Can somebody post it without you physically saying I approve?
Could someone India could.
That's all I'm talking about, is making sure, right.
Right.
Well, but you don't have a process that says, I don't think somebody's gonna do that. I'm looking at an emergency type of thing.
Sure.
And we do not, and, you know, I trust her, whatever, and if you guys set it up that says, if you're not available, then she has the authority to do that, I am 100% okay with that. But you don't wanna have something go out and you say, hey, India.
Right. The protocol is I approve. Now, she could go rogue. I don't see her going. Everyone's laughing. She's very meek and mild. She's
It's not that.
And so I understand we
My-
gotta consider the position.
My
not the
point
person.
is, if you're relying on people's judgment, then you're relying on people's judgment.
You're correct.
And if it's not India, if it ends up being Egypt instead of India, okay, that does it.
Right.
And, you know, it's been my experience that every time we do something like that, somebody changes, I trust Joe. You know, it's the old thing with the serial killer. That's funny. It was great with my kids. Okay.
So,
Yeah.
I think this is easy though, right? So if we just have somewhere where it says, if for some reason the PIO officer is, public information
Then
is
it's the
not
next
available,
person.
then it would be the town manager who approves the message.
Perfect. That's perfect. As long as you set it up so that that's.
So that's the gap. So the procedure is that India does not send anything out until it's come through one of
Right.
us. But there is a scenario in which she could come up with her own message.
Or
and-
somebody hacks her account.
Yeah. So that is the gap.
Well, that's what I read. It just looked to me when I read that, I mean, look, we trust you guys wouldn't be doing your job. The problem becomes I mean, I've seen some stupid stuff put on Facebook, not by us, okay, but in reference to us. And
They used to it.
Yep.
Well,
so, I mean,
And that
come up
truly
with
is-
whatever you think is the right way to do it. I'm just saying, I just noticed that as a gap when I was looking at it.
And truly it is. Yeah.
I'll say we actually ran into this down in Carolina Beach because our council, we have council down there. When we would have our briefings, before we could get the information to the PIO to do the news release and the Facebook release and all that, they were already out on their Facebooks doing it ahead of the town as a whole, so it became an issue. But we got a grip on that, about the third day into the storm. So we were putting the same message out at the same time. So it could be,
Yeah, typically I opt to just share whatever is posted by.
Right.
That's just the safe.
I agree.
I'd like to come back to Alderman Leonard's point about the emergency operation plan and the hurricane preparedness plan. I was really surprised to see the hurricane preparedness plan because I thought it was all being rolled into the emergency operations procedure. And I think from the points that you made, that it should be merged with the emergency operation procedure so we have one document.
Well, that was when I got hired, that was one of the tasks Mr. Chadwick assigned to me, was to come up with the EOP for everything, because all y'all had was a hurricane preparedness plan. So that was supposed to go away, but I don't think it has yet, because we haven't finalized the EOP, so that gives y'all everything to look at to make sure we're on track.
What I think that needs to happen now, I mean, again, that thing, and even to the point of using the term battle rhythm, I love it. Okay. I mean, that's what we deal with in the field. But just to do a quick review of what's in the hurricane preparedness plan, just to see if there's any low-hanging fruit in that document that needs to be merged into or added to the other one.
Okay.
Because it is a standalone document, what you've written is.
Because I'll be honest with you, I didn't even read y'all's hurricane preparedness plan. I'll just be honest with you.
When I looked at the communications report from India, what I loved is the whole lessons learned thing. Okay, it's the mayor saying, this is the third name storm. Now, 3 years ago, you'd been, it's a third name. Now it's like, hey,
It's
that's
the
the
third
third
name.
name storm.
I want to know where I need to go.
Exactly.
And yesterday was the first day of hurricane.
Thanks, Mr. Sunshine.
And actually, I think it's really a better approach the way you did it, that you created your own plan first, because then you're not trying to reuse, it's, a fresh look at what your experiences have been, what our structure is, and try and get it figured out. So,
This is the same guy who said, and I quote, if you could type and drive, you wouldn't need any of that.
All right, guys, I think Okay.
A good spot for a break.
Well,
It's almost
we got
5
20
o'clock.
minutes, 15 minutes. We'll just go, you can go, unless you want to hear good communication.
No, I'm good, I'll stay.
Mayor Pro Tem, what do you want to talk about in communication? Or is this something that can wait?
Well, I think that we would talk about outreach activities where we stand. And I think if you, when you review the communication report that Laura in India put together, I think we stand in a very good position now. I think we've come a long way. And just over a year or so. Of course, a lot of that was the issues that we had with Hurricane Florence and losing all communication, cell towers, shortwave radios, longwave radios, satellite radios, whatever. And we've done a great job keeping the citizens informed of what's going on a regular basis. And there's some recommendations in that report to improve even more. So I think we're in a good shape there. Do we need a professionally designed website? That's one of the questions in the summary of the communications report. Personally, at this point, I think the staff is doing such an excellent job with our town website that we should let them continue at least this next year, just to avoid the cost of having to pay for a professional designer to redo the website. I don't know what the rest of you think about that, but I've been really impressed with what Laura and India have been able.
No, I think the communication has just dramatically improved over the years. I don't think that any citizen, if a citizen says they don't know what is going on, then I don't know what to say, because it is all over social media. It's on the website. That you get the emails. We get more emails now than I've ever gotten from the town of North Topsail Beach. So, I mean, you really have to just put your head in the sand if you don't want to know what is going on this time. So thank you guys.
So, like I said, I think we've come a long way.
Can we, as an aside, can we put something regarding parking on our Facebook and webpage?
Sure. Yeah.
With all the stuff we got going on, it might help.
Just maybe just a simple message.
The third item I have there was designing a unique community activity for North Topsail Beach. I think this is really important as we think about communication and community. The other island towns each have their unique traditional activities that they do throughout the year, even multiple activities in each town. North Topsail Beach is basically a beach community where people come to enjoy the beach. We don't have that many full-time residents, but we do, I think, need to have some sort of a community activity, at least one thing each year that becomes a tradition of the town to bring our community together. And I think it should be something that's done in fall when we have mostly our permanent residents here. I don't see it particularly as a summertime activity for guests. I see it as an activity for the citizens and voters to come together. But I really don't know specifically what we would do. But I think it should be something that either we could do at town park or something that we could do on the beach. I'm not sure what it is. So I would be looking for suggestions, you know, something that we could do to plan our community on a
Yeah, we've been kind of knocking that around too for a few years, so I do think we need to do something. Right now we're in a good shape with the park being And,
Gonna say with that, yeah.
you know, I was kind of hoping that when the park opens up, maybe 4th of July, we could do
I
something
think we
out
should
there.
have some special event to signify opening the park. But this idea would be some kind of an activity that would occur in October. September, try not to compete with the other towns when they have their activities.
Is that something that, you thought maybe in the Facebook page communication thing, that if we have suggestions for people to do something like that, kind of a, but I like that because it does, it's for the people that live here. It's a good way to meet your neighbors and stuff because you don't have 10 rental units between you and the next neighbor, right? I think it's a good idea.
All right, so we'll keep that in the list. Relationship with Onslow County. Mr. Gilbride and I have had several conversations with them. I know you're talking to them on an ongoing basis now with staff.
Generally on a weekly call.
Yeah, so I think that actually things are going a little bit smooth at this point in time. I feel comfortable calling them if I have an issue. They're calling to check in and see how we're making out with the traffic. I think we need to continue down that path. I think we need to really get our thoughts together and not miss the next budget cycle for sure. With Onslow County, not miss any opportunities to be able to tell them what it is we need, because I told them to be back, tell them what it is we do need with all these projects, including the terminal drawing. So I do want to find out what's left on that drawing project and see if we can just touch base with them again on that. So that's really all I wanted to say on that, is that we have engaged, we are continuing it. It's a very positive relationship at this point, and I'm happy to see it progressing that way. Okay, selection of the town manager. Laura had mentioned this to me. I think you've received 5 applications.
I've not received applications. So the board hired Eastern Carolina Council,
Yes.
ECC, to do a search. They have contacted me and said they have narrowed it down to 5 applicants. What is the pleasure of the board? I looked back at the minutes the last time that the board hired a town manager, and I believe it was a different firm that was gathering applications, but I believe the process was we reached out and asked for those applications ahead of time, and you got together and narrowed it down to 3 to be a little more efficient, and then you scheduled interviews.
Okay. Can we
That's
just,
not how you have to do it.
my preference would be for us to be able to see the applications. And then I think between us, we should be able to narrow it down. Go ahead.
I don't think we need a new town manager. I think we already have.
Well, I was going to say that next time, because Gilbride has said that he enjoys this very much and does not mind staying if it's the pleasure of the board.
I asked Laura. Yeah, I had asked Laura to put first on the agenda. Yeah, I wanted it to be first on the agenda, so that if I was fired, I didn't have to sit through this meeting.
No.
No, I already told you, I think you're doing a fantastic job.
That ain't how it works.
So,
Is that something we want to discuss in closed session Thursday night?
Yeah.
Yes.
all right, this list is, we're not going to be able to have regular meetings.
No, we're gonna have to breeze through the regular part.
Okay, I'm written it down.
So I would say just hold off.
That's fine. So, future meetings, at what point do we, oh, I'm sorry, this is your.
You're doing fine.
I thought I was still on.
You're doing fine.
At what point do we want to open up the meetings to some physical attendance? I believe right now, we're still in phase 2. I'm starting to lose track of all the days that we're in right now. So I believe we have to limit it to 10. My thought was when we get to phase 3, it should be open enough that we'd be able to have it in a public forum.
When I wrote that, in that email, was more of a sort of a rhetorical question in terms of what's our plan?
Right.
I think if we adhere to the governor's guidance, it would be phase 3, but I think it also begs the question, where are we at?
Right, and the reason I had asked Laura to schedule us here at the library today, and you and I had spoken about this,
Right.
is because this is a free venue for us, so there is no nominal fee. I feel that if we're going to open it to the public, we do need a larger place like either North Shore or St. Regis, St. Regis has certainly offered it to us, so did the community center. Haven't been back down there recently, I don't know.
Well, I think until phase 3 starts, we're either here or one of the fire stations where we don't need to provide space for an audience.
This worked better, I think, today,
Yeah.
without us all trying to be on the
Oh,
Zoom
absolutely.
meetings.
Can we do this Thursday night?
The problem is the library closes at 7 o'clock on Thursday night.
That's what he was suggesting.
Yeah, exactly. If that's needed.
What is St. Regis charge?
I think it might be $100 or something.
It's nominal.
I think it's 150.
That's what we were paying.
But I don't know if they have a television set up like this.
I don't believe so.
What about North Shore? Do they have the ability to set stuff up like this, or are we back to, can you hear me now with the headphones?
No, we can set it up because I still have my network extender there.
Do they have a TV like this that we can?
We have a TV that Public Works can take down there for us.
Okay.
But you did check with the pro though, because as you know, I mentioned to him, maybe I sent an email too, just when I was over there, and because they just opened stuff up to members and stuff like that, Brian was very nervous about.
Well, St. Regis would let us hold it there, I'm sure, if we reach out to Blaine and book a room. And then maybe the next meeting could be at North Shore if they're nervous about
Right.
membership.
I think it's more about, I think with Deb to figure out which one we can actually.
We've never had much of an issue with North Shore regarding having meetings at night.
It's asking about the retreat, so that could be.
It's the daytime, if we were to want to say have this there, because usually I don't think that restaurant's even open at night anymore.
Would does the board have a preference for this Thursday, because it's, it's already Tuesday, so I want to make sure.
Well, this Thursday, we don't need to worry about
Oh,
it
that's
because we don't have an audience. And where are you planning to have the meeting Thursday?
No, we were talking about Thursday, because we wanted a
Board
place where Public Works could bring the TV so we could have a setup similar to this and we're not all on Zoom.
Right. I mean, Thursday's a regular board meeting.
Right, but we're not doing a board meeting with an audience still in phase.
I know, but I would like this type of setup is what I was saying,
You're
so.
gonna say something.
As the board directed, whenever we approve or do approve the regular meeting schedule, the meeting notice for the rest of the year says the North End Fire Station, unless otherwise designated. And there's an acknowledgement and disclaimer about COVID and virtual meetings. So
We can do it.
Can we put this TV at the North, not this one, but a TV at the
there
North?
is one in the neighborhood.
There's a TV in the day with
So we could do this, so I'm just saying, I think that this worked out much more efficiently than we've been doing. So if we could have this set up at the North End Fire Station, I'm fine.
Remember your question.
Yeah.
It's just a question to Ms. Hill, because
Okay.
she's the mastermind behind this. So if she can, yes.
Okay. We'll
She's
ask
got to
her.
go back with-
And then the last item before we adjourn, well, there's two items. So I believe we're not gonna adjourn, we're gonna recess to Tuesday the 9th, but we also need to set a hearing date for the budget. So, we're gonna meet again on Tuesday the 9th from 9 to 12 to review the changes that we proposed today. And then what would be,
Would you like this to be the location?
if possible, that would be great. And so what date, this has to be approved by what date? June, is it the very end of the month? Is it the next day?
Very end of the month, but there's a period of public.
You have to have a public hearing. So let me take a step back. The budget, the first draft has been formally presented to the board. So I have to go back and do a notice to the public to say that the first round has been presented. There's a copy, the budget, I believe you're the finance officer, but you're the budget officer, correct? The budget officer has to file a version with me and I have to make it available to the media. I have to tell the public tonight the date and time of the hearing. Now, you don't have to approve the budget at the hearing. If you have a hearing and have changes, you can do those and not have another hearing. So what I'm saying is don't
You
get
gotta
wrapped
notice.
up. Yeah, I have to do the notice, but even if you do the hearing, you don't have to approve the budget that night. You also can have changes and still approve and not go back to the hearing. So it's one hearing requirement.
How much notice is required to the hearing?
I'm sorry?
How much notice is required to the hearing?
At least 10 days, but it has to be on the newspaper. So if we could push it out a little bit further to give staff some turnaround.
I was actually thinking maybe
publication.
the 24th or 25th, or is that too close to the end? If we have changes at that meeting, do we need another hearing?
You do not.
So what about the 24th or 25th?
I'm fine with either one.
Either one's fine.
Like,
Would that be,
You have payroll on Tuesday, the 23rd. Sorry, 23rd.
okay. Would the 25th be better, Thursday?
24th is fine, as long as it's not on payroll.
Sorry, it's not today.
what time would that be?
I don't believe I'm not aware of any restraints on.
I mean, if you're trying to make it available to people, are we gonna do something like at 6 o'clock, and like, how long is that gonna be? And, you know, it's like,
I
you know
mean,
what I mean?
I
It's-
would prefer, since it will be online, that we try and do something during the day, so.
I'm fine with that. I'm
Yeah.
just,
Well, on the 25th, the Topsail Islands Fire Protection Commission is meeting 2 o'clock.
Okay. Let's do it on 24th.
Why don't we do it on the 24th at 2?
2?
Okay.
And then that gives you
And you'll
plenty of
send
time to
notifications
notice
to us
it.
anyway.
Yes, it does, thank you.
You'll send out invitations to us anyway, right?
So could we,
Appoint get the last vote?
so could we, if we have the hearing from 2 to 3, could we then have a spatial board meeting from 3 to 4 to approve the budget? We plan on doing that, rather than have to come back again
Yeah.
another
I
time.
like that.
Is that
That's a
your
good idea.
computer charger? Put all that on.
That's one.
And then what I'd like to do now is just ask for, I don't know if I need to ask for approval, but to recess until Tuesday the 9th at 9 o'clock. Can I have a motion to do that?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Sorry, Tom, I was just trying to get through.
At 5 o'clock.
I've got,
Hey,
At 5. I gotta go grab something to eat. I'm sure, put a suit on and go to Jacksonville. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have it your hands on.
same driver, no brakes.
Yeah.
my 2-year-old.
I'm not sure either.
I served with a son. His dad was a father. 30-year guy. His son and I
Throw all this into one, but
here.
But also, you know,
I actually think we got the most of it.
I think we did.
And I know it was.